Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome, yes. Oh man, I had to skip streaming last night. It's pretty rough. But I'm back for Friday. I'm back for Friday. I had to work early this morning. That's why. And then I slept. Man, I've been so tired lately. I don't know what it is. I've been so sleepy. I could go sleep for like another 10 hours. I feel like I could just sleep stream? How about that? Is that good, guys? You guys like sleep streams? If I just pass out right here, get a nice little comfy pillow and a little blanket, and I just pass out. Does that sound good? Guys, that's what you guys want to see, right? That's what you guys came for, was like snoring ginger. Oh, I snore. I snore, by the way. I'm a big snorer. My dad was a big snorer. My dad before him was a big snorer. My father and my grandfather and my grandfather's grandfather before him. We all snore. We're terrible snorers. Pretty sure it has to do with the big tongue. Ah. I was doing some research into snoring, and apparently people with very big tongues, apparently like the tongue like falls back, and the snoring is like your tongue hitting the back of your throat or something. I don't know. Yeah. We all got big, huge tongues. We got tongueitis. Hot tub sleep stream? No, I don't want to go out like Kramer from frickin' Seinfeld. He fell asleep in the hot tub, and then the thermostat broke, and then he was in the hot tub, and it got real cold, and he woke up and he couldn't get warm anymore because he had hypothermia. What do I want to play today? Do I want to run around in my big axe paladin, or do I want to play my necromancer? You know, we got to do our daily ritual. Hold on. Let's do our daily ritual, and let's see if there's any new heads on tradery. All right, so we got to go here. We got to go here. We got to go summoning skills. All right, then we got to go 3. 22 jaw runes. Wow, look at that freaking circlet. That thing is nice. It was posted 5 minutes ago. Softcore Asia PC none. Oh, that's non-ladder. We don't want non-ladder. Why was it showing up with a non-ladder item? That's weird. We have it toggled for ladder. Why would it show up with a non-ladder item when we have it toggled for ladder? That is just rude and a tease. That is a tease. That is a tease, 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 tease. I don't like teases. Tease. Teasy, teasy, tease. I hate this guy. I already offered on his earlier. He's not responding to me. He's got a +3 golem mastery, +3 fire golem, a +3 summoning skills wand. It's a pretty nice little wand there. If he doesn't want my low rune offer, I think I might offer him a little bit higher than that. It looks like hmm. Hmm. Where'd my filters go? Dang it. Well, my filters went away. Let's try some different things. So let's try Necromancer skills. So let's try a +2 Necro skill head. Is there... What the hell's going on? I think I might have to redo it. It seems to be messed up somehow. Reload. Oh, there we go. Now the stats are up here. Okay. Take this one off. Take this one off. There we go. And now we put the fire golem back on there. Let's see if there's any +2, +3s. No +2, +3s. There's a +2, +2. That's meh. Meh. I don't want +2/+2. Activate Jedi powers? What kind of Jedi powers do we got? Who's got the Jedi powers? I like Jedi powers. Powers of the Jedi. The Jedi. The Jedi powers of the Jedi. Alright, let's try this. Let's try Summoning Skills 2. And it's still messed up. How the hell do we fix this? I don't understand, like, it seems to be broken. I'm looking for these special heads. These special heads are hard to come by. Fire Golem. Let's see what else we got. Let's try a 2/3. Let's see if there's any 2/3s floating around. Oh, there's a 2/3 wand. 2/3. Have I already offered on that? I did not offer on that. I think that's the same as what I'm running right now anyway. So that doesn't really matter, unfortunately. No good. It's no good. It doesn't got what I want. Cry, cry, cry like a little baby. Let's hop in the chat with everybody else. Who we got? We got Fiji, Lord Drizzlets, and Boomstick. What's up, guys? How's it going?
How's it going?
Anybody alive in here? It's Friday, guys. We gotta play some games on Friday. Yep. Have I broken the Diablo 2 Resurrected economy yet? Not yet. I'm trying. Limes. Could be fun to play around with that some more today. See if we can super break the economy. Still working on it. Choppy. Chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, choppy, chop. I think 76 is the max for a 10 max. I think it goes up to 76. I've got a couple really good ones this season. I've got the 10 max 71 5 decks. I've got the 10 max 67 21 life. But this one by far has won the cake with the 10 max 64 AR 45 life. That one is beautiful. Just beautiful. I almost died when I found that thing too. It was painful. Wow, Merc. You get brutal over there. Chop, chop, chop.
What you working on?
No, I was having fun. Yeah, it turned you up a little bit. Just I can barely hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah, let me see what I got you set up. Yeah, let's see if that works.
How's that?
Yeah, that's way better. Okay. Yeah, the charm I have would sell for random prices depending on where you sell it and when you sell it. I think on non-ladder it's like 100 jaw runes. I don't really care about non-ladder though. Hate to say it, but I don't really care about non-ladder. I can't be walking around the jungle with no ID scrolls. This is just terrible.
Yes.
I almost died horribly when I found this thing too. Horrible, horrible death. I think I popped like 3 or 4 juvies. Let's see, I can bring it up. Let's take a look at it real quick. It was right here. Let's take a look. No, get ads in my own video. Fanaticized spear cats.
Oof. That's rough.
That stinks.
Ow. Ow, there's so many spears. Oh, God.
You must feel them, Chinchilla.
Well, I have
them.
burned several juvies. Several.
You
They
must
got amp,
feel.
too. That was amp and fanaticism.
Oh, yeah, that I would have just DC'd.
I killed them. I am all powerful. Hear me roar. I'm playing chase the falling around the mulberry bush though. They dropped me a grand charm. Oh yeah, you said you need an offensive scaler. I got an offensive. Oh my god! Are you freaking kidding me? Yeah, it was a pretty good find. I was excited about it. I was pretty excited. I was pretty happy about that. That's pretty nice. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Can I pay that dog? Can I pay that dog? I want to pay that dog. Pay that dog. I want to pay that dog. Wow, so many gem. Lord. I did this to myself too yesterday, and we were doing something, EXP runs or something, and I was just like, you know what, just shove it all in there. I'll deal with it later. You know what? Today Daniel is not very happy with yesterday Daniel that put the stuff off until today. He's not very happy. He's not a happy pappy. Alright, let's get rid of some of this crap and craft up some dewjanks real quick, since I got so much crap in my inventory. Might have to do a swappy today. Alright, let's go ahead and make an ambulato, gelato. Make a couple dewjanks. Good to see you again, my friend. If you could just leave, because we don't like you. Wow, okay. That's actually a really nice amulet. Holy crap. Just random gamble. Boy, that amulet has attack rating, 8% mana leech, 19 all res, and tele charges. And it actually has a cool name too, Shadow Heart. Dude, that thing is insane. That's actually a really sick amulet. That is actually really good. I mean, basically 20 all res. And then on top of that, it's got sick mana leech and tele charges. It even has 30 AR on it. Like, what the hell even is that amulet? Frickin' hacks. Alright, let's craft up that one. We've got 3 emeralds. Yeah, full. Who doesn't want capped out light radius? Come on. Obviously, everyone wants capped out light radius. That's just the best. That amulet was terrible. Also terrible. Ooh, aw, 1% increased blocking. Poopies. Had a 2+2 pally, but rolled bottom roll on the frickin' increased blocking. Couldn't have been a 210. Couldn't have been a 210. Had to be just a poopy 2. Just the worst 2 that ever 2'd the land of 2-iness. Oh, the poopy 2, the poopy 2, look at that, it's a poopy 2. Doopy doopy poopy 2 is poopy poopy 2. Doopy doopy poopity 2, doopy doopy poopity 2. What, glue them together? Sounds like a good plan. Just glue them together. And terrible. And terrible. Wow, they almost rolled like the same, but not quite. Want to poke something with a bitter skewer? What's up, Chunks? What's up, Chinks? You're not in voice chat. Why you no in voice chat? Ah, all caps. Oh, yeah. I need to do a swappy game. And drop everything. Everything. Fiery small charm of flame. They got the 2 to 4. How did it roll like the worst possible fire mods on both sides and still end up at 2 to 4? It rolled a 1 to 2 and a 1 to 2, and it added up to a 2 to 4. It's impressive. By the power of the worst mods combined, we are still the worst mods combined. What's up, Chunky?
Poke something. Dagger on your necro.
I don't have a poking dagger necro.
Oh, I said you needed it.
Oh my god, Chunks, this guy. This guy, he contacted me through Reddit to like tell me how he could make my fire necro better, and the items he was posting, like they were just what he had on the character were like I don't even know how to explain it. Like you know how like some items are rare within the game, and then some items are like really rare.
Yeah, he was posting the ridiculous.
He went to like the like if you find it, you probably just won like $15,000 on a brand new car kind of item.
Mm-hmm.
I'm broken, Novo. Okay, I yawn all the time. I don't know what's wrong with me. Okay, I have a disease, a yawning disease. I still remember when I first started streaming, and my girlfriend would actually watch my streams. She doesn't watch my streams anymore. She was like,
you know, it was pretty good. You did pretty good, you know, but you should try yawning less. It seems like you're really bored.
I was like, I don't really know how I can stop myself from yawning. It's an involuntary action. it's not really voluntary. I can't really control it. Oh yeah. See. Just talking about it makes me yawn. Rosie, I saved an item for you. Are you on ladder? I literally saved an item just for you. It's the death sash to go along with your death gloves. You said you found the death gloves. If you want, make a game. If you're on ladder. If you're not on ladder, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can get you a death sash somewhere. But if you're on ladder, make a game, and I'll come drop them off to you. I'll drop off the death sash. Choppy? What? Contagious yawning? Let's go. Yawn, yawny, yawn, yawny, yawn, yawny, yawn. Yawny, yawn.
I am overboard.
Where'd that ring go, bro?
What ring?
Oh, there's one sitting on the ground.
Oh, I don't know. You see this crazy freaking amulet I got? I left my town portal book in my stash like an idiot.
I don't carry mine anymore. I just keep 2 scrolls in my belt.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Freaky Lang. Yeah. See, now y'all got me on a yawn parade. I can't stop now. Thanks, guys. I think it's crazy that scientists actually still don't know what causes a yawn. They can't. They don't know. They don't know the answer. Like we have this involuntary action. They also don't know why it's contagious either. Why literally when one person yawns, the other people will yawn too.
Where is this white boy? There it is.
Doug Gibden. Oh yeah, I went to go craft up some amulets, and I was like, oh, let me just gamble an amulet to craft with. The first gamble I did was this kind of insane rare amulet. It's actually pretty darn good. I'm kind of surprised at how good it is. Here's the waypoint. Let me show you this amulet.
Good evening.
No plus to skills on it, but I don't think it really matters. Look at that thing.
Oh, pretty good.
I mean, not only does it have 8% mana leech and all res 19, it also has AR. So it's got 30 AR on it, and then it also has freaking teleport charges. It's kind of a really nice little melee amulet if you don't need plus to skills. Or ranged. Nope, you can't move them online. You're on Nintendo Switch. Well, if you're on offline, it doesn't matter. So, can't give you anything if you're offline. Mm-hmm. Almost had a halfway decent Pally amulet, but it rolled 1% on the blocking.
Wow, that's a full room.
Hoping to try hills now. Time to chop some stuff.
String of ears.
And what do you think I should do with that charm, Chunks?
Oh. Well, I mean, I done told you what to do with it.
You just want to. You just
I
want it
called
for
dibs
yourself.
on it. I just want it. I don't want it now. I want it when it goes to non-ladder.
I'm talking about, like, should I trade it off for runes or... Heck, somebody have offered me $60 for it already. Like, I'll give you $60 for it right now.
And you told them no, I'm hoping.
Oh, 60's too low.
Yeah, it's worth.
I think it's worth like about at least about 150 probably.
Check RMTs just to get an idea.
I had a couple people who posted some like roundabout figures. Somebody who was on JSP said it was worth about 5,000 forum gold. Which I looked up. I looked up like on eBay how much they were selling forum gold for. People are like,
You're not allowed to do that. You can't sell firm gold on eBay.
I'm like, they do, like all day long, every day. Okay, they do. They do it all the time. Anyway, it's like about $150 worth of forum gold by eBay standards. That's a decent one. It's not perfect, but it's. I'm using a 15 right now. I got a 15, but my MDR is kind of low. It's only 12.
I found another one on the barb, so.
I would like to get I think, what is it, 15-15? Or is it 15-14? I can't remember.
For a string?
Yeah, for the MDR, because it's not just the DR that rolls, it's the MDR as well. I noticed MDR and DR work really well on this character. And what I mean by I noticed is I stopped dying.
I hate spirit cats.
So one of the reasons why this charm is worth so much, for those of you who are unaware, is it's basically like having three 2020s. And although it doesn't have as much HP, it has more max damage and more AR than a 320-20. So if you put 3 2020s in your inventory, you get a 960-60, which the one that I currently have is higher in the max damage and higher in the AR than a 360-60. It's lower in HP though. So the difference between like a 320-20, which would be something like this but better rolled, and this is minor. It's usually a difference between more damage and more AR or more HP. But basically what this represents is three 320-20s. So it's essentially a 320-20, a 320-20, and a 320-20. And you guys know how much 320-20s are worth. Like, just one 320-20 is pretty valuable. And this is basically the value of three 320-20s. If only the AR rolled a little bit higher, it would be even better. But it's still technically higher AR than three 320-20s, which would be 60. So it still rolled 4 AR higher than 3 of them. Which
If I
still...
remember correctly. Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
If I remember correctly, 76 is perfect.
Yeah.
It's always been more of a like a barb pally toss up on melee on charms like that. Like a paladin, because he doesn't have a battle orders, you know, kind of needs more life, towards a barb does.
It really depends on what life you're
The
running. Yeah.
max.
I heard a
max
lot of people say
GCs.
that they like to mix them. They like to mix the
Yeah,
GCs and the 320s to kind of get like a balance.
yeah. You could run about, I don't know, 4 GCs, and then the rest small charms.
What is this one? Is this Drill Hills and Halls of the Dead?
Yeah. I'm in level 2 halls if you want a portal.
Oh, okay. I've been running around here murdering everything. In the Dry Hills. What's up, Happy
Go
Road?
away, spare cat.
Not here.
It is an honor to serve you.
The Cats of the Spear. Doot.
Approach and let's
Man, my
trade.
freaking my superior bone weave is so much money to repair.
That's why I don't like to wear superior stuff.
I mean, it takes a long time to break because I do have a pretty decent amount of defense, but yeah.
Typically, whenever I find superior, I trade those.
I needed the
And
extra defense.
I just look for the perfect non-superior.
This character needed the defense. He's defense poor. I couldn't turn it down. You don't have Discord? Why not? You can have Discord on your phone. Discord, the Discord app for the phone is pretty good. If you don't have that, I would recommend it. Everything's already dead. Kill everything.
Well, I threw you a portal.
I went through the portal. You're nowhere to be found near the portal.
Well, you were slow. This way hasn't been done.
Yeah. Chomp.
There are like 3 bars to all of them.
Alright. And Echo needs EXP too.
They told me you needed that dagger. Somebody did.
They're trying to make me play a poison dagger necro, and I don't want to.
Well, you should.
I don't want
It's
to.
got the bulls mod. You can poke stuff.
I don't want.
It would be neat.
I mean, if you can get close enough to them and poke them with it and not die in the process, poison dagger hits extremely hard.
Yeah, it takes forever to kill anything though. I don't like how long you gotta wait.
Next.
I guess. Oh wait, did you already do over this side?
Yeah.
Sure, just come MF my whole game then. You need to check this Hyperion Spear.
Uh-huh.
It's terrible. You need to check this cleave.
I
It's
did
terrible.
find a curse GC for your necro. I did check that cleaver. I picked it up. It was an ethereal. I threw it on the ground. It's an ethereal. I identified it.
What's up, AFK King? I'm gonna go get my necromancer. My nucromancer.
What are you doing? Poison Nova?
No, I'm just joking. I was just joking. It's my fire necromancer. I like him. He's cool. I like using
curse GC?
I like using the main songs. No, I don't want to curse GC. Nobody wants those.
You could roll it. It did come from that terror zone.
I think I need to respec this guy. I want to see if I can add in a little bit more on the poison mages, or the mages in general. Not the poison mages. I don't know why I said poison mages. I realized something interesting about Mang songs, which I considered, but I hadn't really considered it fully. You know how Mang songs has all the negative resistances on it? I mean, technically, when I'm running the mages, it's kind of the best item with the mages, because then I get all of the negative reses at the same time for all of the mages. So it actually works out pretty well for the mages. Could be interesting to dump more points into the mages and see how well they do while I'm rolling the mag songs. Oh, look at you with your fancy CTA.
Hey, my CTA is ethereal and my monarch is ethereal. They look snazzy.
Ethereal CTA.
Yeah, and it's an ethereal double X.
Okay, just don't put that on a smiter.
Why would I do that?
It'd be broken in 2 seconds.
Why would I use it on a smiter?
I don't know.
It's CTA.
Well, why wouldn't you use a CTA on a smiter?
I wouldn't hit anything with it.
You might accidentally.
No.
Accidental. Well, hello, champion pack. I don't think Infinity would really help me out all that much. Don't get me wrong, I like Conviction, but I've come to the realization that Conviction is not as powerful as it seems. It's good if you're wielding it yourself and you don't have to worry about the negative consequences. I mean, there's... it's not like I'm a tanky paladin that can get in there and like apply it to monsters. I'm a scrawny necromancer with no resistances, and if I was self-wielding in Infinity, I would have no shield, which I also have no shield with Mang Songs. Like, I don't want to be anywhere near the monsters. To like, my goal is to be as far away from the monsters as I can possibly be, and Infinity would require me to constantly be within melee range. Because it's only a 13-yard radius. It's not really that great. I don't even want to be within 13 yards of the monsters, to be perfectly honest. I teleport on top of them, and I run away. I am a scrawny, bony... what's another word I can use? Chucks, come on. Scrawny, bony...
Dead.
Dead. There you go. Dead. Necromancer. Oh, time to make a last wish. Have I played Fears to Fathom? Yeah, I played all of them. I played all Fears to Fathoms. You haven't seen it? You haven't seen my Fears to Fathom playthroughs? I did all 4 episodes. It's really fun. It's a fun series. I'm waiting for the next episode to come out. The 5th episode. I think it's, I don't know when it's coming out. It's not out yet, I know that much. When it comes out, I'll play it.
Almost at 495.
Nice.
I don't have a hole in my towel armor. Put a topaz.
I'll put a hole in there.
I'm out of socket quests, and I just don't feel like doing it again.
I can't carry anymore.
Check out that do jank. That's a silly one. It's a 5% faster run walk with 2% magic find. Large charm. Fool rune. You see how fast I wrecked that sarcophagus? Oh, you got Might Aura on your Merc too. That helped me out a lot.
Oh, wow. Checking that orb.
Yeah, it sucks. It's a grand charm.
To the max.
Tally rune. Ow. That hurt. That was painful. Oh god, there's a lot of monsters in here. That is a lot for a dead end. Hey!
Gray form.
Gray form! That's beautiful. I like hanging onto those for new character days and stuff. It's always nice to have a gray form quilted armor. Beautiful piece of equipment. It's great for mercenaries too.
Look at all these skills on there. That's money.
See a bunch of full juvies on the ground. It's that quarterstave.
That's the one I just linked.
Oh, Fire
Got a lot
Mastery
of-
and Meteor?
A lot of skills on it.
It's ethereal too. Not allowed to bonk people with that.
I checked your memory stats.
I don't know why people would. These things are worth money. You find a good +3 energy shield. People be looking for those.
+3 energy shield with like frozen armor or thunderstorm.
Little T-storm. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of sarcophagus in my life.
Just waiting for it.
He did, sarcophagus did. 4 javelins.
Check the antlers up there.
No, I didn't. I didn't see him.
Ugh.
A jewel. I'll do that when I get back to town. A grand charm that I can't pick up. Ooh, a burnt one. Check that burnt one for me. I ain't got no ID scrolls. You know what I'm looking for. Them sweet, sweet fire golems.
Well, that's not it.
Dang it.
That's not even close. There wasn't nothing on there.
Small charm. Yoink. I'll ID that when I get back to town. Oh, there's the waypoint.
Hey, look at that. It's not it.
Oh, wow. That's a perfect
Needed it.
superior demon head.
Uh-huh.
What's
You
the,
can hold on to that.
178, 55. It's a 102 strength requirement. I was thinking about trying to replace mine. My flickering flame.
Have it.
I don't think I have a socket quest either. I think all my socket quests are gone. Earn, kicking all the earns. That boy dropped a full plate now. Give me attention. What attention am I getting? Oh, there's a Towel's armor.
No, it's not.
Or Nats. Sorry, Nats. That's what I meant to say, Nats. I saw it, thought Nats, and then said Towels. Because I'm an idiot.
Y'all don't check your sacred globes.
Check how many sockets that Nats is. It's not even worth taking back to town unless it's 3.
2.
Yeah, it's not even worth taking back to town.
I gotta go get some ID scrolls anyways.
Here. Sounds like I'm gonna go drop off some stuff to a newbie.
Good to see you.
You get a blue essence?
I don't think I do actually. I think I'm
Jeez.
looking. Oh, I know I do have a blue. I'm looking for a red and a yellow though, because I've got a
Well,
green.
I've got a red and a yellow.
What do you need a token?
No, she's been a butthole with blue ones lately.
Okay, well there's a blue one on the ground.
So I can make another one.
There's
There's a yellow one there.
Yep, I got one yellow. There was 2 yellows, so
Well, I
just-
wish I'd move away from the stash.
now I just need a red.
I dropped a red.
You did? I didn't see a red.
Well, unless the source picked it up.
Well, I'm gonna hop on my Nintendo Switch real quick and drop off some items to this newbie. It's been a while since I booted up my Switch. Might have to update the game.
Probably a small one.
There we go. Get back in the dock, sir.
Well, that tried.
Is it not
It
plugged
failed.
in? Oh, is it dead? No. I think it's dead. That's unfortunate. That means it's not plugged in. It should have been plugged in. That is rather unfortunate.
There's 2 red and a yellow on the ground.
Why are you not plugged in? That's the question. Okay, it looks like your dock is plugged in, but the dock's not plugged in. Guess I need to check and see why the dock's not plugged in. Unfortunately, that means I'm probably not going to be able to drop anything off right now, not with my Nintendo Switch dead. Let me see why it's not working.
I'm picking that yellow back up. Let's see what this demon head's going for.
It's hot under there. That's hot. I'm burning up. PC's putting out some serious wattage over there. Ooh. I was down there trying to figure out why the Nintendo Switch wasn't plugged in. And, like, I put my head next to, like, the exhaust for my computer. That jank hit me with, like, 1,000-degree heat just pumping out the back of the thing. Whew. All right. It's so unseasonably warm here. I know it's technically March, but I mean, we're still kind of in winter. And it is hot. Got the AC cranking, but it's not enough.
What state are
Need
you
to
in?
resist.
Yeah, turn on the fan. And turn off this dang heater.
It's cold today up here, but yesterday it was 70.
Whew.
But I'm in Massachusetts.
I'm in Virginia.
Do you guys get your winter don't get that bad where you are, do they?
That's adorable.
That's adorable.
Yeah, they're wet and cold.
Basically, when it comes to Virginia, Virginia gets kind of like the leftover crap from every single place. Like, if it's really cold up north and the wind blows down south, we get the really cold weather from the north. If it's really hot down south and the weather blows up north, we get the really hot weather from the south. We're like right in the middle in a very bad place where literally I swear we just get whatever crap is left over from the places that don't want it.
They're like, oh no, we hate this. Here, take this.
And we're like, ah. And then what happens even worse than that is sometimes we get the cold air coming up down from the north and we get the hot air coming up from the south. And do you know what happens when a cold front and a hot front meet?
Bad weather.
And that's Virginia.
Allow me to advise you.
Yeah, we usually don't get tornadoes in my area, but a couple of years ago we got a tornado because we had a huge warm front get hit with a huge cold front, and we had snow like the week before Halloween, and it was like a snow tornado. It took out every tree in the frickin' yard. So I went to my mom's house. I had to take pictures of the property and bring it down to the insurance company because they have their homeowners insurance. They went without power for 10 days.
Man, when we had that ice storm here, that was awful.
When I went out in her yard, it not only were the trees down, the trees looked like they had somebody corpse exploded the trees, like the trees had blew up from the inside out.
Nothing wrong with a little corpse explosion. Okay, nothing wrong with a little corpse explosion.
Yeah, well, the old man loved his trees, and he was not happy to lose 9 trees in the yard.
Trees, trees, wonderful trees. Alright, I'm going to number 3.
I went to chaos.
No. I need to do a swap. Frickin'.
Yeah, I need to do a swap too. I was farming last night, and my bank is full stock again. I packed everything where I possibly could, and there were a few things I just couldn't hold on to because I just didn't have room for them.
It's terrible.
Well, I had 3 Griffin's hearts, so I Charseed one.
Charseed of Griffin's idea, them. Alright, Richie Rich.
No, the Griffin,
About to say, you've been smoking something.
the Paladin armor, the Paladin set armor. I forget what it's called. Griswold's heart, yeah.
Griffin's heart.
I'm tired. I didn't get enough sleep last night.
That's great.
So yeah, I looted 3 of those darn things yesterday. So I'm like,
I don't hold those.
Those are good early ladder, and they're decent mid ladder, but like late ladder, they're not really worth hanging on to. They make halfway decent little magic find plates. I like to, instead of putting 4 topazes in a white armor, I'll take 3 topazes and put it in a Griswold's. It's It's a better MF
Hey.
armor.
By the way, I got a good question for you. I rolled some skillers last night. Do you know anybody in the guild that can use a druid summon skiller?
Yeah, Catnium is running a summoning druid.
All right. Well, tell him I got a skiller for him. It's it's got another stat on it, plus it's +1 to druid summoning. I don't know anything about druids, but it's not a skiller I'm going to use.
Yeah, I mean, generally you just give to the characters that can use them or trade them off.
But
Summoning-
I had not seen. I hadn't seen a
summoning-
druid all year, so this season. So I
Some-
figured I'd ask you.
Summoning skillers aren't really worth a lot of money though, so they pretty much just go straight to the druid.
Yeah. Yeah, I checked it out in Tradery. They were some of them with the 2 stats on them were going for as much as an but they didn't see a point in trading it when somebody can use it. The only thing is I didn't know who was playing a druid.
Yeah, just ping Catnium and see if he needs it.
Is that his name in Discord?
Yeah, Catnium. Okay. He just posted the Bill and Ted meme.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about there.
It's the other cat. It's not British.
Yeah, it's the not British cat. Is it possible to do a Sork hybrid frozen orb, lightning, or frozen orb? No. Well, lightning requires a lot of synergy points. It might not be very easy to do a dual spec between those two, but you could do a dual spec between Nova and frozen orb. Honestly, though, nowadays dual specs are kind of old hat, I guess would be the term. They're kind of old hat. They're not really. It's not really a thing that people do these days. The Sunder Charms have kind of. Oh, look at that bow that just fell on the ground. Okay. They kind of went the way of the dinosaur. Wow, 2 uniques, literally back to back. 2 really good uniques too. They went the way of the dinosaur when Sunder Charms came out, so people don't really bother going dual spec anymore, except for like early leveling. Look at these 2 freaking items that just fell on the ground that I haven't even picked up yet.
Not it.
Oh, this is an eagle horn. I'll have to drop this in a swappy. One of the Fizzons will probably like it.
Well, I find I use my static a lot on my cold sword.
Eagle horn is so much better in terms of attack rating. Like, yeah, it's not as good damage as the Wind Force, but it's got way better attack rating. Not only that, but it also has what? It's got doesn't it have ITD and attack rating? Yeah. It's got ITD, it has attack rating, it also has attack rating based on character level, and then it has 25 dex. And I call it the never miss bow, because it's basically just the bow you put on when you don't want to worry about ever missing.
Blessings to you.
The Yari's not ethereal.
Uh-oh.
I already have a F Honsudan Yari in my stash, so I'll just pass on that.
I made my first token yesterday.
Nice. Congrats.
So now, if I want to, I can refine my my sword. I don't know if it's worth it though. It's more for my stats than my training point. But I could neaten up my character quite a bit.
You already used all your respecs from your den?
Apparently.
Oh,
All difficulties?
Yeah,
I
I'm
used
actually
one.
surprised. Well, I think what happened is I was dual spec until I got a cold Sunder. So I did normal. I did normal with Nova, and then I started running Blizzard and the fire, whatever. And then when I got a Sunder, I respec out of that and went straight cold.
You're one of those people.
Well, one of my other characters, I haven't used any of my retrains yet.
I like that.
My
That's
Stork,
like the
I used them all.
that's like the people that are like, yeah, I did Holy Fire until normal, and then or Nightmare, and then I respec to Blade Hammers, you know, and then for till Hell difficulty, and then I respec to FOH. So it's like, so you burned like all 3 of your respecs before you got Hell Bale killed. It's like, yeah. So. I'm like, all right.
I try not to use them.
You know
Yeah.
what's funny?
Yeah.
I sold a bunch of towel rooms on Tradery yesterday. I said, now watch, I'm gonna be picking up towel rooms like crazy because I finally sold a whole bunch of them. Sure enough, like I probably picked up 20 runes last night, and 12 of them were towels.
Yeah, Tail's it's not very rare.
It's
Most
like
people-
the
most
game
people just like-
realizes what runes you have and just starts bombarding you with the ones you have the least of. I did get a pull rune though.
Everybody likes $1.
Everybody likes $1. Everybody likes some crack. Wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, I made 2 skillers last night. I made a druid one and I made an offensive paladin one. The druid one also has 12% faster hit recovery. And the druid one has +6 to strength.
An Eton axe. An axe of the Eton. It's not ethereal. And it only has the 2 sockets.
I just got to the point I had so many gems again. I re-rolled some of my charms. And the second time I re-rolled this charm, it became a paladin skiller.
Macho. What is on your head?
Whose head?
Yours.
A flickering flame. Do not be jealous of my flickering flame. A flame that
What?
flickers. It is the flame. It is the flame. It is the flame that flickers bright. You know, sometimes people ask to join a kinship and they never join the Discord, or they like can't navigate the Discord properly, or don't read the rules, or whatever the reason is. Like, it's almost like having it set up the way that I have it set up is just the easiest way to sort out the people who are willing to put in a little bit of effort. It doesn't even take very much effort, by the way. It's actually pretty minimal, but apparently it's still too much work for some people.
I like the ones that message me and say, I read the rules, I agree. And then immediately ask me a question that's in the rules.
So, am I allowed to use JSP?
Okay, well, I'm just gonna kick you right back out.
Look at that large charm that dropped. It's kind of interesting.
Remember when I first joined, I didn't realize that tradery and JSP were not the same thing. I thought tradery was JSP.
Why would they be the same thing?
I don't know.
I don't. Why would they?
Well,
be the
I
same
didn't.
thing?
I wasn't familiar with either one of them, so.
But
it
why?
just
But why?
sounded-
But why would we call tradery JSP? And why would we? That doesn't make any sense. I'd be like if I said I'm going to Walmart, and you're like, oh,
We
he's
went
going
to
to
Kmart.
oh, he's going to Kroger, and you're like, no, I said I'm going to Walmart.
I wasn't familiar with either one, and I thought tradery and JSP was basically the same thing with different names.
No, not even close.
Not even close.
The only thing that drives me crazy about tradery is the lag.
Oh, it's super lag. Ain't nobody gonna say otherwise.
If you want to get a better experience out of it, get the app on your phone.
My personal
It
preference is just to
It
close
doesn't
it when
lag
it's
as
not.
much.
Close it when it's not in use. Don't leave it open.
Yeah, I don't leave it open, but
It gets
when I'm
even-
making trades, it just makes the game super
gets
slow, especially when everybody I seem to sell to or buy from wants me to go to the Asian server.
You always have to put your game name in first. If you buy something from an Asian person or they buy something from you, always put your game name in first and say NA, and they will come to you. If you don't put your game name in first, then they're going to put their game name in first, and then they're going to say, you come to me. It's something I
Wow.
learned, and it's super easy. All you got to do is just be the first one to make a game and say, come here. You don't even have to. You don't even have to have the game up. Just as soon as you complete the trade, go right into the message and just say, put the game name and then put NA, and don't even bother looking at it if they have their own game.
Yeah, I tried that yesterday, and they messaged me back telling me to go to the Asian server.
I would have said nope. Antlers. Poopies.
Swapped
Who swapped?
the tear zone.
Dang, it's already been an hour? What the hell? I ain't been paying attention. So now, ancient tunnels?
Yeah.
Not one of my super favorites.
I like it. I just
I don't
for a
like
group it's not good.
I don't like having to find it, and it's small.
It's too small for a group.
I'm gonna set up a swappy. I need a swappy
Good,
anyway.
I need to drop some stuff.
Alright, I got a really nice vampire gaze to drop. It's actually a pretty good roll.
You throw that in a shaft stop on a cow killer's merc.
Got that Grizz Caddy that nobody wanted last swappy, so I'm dropping it again. That really nice
I can't carry anymore.
pair of Viper Javelin ceremonial jabs. I also got a
Tell you what.
70% perfect lightning center.
All right, let's move away from the stash and start. whenever we
No,
drop stuff.
no, we gotta drop it all right by the stash.
No.
If I don't need this FK Hagens anymore, or do I? No, yeah, no, yeah, no, no, I don't need it. Let's see, what else do I got? I got some resers, some nice little res charms. Got a couple of them.
All right, who's dropping right at the stash? So stop it.
Not me. I didn't do it. Oh yeah, I got a bunch of amulets. I forgot about that. And some rings. Doot, doot, doot. Drop that teleport amulet. I got this really cool tele-ammy. I'm gonna link it before I drop it, just so people know it exists. Yeah, that beautiful thing. Even has a cool name. It's got Shadow Heart. I can't click on the stash. Let me click on the stash. Alright, I got a 3-socket doujink.
Impossible. I am overburdened.
Another decent amulet. There's the eagle horn. It's pretty nice for the melee zones. The zoni zones.
I am overburdened.
Oh, that's interesting. An ethereal Zacharim's hand. Alright. I never did check those mirror walks. I need to check those and drop mine on the ground. It's another all-res amulet. Angelic wings, a pally amulet. Some pretty sexy charms. I'm gonna drop these on the ground over here.
You need a reroll circlet.
I got a couple diadems. I'm good.
That's what I meant.
I got like 3 diadems. I need to actually just like drop one on the ground. I'm gonna drop one of my reroll diadems on the ground.
I'll drop this to the source one. See, the nat boots are better than mine. Yep.
Alright, let me go check my pally, see if my pally has anything worth dropping. There's a bunch of hellfire torches on the ground.
I need a upgraded source one.
What's up, Panzer Tank?
Mine's only a 13. Or 13, 12 resist.
Let's see how the Nintendo Switch is doing. Capture card, go! Look, 14%. Question is...
Somebody's dropping keys.
I'll grab them.
Oh no, the other guys were talking about keys last night. There's a chance.
boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna boot myself out. Doot, 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 doot. You have been booted out of BattleNet. Dropping items to trade. It's a swapping game. Take a penny, leave a penny. We do that all the time. Take a penny, leave a penny. This is what we do. And everybody gets richer because pennies for you. Take a penny, leave a penny. Gotta take a penny. Take a pick a penny, 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 boo. Change character. Boop, 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 boop. Create a game. I forget. You can make games with names. I just can't remember how. How do I do? How do I do? Do I how do? How do? Do 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 do. Can't remember how to do nothing. No, can't remember. It's been a little while since I booted up my Switch. Up here. I got a Nintendo Switch downstairs. I got two. I'm bougie.
I had 2 Switches, and then I gave my niece one.
The current ladder season is 6. Okay, well this was not what I wanted to do, so let's leave. I can't remember how you make a game, and actually make the name of the game. It's been a while. Create a public game, custom, password protected game. There we go. GGM. Boop, 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 boop. 1. Password 16. Boop, 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 boop. Create game. Alright, come get some stuff, Rosie. I'm gonna drop some stuff off for you. I got a bunch of little newbie gears. Got a bunch of little newbie gears for you. I got you. Erotha's helmet. Erotha's amulet. Erotha's gloves. Erotha's belt. I got you. Gray form quilted armor. Dang it. Drop. 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 It says L to open cube. Oh, there we go. Drop. Okay, what else do I got? I got some other stuff, I'm sure, for a little newbie character. What else do I got for a newbie booby? Little baby characters. Oh yeah, that's right. I got the belts. Dropped out on the ground. Oh yeah, are these better than mine? Need to compare. What's the compare button? 18, 17, 177, 10, 10. Oh yeah, these are way better than mine. Yeah, those are way better. See if I got anything else worth dropping. Says game is no longer available. Well, what region are you in? I don't know. I definitely have the game up. Boop, 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 boop. There it is right there. Game name GGM1.
Maybe they're on non-ladder.
That very well could be non-letter character. If you just created your character, you got to make sure that you choose the ladder option. Let's do this. Capital or non-capital doesn't matter. So when you create your character, let me see if I could show you real quick. Try to see if I can find a picture of it. I don't want to exit out of the game here. Welcome to the kinship, good God. So much going on. Clicking too many buttons. No, the items haven't gone poof. They're still on the ground. I might need to pick them up and relocate them to another game, though. Oh my God, will you get out of the way, Weave? Butt stinks. How about that? Stinky butt. I pick everything up. I don't have any of my buttons set up on this character on Nintendo Switch. I forgot you have to set up the buttons every single time.
To play on the Switch, did you have to buy another copy of the game?
You always have to buy another copy of the game.
That's how Blizzard makes money.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. I mean, if you go back in time to Nintendo days, and Nintendo made a game, and let's just pretend that Mario Brothers was on Nintendo, Sega, and I don't know, let's just pretend that PlayStation was around at that particular time period. Would you even ask the question, do I have to purchase Mario Brothers for all three consoles? You know the answer is yes. You have to purchase for all three consoles because it's 3 different versions of the game on 3 different cartridges. They make you purchase it on every single platform. It's always been that. It's always been that way. It'd be nice if it wasn't that way, but it's always been that way. It's never not been.
They
that
kind
way.
of threw me when they were like, you can add your BattleNet account to PlayStation. Yeah, I can access my PC characters on my PlayStation as long as I buy a copy of the game for PlayStation.
That's cross progression. Cross progression doesn't have anything to do with anything else. It's a completely different thing. Some games don't even support cross progression. Couldn't stand it. What was it? I tried to play. Was it? How the hell do I frickin' type in the frickin' game name and password? It's not create. Join doesn't really work because I want to join. That's not what I meant to do. It's been a little while since I've navigated this. Dead by Daylight doesn't have cross progression. Kind of pissed me off. You can play your account on Xbox and you can play your account on PC, but everything you had on Xbox doesn't transfer over to PC and vice versa. It's really stupid. Where do I type in the game that I wanna put it? I don't know how to do it. If I put enter private game, it just immediately enters a game. If I put create public game, that's not what I want. I don't want to create a game. So that doesn't help. If I go to the game list, that doesn't help either.
Can you add them as a friend and then just join on them? Or invite?
Probably. It might take just as long as doing it this way, though.
I doubt it.
There we go. That's it. Why you gotta make it so hard for me to type this in? You gotta put a whole conversation in here for the password and the game name. I ain't got a keyboard now. I do not meet the level restrictions for the game. Alright, Rosie. I know you're brand new to the game, so we're going to have to go over this together. Alright? When you create a game, you got to take this little checkbox off here that says level difference. If you don't take this little checkbox off that says level difference, nobody can join your game. So you're going to have to remake it, and you're going to have to take that little checkbox off before you create the game. Otherwise, the character that joins the game can't be more than a certain level difference above or below you. So, for instance, if you're level 1, then only up to a level 11 character can join your game, which, you know, that doesn't. I'm level 91. That's never gonna work. So you're gonna have to remake it without the level difference check mark. Yeah, they make it so complicated. Like, I don't understand why they need to make it so complicated. Just add a number 1 at the end of your game name, okay? Just add new to ladder 1. And then same password, and I'll just join that one. $10 later. Let's change the game name. Why am I doing this? Game is not available and no longer to join. Please try joining another game.
Wow.
You don't sound okay.
I'm not. I'm not okay. I'm gonna start fighting people. Yay, I'm here. I'm here. Okay. Drop. 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 Drop, 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 drop. Let's see. Drop, 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 drop. Drop, 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 drop. Good, I'm gonna dump all my runes on you. Drop, 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 drop. Drop, 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 drop. There you go. Have fun. Tons of stuff. Oh, you need more soul runes? Here, have more soul runes. How many more soul runes do you need? Because I've got about 10 trillion soul runes here. Hold on. Dang it. Keep hitting the wrong button.
Why don't you craft some rings?
There you go. Drop. I need more rubies. I don't got enough rubies. There you go. Here's more
I
soul
can give
runes.
you some rupees.
Rupees? I like rupees. Those are dollars. They're like dollars, except not as good.
I think I got maybe 6 of them.
That was a joke. It went over your head.
Rupees like Link.
Well, no, rupees are actually a real currency. I believe it's. I can't remember what nation uses rupees.
Russia? Or is that rubles?
Well, that's rubles. Also close. Russian rubles.
I got 5 perfects if you want them.
I will immediately turn them into doojangs.
Turn them into rings.
Do you want me to create a game? Because I think there's somebody in the swap group.
Boop, 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 boop. Oh yeah, speaking of the swappy, let's go check on the swappy.
There's one person here called Earth Dude.
India? It's India, yeah, India uses rupees. Alright, we're just about finished with this swappa-luppa-loppa ding-dong. The swippa-lippa-loopa-loppa ling-long. Swippy swoop, swappy swip. Radioactive swippy swoop. Does whatever swippy swoop can. Gonna tell everyone he's a man. Did Catnip not need the summoning skiller?
That's not my skiller. That's another one.
Oh.
He hasn't answered me yet.
Oh, well, there's
You
a
want to trade? You
there's
want to trade me for these perfects?
I mean, if you want to give them to me, yeah, I'll take them. I will craft them up. Everyone Googled that real quick. You guys didn't know that rupees were a real currency? Did you guys really not know that?
In Hyrule.
I did, but I couldn't remember from where.
Rupees are Indian currency. It's right here.
Except
They're worth very little amount, like comparatively to a dollar. Like 1 Indian rupee is basically like what is that? Is that it's not even 12 cent. That's 1. So it's 0.012, which is what? Like 1 penny, like 1.2 pennies. Yeah, it's like 1.2 pennies. Like one rupee is worth 1.2 pennies. So to get like a full US dollar, you need like, what is it, like 678 or 79? What is it? It's like somewhere around there. It's like 82, 83. That's why I said it's like a US dollar but worth less. It's 83 rupees to 1 US dollar. So it's a really weird conversion rate there. Anyway, if you guys want to come in and get some of this loot, the game name is GGM Swappy, and the password is Nacho Libre. That's right, Nacho Libre. You're welcome to take whatever you want. Drop some items if you want to as well. It is a swappy after all. You swip, you swap, you swoopity swip. Swipping and swooping and swapping and swipping. That's what you do. You swip, you swap, you swoopity swip. You swip, swap, swoop, swippity swoop. There's an eagle horn on the ground. That's a really good physical damage bow. There's a couple pretty good amulets on the ground. There's some skillers. There is some other pretty decent little doojangs. Gimmer Shred's a pretty good melee weapon. There's a Blackhorn's Face, good for dealing with those lightning immunes. A Demon Arch, which is really good for the throw barbs. It's a Buriza, which is a pretty solid starter bow for a fizz bow or elemental bows on. Tear Haunches, nice little town slippers, gives you the free vigor from your paladin. There's some, there's 2 pieces of towels right there. A amulet, or sorry, not the amulet. There's the belt and the mask there. There's also the Trang's armor, Griswold's plates for the pallies. Oh, yeah, there's Dark Sight Bassinet. I always like Dark Sight.
I threw that on the ground.
I think Dark Sight is a pretty sweet little helmet. It's got that % chance to make the dim vision when struck.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder how good that would work on my Paladin. You guys have never seen Nacho Libre? It's a movie. And nobody's showing up. Look at all this stuff on the ground. We can't let it go to waste. You guys better come up here and pick some of this stuff up, or I'm gonna come punch you in the wiener. Right in the wiener. It says failed to join. That's terrible. Yep, blackjack.
Blackjack.
Yes.
Testing, 128.
Is this working?
What's up, Wolfie?
How you guys doing? How's the season been?
Really good. And
Yeah,
you are
lots of fun.
And you are a fool who have missed it.
I have missed it so much. Is it almost over?
I don't know.
I doubt it.
I found a pretty ridiculous charm, so.
No.
Yeah, he's gonna give it to me when it goes to non-ladder.
Oh, nice.
I might trade it off for millions of dollars. How about that?
Yeah, don't listen to him.
That seems like a breach of kinship rules, and you'd have to like lose
I
kinship.
found it. I
Would have
found
to
it
disqualify you.
on my own. I found it. I was all by myself. I was all by myself.
Yeah, but he said he didn't care. He was just gonna give it to me anyway.
Oh, nice.
Nobody said
Sharing
that.
is caring.
Nobody said that. There was nobody said that.
Yeah, they did.
No, I don't remember.
Mind.
I don't.
In my mind, they did.
I don't remember anybody saying that.
I do. I dreamt it.
That's
And
awesome.
it's gonna come true.
That's cool.
Mozil Pally seen it, and he started drooling.
Do you think new character day in about 3 hours?
3 hours? What?
I'm still working.
I don't know. Maybe that's why no one's joining the game. Can you join the game, Chunks? Because apparently people are getting failed.
I was just
join.
in mode swappy. I was checking another one of my characters to see if I had something I could drop.
Yeah. Well, yep. Join it just fine.
Popped right in.
Are you on NA? It's North America.
Are you on ladder?
North America ladder.
make
Make sure
ladder.
you're in NA and you're actually on ladder. And the game name is GGM Swappy Nacho Libre. So many people like this season. We've had so many this season that literally think they're on ladder and they're not on ladder. And they keep trying to join games, but they can't join the games because they're not on ladder. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. That's right.
Do we have a trap assassin?
There's a couple trap assassins this season. Oh wow, +3 Hurricane with +2 Twister? That's a pretty nice little helmet there. That would make a pretty solid Delirium.
I think you have multiple blade assassins.
I need a trap assassin.
Where's the peep rubies? I see no peep rubies. Where are these rubies at? I'll take all the rubies.
I am overburdened.
I take all the rubies and I put them in the bank. Take all the rubies and I do some tank and spank. Yeah, I need to restart my interface. It seems like it's lagging up. Let me deactivate my Nintendo Switch interface too. Deactivate. Deactivate. Reactivate. Reactivate. Does D2R
So,
still
Josh,
have
you got an Enigma yet?
Yeah, D2R still has an active player base.
Do what, Wolfie?
You got an Enigma yet?
Yeah.
Nice.
Boy, Grook, I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna put shaving cream on your hand and tickle your nose and make you slap your face. Alright. I literally just put it that it was NA and he said, is it NA? Boy,
Nope, it's your.
I'm gonna paste this 17 times for you. Here, Grook. Well, make sure you read it. There you go. Look at that. You see that? It has all the answers to your questions, my friend. You see all those? You see all those answers right there? Look at all those beautiful answers.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Is it North America?
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
one more time, please.
I will fight
He's
you.
messaging me too.
What dial-up server am I connecting to?
Is it west or east?
Is this on land?
It's literally right here, my friend.
God, your chat is just spam.
Good. I spammed it.
It's Friday. Another weekend has arrived.
Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. That was a demon lump. Who dropped a Pompey's Wrath in here? You're fired. Fired! Oh yeah, let me drop this magic fight amulet here too. I don't want it. I just want to take a long, really, really long nap. That's what I want.
That's what I'm about to do, but not so long.
If I hibernate for like a whole year, is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing?
I just need a nap before I'm like fall asleep by key farming.
You know, it's funny. I never really fall asleep playing Diablo 2. I've fallen asleep playing Diablo 3. I kinda, like, sometimes I've fallen asleep with Diablo 4. Definitely fell asleep playing the last Epoch. It's odd that Diablo 2 seems to hold my attention so well when other games fail miserably. I mean, I can play Diablo 2 for, like, 24 hours sometimes even more, and still not lose my attention span and fall asleep. Meanwhile, I think I played Diablo 3 for like 3 hours or 4 hours, and I was literally already falling asleep when I was playing Diablo 3. That game cannot hold my attention to save its life. I will use all of your corpses for my evil plans. Deep within the Netherverse. The Netherverse. Benny Welton dropped the Pompey's Wrath. Benny, you're evil. Benny's gonna get to heaven, and at the pearly gates, they're gonna be like, "Oh man, you're totally such a good guy. You can come right in." Wait a minute. What's this about you dropping a Pompey's Wrath in a swappy game in Diablo 2? He's like, straight to hell, my friend. Straight to hell. Straight down to the burner. Then you're gonna get to hell.
He's gotta go get some fat loot.
They're gonna get to hell, and the guy at the door is gonna be like, "All right, let me see what you're in for." And he's like, "All right. You know, well, you look like you've lived a pretty good life." A Pompey's Wrath in a swappy game, straight down to the boiler room.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, because clearly he needs to get some better loot.
Straight down to the boiler room. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Do not drop Pompey's Wrath.
Hey, Gull Run.
That's a nice find.
Always nice to see color.
That's swappy game material.
Yeah, you missed out on Two-Handed Paladin and Fire Necro will be.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Were you zooming around?
Oh, I was running around chopping things with my big axe while I sing my choppy song. Chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, choppy, chop, 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 choppy, chop.
Choppy, choppy, chop.
Well, that
Choppy,
reminds me,
choppy,
you need to
choppy,
come
chop.
get your big axe.
What, you don't want my oath axe anymore?
No, it's just sitting there. I have nothing to use it for. Why would I use it?
Mm.
I have a Breath of the Dying Death Archon stack.
Thought maybe you would have passed it on to a budding young something or other.
Well, it wasn't mine. It was yours. You let me borrow it.
Did I sign that one? I can't remember if I signed it or not.
No.
Battle.
What I want to know if somebody dropped an Ondel.
I dropped an Ondals in one of the swappies.
Nice.
I did indeed. I love how my Merc is so Johnny on the spot to enchant things. Like, he enchants stuff so fast. I literally will be like in the process of summoning a monster with the revive ability, and he'll already have enchanted it. But that boy, it wasn't even alive yet. He's like, gotta be fast. Gotta be fast.
You ain't first, you're last.
Yep, if you ain't first, you last. Alright, let's see who knows their Ricky Bobby trivia. Who actually said, if you ain't first, you last? Who actually said that in the movie?
We going for actor name or are we going for character name?
I don't even need the character name. Just tell me who it was.
Will Ferrell was it?
Nah, it wasn't Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell was not the first one that said it.
Oh, that's right. It was
His dad.
dad.
It was his dad. Remember right when he left?
For career day.
He left him. He was like, if you ain't first, you last. Well, that was like the last thing he said to him before he left. He was like getting in the car to leave, and he never came back. He was like, remember, son, if you ain't first, you last.
Don't you listen to these loser teachers.
Yeah, don't you listen to those loser teachers.
They want you to go slow.
That's right.
You're a winner.
Beastmar Battle Hammer, 30% increased attack speed, 153% enhanced. Level 33 requirement.
What game are you in?
It's just GGM1. I started back up the Doogie. That's right, Lord Vogler. It was his father. See you when you're all grown up. Such a terrible father. You know what I really want to make, and it sounds stupid, but I really want to make a character that just has like every piece of equipment has like Frost Nova or Nova procs, or maybe even both on them, so that whenever you get hit, you just like it's like.
There's your axe.
My big old honking space axe. Okay, hold on. Gotta make
I like
room.
my
It's
stick
big.
better.
Takes up too much space.
My army. 3 hydras and all of my wolves are dead.
That's my lesser space axe.
No, not the bear too.
No problem, Rosie. Should have plenty to get you started online. Then you can play with other people.
Are you still on hardcore with the druid?
What's up?
You said hydras and a bear and a druid on hardcore?
Oh no, I'm not playing hardcore. I'm just playing the druid. My paladin died a couple days ago, and Woody was like, "Let's level together," and then he hasn't shown up. And by that I mean I've been asleep every time he's trying to do it. So I haven't made another character. This spirit thing just decides to explode whenever it feels like it. It's really annoying. More wolves.
So
Need
I'm
more.
I'm so very glad that I didn't actually go back and like full dive into the Diablo 4 ladder leaderboards. Apparently there was an exploit for the Diablo 4 leaderboards where you could literally just start the area before you actually started the area. So you could go in there, pre-prep everything, like kill the monsters, collect the keys, spawn some of the shrines, like the whole 9 yards. You could basically just like pre-prep the whole zone and then start the zone. And then with everything pre-prepped and having all the keys ready and everything, you could then start like with a huge leg up over every other player. And apparently everybody that hit like really high numbers on the leaderboard, basically all the people who were at the top of the board, were using the exploit.
That sounds perfectly fair.
And according to the article I read, the Blizzard's gonna like remove everybody who cheated. I'm not sure how the hell they're gonna know how they cheated or not, but apparently they're gonna remove everybody from the leaderboard that cheated. It sounds to me like they just need to restart the leaderboard entirely, but
There's an update trying to go.
Well, they probably need to fix the bug first.
Every time I swap these.
I mean, yeah. Apparently Rob has a video showing the exploit.
I can jump on things too, little Tomb Reavers.
Can jump on people's? How are you gonna jump on people's? Oh, you're on your bird there and your bird. Oh, there's
not
there
Wahid.
it is.
You jumped on me, so I jumped on
Oh
you.
my god.
Oh no, you should jump on him.
Get him, Big Bear. Yeah. Wow, my DPS is awful.
A druid's fun to play, it's just it kills slow.
All of my summons are gone. One frozen wave and half of my army is destroyed.
I always
What
feel
he
like
did.
the druid is just like the inferior version of like everything else.
But I like the big bear.
He's
I mean,
the red mage.
Don't get me wrong, I kind of like him, but the druid, but it's still whenever you feel it, you play it, you always feel like you're like the second best at everything that you're doing.
Yeah, he's the red mage. He can do everything. He can fight. He can tank. The heal. He just can't do any of them.
Well, like if you want a really good melee character, you pretty much just play a paladin or a barbarian. If you want a really good caster, I mean, you pretty much just play a paladin or a sorceress. If you want a really good summoner, you pretty much just play a necromancer. I mean, I don't really know what else to say other than that. Like it's not. He's not really the best at anything. That's why I ranked him so low on my ranking the other day. He's not even really the best hybrid either. Like hybrid between two different setups. He's a very poor hybrid character. It's mainly due to the fact that he has so many skill points that he has to invest to get anything working properly. Summoning tree requires what, 20, 40, 60, 80, like an 80-point investment to get anything really good out of it. Same thing with the fire and the cold tree, or the tornado tree, whatever way you want to call it. Like also same thing, like so many points to invest to get anything good out of it.
Yeah, the tornado they took down a lot. Because now you don't have to put points in Arctic Blast.
Yeah, but you might still want to put points in Arctic Blast for the stun duration.
Yes. That was
It's
an
good
awful
for
fight.
DPS and tornadoes.
What is my reward?
It's just, this area is so small.
It's about to be over in 5 minutes.
Ancient tunnels.
Yeah, it's just a tiny little area.
Let's go.
It's a little baby area for little babies.
I'll be back.
Overburdened.
Little baby.
Got 300 ED, but 2 undead.
An ocarina targe? A targe of ocarina?
I am overburdened.
Alright, game. Time to spend all of my mana reselling my whole arm. That will die to the first elite monster I run into.
Well, better than Necro.
I have trouble, like, I don't, maybe it's just because I just don't really think that way, and I don't really understand why people are constantly stuck in that way of thinking. But, like, the fact that that exploit came about so quickly, and people were literally doing it on day one, just kind of, like, blows me away. I don't understand people's propensity to want to find an exploit and then like literally just exploit the ever-living crap out of it like that. I guess it's just because I don't think that way, but it's just really weird to me to approach a game from that point of view, where literally you're always trying to find the next exploit, the next broken way to play the game, the next, like, it just doesn't seem like a very desirable way to approach gaming in general. I don't know why that community is so strong in any game, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it's fun to find exploits, don't get me wrong, but they seem to be hunting them down with the veracity of a 40-year-old woman who knows her biological clock is ticking and wants to find a man to make a baby with, like, before she can't have babies anymore. Like, it's really freaking weird, like, how desperate it almost feels like they are to find these exploits and abuse them. And then what did you really gain? Like, I don't even understand. Like, okay, you cheated the leaderboard. You got to the top of the leaderboard for a short period of time. Blizzard takes your name off the leaderboard, so you're not even allowed to keep your achievement. You're outed as a cheater. Hopefully there's some sort of, like, repercussion to it as well. I would like the people who abuse the exploit to be banned. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why they get away with it so much, is that Blizzard and other companies will literally be really soft-handed with this kind of stuff, and they fix the exploit but don't actually punish any of the people abusing the exploit. And so the next time an exploit comes up, they're more than happy to take advantage of it, because they know that from experience from the last time that there was an exploit, that there was no punishment involved for it, right? So they don't, there's no worry about it. They're like, oh, well, they didn't punish me last time, so who cares? I'm just going to do it again, because I got away with it once, and I'll get away with it again. And it seems to be basically the way that they're dealing with these things is almost breeding the people to do it more. I remember back in the day when I played MMOs and stuff like that, and people found an exploit, you were scared to even, like, engage in any activity that might help the person doing the exploit, let alone doing the exploit themselves, because you could get banned so quick for messing around with an exploit in, like, an MMO, like back, like, say 10 years ago. And it didn't take very long before they came down on you like a freaking sack of bricks. Nowadays, it seems like they're more interested in just, like, patching the hole and moving on than punishing the people who are constantly exploiting these things on a regular basis. I didn't exploit 100 burns, no. Offline is completely different than online. There's no correlation between the two. For instance, if you're playing GTA, 5, and you use the cheat code that gives you all weapons, all guns, maximum money offline, then that's one thing. But if you were to find a way to use that cheat code online, that's a completely different thing. Online games have economies. They have their own separate, rules. There are actual people that, like, go through the process of enforcing those rules, etc., etc., etc. When you're offline, you hurt absolutely no one but yourself. When you're online, you hurt everyone. Ooh, level 6 life tap charges. That's nice. A little socket in there, too. And besides, I haven't used a single one of those burr runes offline either. So.
Hello.
They're all still sitting in the stash. Unused. Unfortunately, it was exactly what I was afraid of. That the leaderboards were going to be basically ruined by exploits. I pretty much knew it was coming. I mean, I didn't want to say it out loud because I was hoping that it wouldn't be that way, but that's exactly what happened. I might have enough space to condense down these doojanks. You know, I was really hoping. I really was. I was really hoping that they had a handle on the cheating stuff for the launch of this leaderboards. I was really hoping that they did, because Diablo 4 kind of needed a win. Like they really did, and they did not get one. They did not. It was really quite sad. I mean, they fixed snapshotting before they released the leaderboards, which I was pretty excited about, because snapshotting is also one of the bugs that has been floating around for quite some time. But then, well, they didn't actually fix all the bugs, so we just ended up with another set of bugs. Really kind of makes me wonder what the hell is even going on over there with Diablo 4. I mean, we're finally getting PTR, but like, holy Jesus. Like, how many bugs are we gonna go through before they finally do something to make the game not completely broken every single time somebody logs in? It feels like there's always something wrong with Diablo 4. Always some sort of catastrophic bug, always some sort of like freaking catastrophic failure. Oh man.
I'm just gonna be quiet, not comment.
Might have missed your review video, but have you done a Last Epoch review?
No, I can't really do a proper review of the game because I can't freaking, for the life of me, get on to actually play it with any kind of seriousness. It's always there's always something wrong. Either that or I'm busy doing other things. I mean, the first time I played it was pre 1.0 and it was terrible, and then the second time I played it was still pre 1.0 and it was slightly better, and they fixed a bunch of the bugs. But it was still kind of, still some like horrible issues going on. And then I don't really know how to explain it. Like, the launch was literally like a flaming hamster running in a wheel. It was bad. It was really bad. And so I couldn't really make an assertion with that either, because that one was just absolutely terrible. So I really haven't had a chance to go back and play it since. Such a meh ring. I mean, I never hope a game is bad or anything. I don't like hope Last Epoch is bad, but of what I've seen of it so far, it's not the greatest. I think it got overhyped like crazy.
They always.
Good to see you.
No cursing. That's right. No cursing, Atari Diaz.
They told me it was Andy.
Yeah, Andy's popping up here in just a second, or it should already be up. Let's go ahead and burn a bunch of these soul runes. Soul rune. Take it easy. What is with these freaking blood rings always rolling so low on the life leech? Like, I keep getting blood rings that are like 2% life leech. I'm like, woo! It's got all res 8 on it, so I mean, it's not like complete garbage, but still not amazing. one's terrible. Again. I'll drop a bunch of these in the swappy. Let's do 3 more. I guess I'm out of jewels. No, wait, there we go. There's a bunch. Here's some jewelries. I don't know, I haven't really been looking into PoE 2, to be honest. I'll probably play it when it launches, but I didn't really like PoE 1, and I'm not really sure PoE 2 is going to fix that.
Just wait for PoE 3.
Guys, I'm so hyped for PoE 4. Get up, Grizzly Bear.
I don't know, some people were telling me that it's what's the term? It's basically just PoE 1 with extra steps. Like they're letting you kind of like keep a lot of your module, like the things that you've purchased, and it's not really, I don't know, like a sequel, you know, like 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 or whatever. It's like almost a completely different game. Like they're doing some weird stuff, like letting people keep upgrades and things that they purchased in PoE 1, and like there's carryover, and it sounds like it's literally just PoE 1 expansion disguised as PoE 2.
PoE 1.5?
So kind of like Overwatch 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, I keep hearing like these little things where people are talking about like how it's basically like a continuation of PoE 1 with extra steps. Like I don't know, if you bought extra stash tabs, you get to keep those. If you bought extra character slots, you get to keep those. If you like, I think cosmetics are even transferring over. Like it's.
Those cosmetics are really expensive on PoE.
I mean, I get it. They're trying to keep their players and like convert them and transfer them over to the next game because they don't want them to not join the next game, because that would be unfortunate, and then they would lose all those people switching over or whatever, you know, like I guess, but I don't know. It makes me less interested, though, because I don't really like the first game, so if it's just a continuation of the second game with some extra steps, then I'm probably not going to be interested.
After Andy, I'll have to go back to farming keys.
Ow. Is fire or lightning stork better for starting fresh? I personally really like fire stork. I think fire stork is one of the easier ones to make. Did you already kill my Andy in this game, Chunks? Oh, Chunks isn't even here anymore. I guess I should probably make another game just to be safe. It's more like going to different D&D editions I mean, some of the D&D editions had very little difference between them, so I guess that would definitely be similar. Some of them were very different than others, but some of them had basically no differences. Like D&D 2.5 to D&D 3 and D&D 3 to 3.5, pretty close together. There were differences, obviously, but they felt primarily the same. But like if you compare D&D 2.5 to like the newest edition of D&D, like it's pretty much a completely different game at this point. Guided arrow. You're talking about like a Strider Paladin? I don't know, you'd have to check with Cooley. I'm not sure which one of the Strider Paladins is more effective. Not a big PvP guy myself, like, not with the new meta changes and stuff. But I imagine either one of them would be effective. The main issue, of course, is negative resistance. I'm not sure which one would be better to bring down the negative resistance of the target. It depends on how you have it set up. Of course, you want to use a guided arrow bow, which means you're limited in options of choices. You could natively run the aura yourself. Just trying to think off the top of my head. I don't know. I mean, one of the problems with a Strider Paladin is you can't really get close enough for Conviction Aura. I mean, I think by the time you get close enough for Conviction Aura, the monster's probably, the other player's probably going to stomp on your face. So, you're in the unenviable position of kind of being native use. I would say native is probably your preference there. Native Holy Shock or native Holy Freeze. Another problem with that kind of PvP build is that if you include an Enigma, you can't use the aura and teleport at the same time. So you've got a pretty big lag time upon teleporting where you have to switch back to your native use aura. And it takes a couple seconds before it reapplies to your damage output. So your first couple shots might not necessarily do any damage. I mean, it's a little rough. What's up, Miles? Oh, look at all the Power Rangers down here. Go Power Rangers.
Terrorized Indario.
Killing her right now.
Kill a Bone Ash too first.
Somebody already killed my Bone Ash. He was dead.
Oh, you're running in a group.
No, I don't know. I don't know who killed him. He was already dead. I went down there. I couldn't find him. I thought you killed him.
I'm not in there. I just went back on.
I thought you killed him.
No, I feel like certain terrorists drop ones.
What the? That was a chintzy drop, Andariel. She just gave me a 1 small charm and a flawless skull. That was all she gave me. A small charm and a flawless skull.
Non-eth bone.
That was a rude, very rude drop there, Andariel.
That sounds normal.
I do not much. She didn't even drop me. No, she didn't. Like, she literally didn't drop me anything else. Like, it was just 2 items. It's very rare for me to kill Andariel, and she doesn't drop, like, 6 items. And even then, and granted, you know, a lot of the times the 6 items that she drops are pretty garbage. Like a ring, like a blue ring, or like a frickin', you know, like Cathin's ring or something, or something even stupider, like a town portal scroll, or like a little pylum or something. But she dropped me 2 items total. Like I rarely ever see her drop me just 2 items.
Good day.
She's a troll.
Maybe she doesn't like
She's
you.
troll.
today.
She doesn't like me apparently. I don't know why. I'm
Get
a
a
likable
big bear.
person. I got ginger beard and everything. Matches her hair.
No, all of my summons are dead.
You trying to kill Bill?
Trying is a very, very weak word. I am.
Yeah, he's the biggest roadblock for a druid.
Alright, I almost got him. Me and my 67% hit chance. Yeah! I got him. And a bunch of random items I'll never use.
I still think he trolls. I think he trolls us.
That's my second dragon shank.
Boy.
I'm just trying to farm levels right now.
What level are you?
35.
I mean, you could get rushed and go walk around in chaos and hell.
I could, but then I don't. Then I end up not playing the character anymore.
Very true.
Ugh. Have returned.
I don't like getting rushed. It's always crazy to me because you have some people who absolutely love getting rushed. It's like their favorite thing in the world.
They're like, rush me, daddy.
And then they come in and talk with me, and they're like talking about how much they love getting rushed, and I'm like, ugh. Like, you're talking to the wrong guy.
Ginger, I love being rushed. Can you rush me, please? I just want to indulge you.
Well, I'll walk you.
Oh no, I'm good. I would
I'll
really
walk you right through.
They just want the big, strong, powerful Ginger to show them around.
It's so common though, like for me to have conversations with people and they're like telling me all about the most amazing things, and I'm like when somebody comes in and tells me how much they love Enigma and how great Enigma is, and I'm like, go away. Thank you. Go away.
Well, it depends on the circumstances. If you're playing like your 15th character, then at some point I get tired of walking through the game.
I love walking through the game. That's how I find all the good stuff. That's how I found that charm. I was on my
Sometimes I
paladin,
like to-
running around murdering stuff.
Turn my brain off and just hit
My-
thing.
My general consensus on Enigma, or rather any type of like travel skipping device thing, doesn't matter what game you're playing. If you have a travel skipping device thing, like flying mounts, teleport, I mean, there's 100 different things that you could call them. My general consensus on them is this: if you can skip content, you will skip content, and just because you can doesn't mean you should.
So what about Leap?
Leap is meh.
Okay.
It doesn't let you skip as well as what teleport does. Like Leap will let you skip, you know, like a little gap or something like that, or like jump a little river. river of lava, but it's not going to let you like teleport through a wall onto the other side of the wall in a place where you can't normally go. I'm not the only one that feels this way, by the way. Like the frickin' what was it, the World of Warcraft? They kept making new areas, and the developers realized eventually, they're like, why are we making new areas all the time when everybody's just flying over them? Like, nobody's actually looking at the areas. They're just flying over the air. Like, we spent hundreds of man-hours, thousands of man-hours crafting these areas, and they're just flying over them.
That's how I feel about most FPSs these days. Right? All the developers make 50 million different types of guns and perks and everything else, and what do people do? They only run one gun or two guns, and they follow some meta.
Yeah, you gotta follow the meta, man.
It's pretty cringe.
It's always about the meta. Otherwise, you're at a disadvantage.
I scoffed at the meta in games like that. In Counter-Strike, when Counter-Strike was out. Not Global Offensive, I'm talking about like the original Counter-Strikes. Everybody was using freaking AWPs because AWP was the meta and everybody freaking loved AWPs. I had an M3 Super Shotty and I would literally snipe you from across the map with the M3 Super Shotty and make you cry with your stupid little AWP gun. I would literally dance in front of you, you couldn't hit me, and I would shoot you directly in the head at sniper distance with a shotgun. And do it multiple times, mind you, because usually when you hit somebody in the head with a shotgun at that kind of range, it doesn't usually kill them. You just hear the nice tink on their helmet and most of their health is gone. And you usually have to shoot them about like 2 more times, 1 to 2 more times before you kill them. And I would literally snipe people with the frickin' shotgun and laugh. It was one of my favorite things to do.
They're like, how the hell did I have an AWP Arctic Wall Pistol and I'm sniping at you from like 700 yards and you killed me with a shotgun?
And I'm like, I don't know. You suck, I guess. How about that?
I found a 35 ED,
So much
5
easier.
strength jewel earlier.
See, what it was in Counter-Strike, for those of you who don't remember, the M3 Super Shotty had a very specific pattern. You could actually shoot at the wall and see the pattern. So all you had to do was just aim down slightly and over to the left slightly. And the bulk of the pellets were always in this one little part of the pattern, like up in the top left-hand corner. And so you would just shoot at people with that part of the pattern, and you would almost always hit them, no matter what range you shot them at, because you knew what the spread was. I had memorized basically all the spread patterns, and I knew exactly how to shoot somebody at range with the gun.
Those are good times.
Nowadays, shotguns are terrible, like most of the time in FPSs. They either like absolutely destroy you, or they shoot paper confetti. I don't really know what to think about those shotguns in modern first-person shooters. They're definitely not the M3 Super Shotty from Counter-Strike. Just to give you guys an idea of how good I was with the M3 Super Shotty, I was in a clan back then. It was TKO, Total Knockout. One of the people who made maps for the clan literally made a map called YDoc 16's Super Shotty map. And it was literally a map that had like a pyramid in the center, and it was covered with shotguns. And everybody basically just jumped in and picked up shotguns and murdered each other with shotguns. The entire map was literally just a shotgun map dedicated to my prowess with that stupid shotgun. And it was great. I freaking loved it. Dude, I was on that map murdering everybody.
Fan braces.
I used to love the mouse maps too. You guys ever play the mouse maps? Where they basically like created a, I don't know, like the kitchen or something like that in a house, but they scaled everything up in size so that you were basically the size of a mouse, and then they put like little mouse holes all over the place. You're like running around on top of the refrigerator. Those were a little bit harder to snipe on because the distances were kind of insane. She got me 2 items again. She's just trolling me now.
Get him, bear. Yeah.
If at any point I like stutter with my words, don't mind me. I'm still loopy from that medication today. I was doing that earlier until I took a nap.
Well, hopefully you're not playing hardcore.
No, definitely not. No.
The hardest of course. A course
I
so
tried.
hard.
Tried that a few seasons ago. I woke up from surgery, came home, played hardcore, and I died probably within like, I don't know, 10 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I'm making a frenzy barb with the full bull catho set.
I don't have a turn in here, really? I'm pulling.
See if I can make it viable.
Alder's Helm.
I rolled a 31 spirit earlier in a spirit or in a monarch, and it has 7% ED in it. Kind of sucks. I wish I had higher def, I suppose.
Reroll it? Got some
Tempted.
hell runes?
I'm tempted to. I probably should.
Just see if anybody has any 4 open socket monarchs. They're probably plentiful at this point before you go throwing something like that away. 31's not terrible. I know the other is not the greatest, but...
Watermelon
Yeah.
Boy, for Poison Necro, you really want to look out for the 3-piece Trangs. Death's Web. Trang's Gloves, Trang's Belt, and Trang's Wing, which is the shield. And obviously Poison and Bone Skillers. Those are pretty good for Poison Necros. I mean,
I love the Trang set.
Pretty much anything with plus to skills, too.
Looking like a vampire at the end is really cool when you do the whole set. And then you hover on the ground and you don't have any traps, right? Right? Ground traps don't work.
I think the cool part about that set is that you can just switch into walk mode and you still won't walk. It's pretty awesome.
Because you're floating.
That's cheeky.
Yeah. You hit the float because you're fancy.
Oh yeah, big old bear.
Well, you really like that bear, don't you?
No, I am a bear. There's 2 bears.
You found
No
an F
bear.
Berserker's Axe? The best
There's
use
two
for an
bears.
F Berserker's Axe pretty much is Breath of the Dying, which is 6 sockets. So you just take it to Larzik and you just Larzik it.
Or death.
Death, you have to roll it.
Yeah.
My chance to hit's actually not as bad as I thought it was.
Honestly, with Death, you're better off with the an Axe because it's higher average damage. It's speed versus average damage. Berserker is faster, Death is slower. Berserker has less damage, but Atten has higher damage. Depends on what you're doing. Usually if you roll a Death,
Berserker has more range too.
it does. Which is not exactly a good thing if you're using Zeal or Fury or... I prefer the shorter range weapons with those abilities.
Yeah. Easy fight. There's the bone breaker.
Just be careful with those immune to cold and immune to physical.
Immune to cold.
On a summon druid, you have cold and physical. You're only 2
I'm
ways
a
of damage.
big bear slapping people.
He's a huge bear. Huge.
I am the bear. And I have
Flying through these Andario rooms.
My favorite thing about the bear is dropping him on people's heads. I call it the bear bomb. You just summon him on top of people's heads all the time.
It will kill them a lot.
Good afternoon.
I think that's the farthest I've seen Blood Raven actually like run around. It went all the way to the bottom right.
Am I related to Andariel? No, Andariel's family tree is something completely different. Andariel's a spicy lady.
She's a smooth, spicy lady.
Spiderweb sash is the wrong color.
I mean, she don't just got nipple tassels. She's also got chains running in between everything.
Them chains go down to her little goody-goody area and attaches there too.
Everybody always wonders why Andy drops all them rings.
She's a fancy lady.
Look, she's a forward thinker, okay?
You know what it is? They always take her out on dates, and they always end up giving her a ring, and then she's like, nah, this just doesn't work out for us. I'm sorry. And then she just eats them.
I need a key.
I mean, she's literally the maiden of anguish, so she wouldn't eat anybody. She would just torture
The
you.
maiden Angus.
She wants to see you squirm.
I mean, I ain't gonna complain, but hold on. I forgot your shirt. Let me pull it up.
I think she just dropped me a goal.
There we are. It is time. Hydration, yes.
Hydration.
Yep,
Let's just
gold
get
dagger.
no, that's not what I think it is. Meh. I thought I got a flash ripper. Meh.
What are you gonna do with the flesh ripper?
I thought I
Figure
got a
out
flesh ripper. It's not a flesh ripper. It was just a rare one.
But what are you gonna do with one if you get it?
I don't know.
His poison dagger necro.
There's other
I done
people
tried
who
to
would
give
like
him
a.
dagger.
There's other people who would like a flesh ripper.
Poison dagger only, hardcore necro.
I tried to give him a dagger, he wouldn't take it. He said, I don't wanna.
Ooh, a unique ring. Did I find a Soge?
Probably not.
A really bad
I
Raven
hope
Frost.
you did.
A 154 on the AR, 20 Dex Raven Frost. That actually would work really good for a, what is it? North Star Smiter. North Star Smiters don't need AR, but they do want high Dex for block chance increase. A 20 Dex is perfect for that kind of a build. Look, don't be looking at the streaks in my drawers, Miles, okay? Don't be looking at the streaks, alright? It's not polite to point out another man's streaks. It's not polite. That is...
How did you block my attack?
That is impolite.
I'm like 4 times bigger than.
Skill. I blocked your attack with skill.
It was only skill for a couple moments because I caved his skull in a couple seconds later.
Got a unique scourge. What is it?
Storm Lash, Storm Lash, Storm Lash.
Horizon Tornado.
Yep.
Butt Lash, Butt Lash, Butt Lash.
Well, right back on the ground.
I can't do that here.
What's with the charm? It's a fire sunder. Have you never seen a fire sunder before? Pepera.
Speaking of Sunders, Ginger.
Pepu pepu. What?
I found a nice little poison one earlier, sir.
Y'all think y'all so funny.
I mean, we're finding all this poison stuff for poison. Or poison
You guys should
dagger
make
necro.
one. You should make one.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, you guys should make one.
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys should totally roll a poison dagger necro. And then you'll know. Then you'll know my pain.
You know, it sounds to me like with everyone trying to give you poison dagger stuff, they may have agreed to make one.
I don't want the poison dagger stuff because I don't want
it's
to make
OP.
the poison dagger necro.
Best build in game.
Is that quitter talk I hear?
I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Poison dagger only, no summons.
You guys think whatever you want to think. I don't care.
Never back
I
down to
don't
what?
care.
Never back
Plus
down to
2
what?
combat skills, plus 1 battle command, plus 2 battle cry, plus 1 find item helmet.
Come on, I had him a 288 ED bull's dagger.
Dude, that would do like billion damage.
Can I help you?
Not really, because it didn't have no skills, but it would hit every time.
How may I be of help?
How viable would a poison dagger necro be on ladder start?
Wah, 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 wah.
I feel like that's the equivalent of being like an AFK bot on ladder star. The only poison dagger.
I mean, you definitely get all the gear.
Venom build? Ugh. Ugh. I don't
Yeah,
even
you
like
find
Venom.
Don't give him options, guys. Don't give him options.
I don't even
He's
like
committed.
Venom.
He's committed to the poison dagger.
Really good, I swear.
Just bug him until he does it.
Y'all making me sick to my stomach. Like, I'm actually sick to my stomach right now. Like, my stomach actually is like turning. Like,
Because
that's
of how
sick.
good the build is, I know.
Because of how sick I am, like, from you constantly.
Because of how
it's the sickness. It's like that sick. It's terrible.
Are you down with the
You're
sickness?
just thinking of the DPS numbers.
I am up chucking the sickness.
I think Disturbed made a song about that.
Die, bone ass. Your mama's a hoe. 2 minimum damage, 54 attack rating, 1 to 11 lightning damage, level 18.
Man, that's a lot of mods on that wand. 2 Necro, 10 FCR, 1 to revive, 3 to Iron Golem, 2 to Summon Resist. Mana after kill.
$2 after act completion. Giant axe. Is this the humongous?
Huge.
The humongous?
The humongous?
The humongous?
Humongous.
The
A
humongous.
superior crown shield. A terrible crown shield. Take a look at our terrible crown shield. Terrible crown shield. Terrible crown shield. Take a look at my terrible crown shield. At first I thought it was good, but it really wasn't good. Feels like Zeal misses more than it hits. I mean, you're not wrong. That usually has to do with, you know, like, in general, you having really poor attack rating. Which is common because it's very hard to know exactly how much attack rating you need because the character panel is a liar. It is a
And
very
once you
common
get Zeal
thing.
and Sacrifice and Fanaticism leveled up, then you gotta start pumping points into Blessed Aim.
Good day.
Let me just give you some numbers. So assuming that you do not have any kind of negative targets defense, you need a bare minimum of around 10,000 attack rating. Just to be just to kind of hit things like without having too many misses. And that's not going to guarantee you hits, but it will at least make it so that you're not missing all the time on everything. Like forever. For foe to get enough attack rating so that you never miss, which is impossible by the way, but close enough, you're going to need somewhere around like 15 to 20,000.
I was gonna say, isn't 25k like the sweet spot?
It's a lot. I don't think you necessarily need 25k. That's kind of overkill.
I mean, once you get up to about 16 to 18, you're pretty good for PVM.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I was thinking PvP. My bad. Yeah, PVM.
PvP even like 20Ks.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 25k is like that's a really sweet
25.
spot.
25, you'd be better off swapping some charms out for life.
I guess depending though.
It depends on. I guess,
Trust in
like,
the chunks. He does tons of PvP.
it depends on like, I guess what gear I'm wearing at the time. If I'm running 65k defense, which I can. You might want
Which I can. Little humble brag there.
I would probably never run that much defense.
When you're in PvP and people can one-shot you, which is very likely. It doesn't matter how much HP you have, doesn't matter how much defense you have. People can one-shot you really easily, and having a defense prevents them from hitting you. So if they can't hit you, they can't one-shot you. Defense is very important in PvP.
Well, that's just saying 25k attack rating. I'm gonna hit right through that. That's the only thing. I mean, I've been PvPing for years. That's all I did in LOD. I still do.
But to hit 25,000, you've got to sacrifice a lot.
Not
You're not
necessarily.
hitting 25,000 with like the same amount of life, defense, and other things. Even damage output is going to have to suffer a little bit to get that high.
Well, if we're
Depending on your
talking,
charms, you can easily hit 25 with Angelics, Leviathan, Charm Rune in it.
Yeah, but Angelics itself is a sacrifice.
And
You've now sacrificed both of your ring slots and your amulet slot for AR.
the only thing you really need is just
Death Cleaver.
an E-Fools. That's what you really need. That'll take care of the majority of everything.
Or Death Cleaver.
Yeah, but EDC doesn't have attack rating on it.
No, but it has negative defense.
I'm not sure negative defense works in PvP, Chunks.
It does to a point. I mean, even the minus 25 is good.
Ignore doesn't.
Yeah, ignore target's defense doesn't do that, but minus 25 target defense, it does. Honestly, though, I still prefer. I'd probably say, yeah, you'd want.
But we're not.
Because we're PvP, you want a lot of.
We're getting off track here. We're not talking about PvP. We never were talking about PvP, by the way. We were talking about a PvE Zeal Paladin. And for a PvE Zeal Paladin, you need at least 10,000 attack rating, or you're not going to be hitting much of anything. Unless you've got negative targets defense. And if you have negative targets defense, then you can roll a little bit lower than 10,000, depending on how much you have. But you're still going to need a large amount of attack rating to get a decent hit rate on Zeal. My suggestion would be at least 15,000 on a PVM Zealer. I totally went back to town to put my Geeds in my stash. Totally forgot to put my Geeds in my stash. I just found a Geeds. I can't pick it up because I already have my Geeds in my... Let's see what my Geeds is. Is that better than mine?
I have
Attack rating is
I have
also...
30.
Attack rating is also very deceptive because if you hold your mouse over it, it tells you, it's like, you have this percent chance to hit the monster, which is a lie.
Yes,
it doesn't tell you the truth. It's a straight up a lie, and you shouldn't trust it, not even a little bit, because it's more often than not when it shows you that percentage, it's not taking into account a lot of different things. It doesn't take into account your negative target defense. It doesn't take into account your negative target monster defense per hit. It doesn't take into account the level of the monster in correlation to your level, which is a whole calculation in and of itself. And basically, it also doesn't take into account things like dodge, avoid, and evade. It doesn't take into account block chance on monsters. Like Bale has a huge percentage for block chance. I think it's like a 50% block chance or something on Bale. And like by the time you're finished with everything that's going on in the background, that calculation is dumb and stupid, and it shouldn't even be there because it just makes you think you have enough attack rating when you really don't. So the numbers that we're giving you is the number that you need to have a decent hit rate, like within the game. And that calculation that's written on the thing doesn't mean nothing. Don't pay attention to that stupid calculation. It's wrong. Now, if you have negative targets defense, depending on how much you have, you can get away with a lot lower. But do keep in mind that it only works at half potency versus bosses. And it's really important to remember this because a lot of people will think, be like, I can hit just about everything, and because they got like conviction, or maybe they're running I don't know, like negative 50% targets defense on something, and they think they're good. And then they get to the boss, and it's whiff, 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 whiff. And that's because negative targets defense doesn't work very well on bosses. It's half effective on bosses, and you're still going to need a pretty large amount of attack rating for bosses in general. I usually recommend like a Demon Limb on any melee character, because Demon Limb gives you that sweet enchant bonus, which is really nice. It's always nice to have a Demon Limb on swap for melee characters. How do I feel about +3 enchant Ormus? I mean, if you're running enchant and you want a higher level enchant, then +3 enchant Ormus is good. It's not really good to run like full time. You use it as pre-buff. That's usually what you do with it. It's a pre-buff item.
I'd also kind of recommend a lot of Deadly Strike for Zealer.
Yep.
Deadly Strike strong.
Well, any class that doesn't have access to crit usually wants to pull in Deadly Strike. Druid, Paladin, melee necros.
Is that you hinting your next?
Melee necros. I didn't say poison dagger. I said melee necro.
That's what I'm saying. Are you?
I didn't say.
Are you? You're making a melee necro.
What about ITD? So ignores target's defense will work versus trash mobs. It doesn't work versus anything other than trash mobs. So that's all you really need to know about ITD, is it works versus trash mobs. It doesn't work versus anything else other than trash mobs. It's absolutely excellent versus trash mobs. If that's all you want to fight is trash, then I guess you'll be fine. However, if you fight anything else other than trash, you are SOL. Another problem with ignores target's defense is that ignores target's defense doesn't actually guarantee you a hit at all. It just simply removes defense from the calculation, which means that level penalties, block chance, dodge, avoid, and evade, all that stuff still is under effect. So you can still miss with ITD. It's not like super duper. It's not the best thing in the world. I used to think it was the best thing in the world when I was a kid, though. I remember I always wanted ITD on everything. I wanted a jaw rune so I could put it in my weapon just so I could have ITD. I remember this. Little did I know I would have been better off with an Eth rune for the negative 25% target's defense, which would have been more effective in general. But I didn't know that, so. I was just a silly little kid.
You never put the jaw rune in the weapon, did you?
Well, I never found one, right? So.
Just making sure.
I mean, if I had gotten one, I would have.
I would have done it.
I mean, back then, I was convinced that ITD was the way to go. That was the way. You didn't need attack rating. Like I didn't even have to worry about attack rating. Like, to me, like a little kid, I was like, oh man, you mean I don't even have to have attack rating? I can just put ITD in the weapon and just move on with my life? I'm like, this is great. The reality of it was not the case, but...
Go, Big Bear.
There's one thing better than Big Bear. Two Big Bears.
I am also Big Bear.
Oh, big bear. He's a mighty big bear. He's a mighty big bear indeed.
I wish you could summon 2 grizzlies.
Yes, ignore Trash's defense. Yeah, they should just change it to ignore Trash's defense instead of ignore Stark's defense. Then it would be more clear. God, little ankle biters. Quit biting my ankles. I don't like it when you bite my ankles.
Hell.
Okay.
Tisket, a tasket, multi-flavored basket. You wish Paladin had more passive skills on the tree like the Amazon. The Paladin does have a lot of passive skills. He's got the passive resistances that he can gain through Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shield, or Holy Shock, or rather the resistance auras for each one. He also has the Blessed Aim passive as well, which is amazing. And honestly, I would technically count the Holy Shield as a passive ability too, because pretty much every Paladin takes it, and once you get enough points, you just cast it and, like, move on. I mean, it's not even really that big of a deal. Paladin's the one class other than the Amazon that actually does have some decent passives. Oh, autocast with a 7-month subscription with Prime. That's a lot of months of subscription there. That is impressive. He is sticking it to Bezos. See, you other guys aren't sticking it to Bezos. But he is. He's sticking it to Bezos. 7 months of sticking it to Bezos. He's getting his Prime money back. Oh yeah, and Paladin also, I totally forgot. Paladin also gets the passive bonus for extra defense from Holy Shield, from Defiance. So if you got extra points to spend, you can always throw them in Defiance to give yourself extra defense. People poo-poo on defense, and they say defense is
trash, and defense sucks, and defense is the worst stat ever.
But when you have a character with like 35k defense, and you walk around, like, ain't nothing touching you that's got melee or ranged. you don't get hit by nothing. Like, there's a 5% chance they can touch you, and that's like about it.
Uber Andy.
I don't know, it's 35k is a lot.
She still had a 60% chance to hit me with 25k.
Honestly, I think you can get even higher with like the Barbarian and stuff. Like if you run the Iron Skin, the Shout, and then you throw like a Fortitude on, you get like 3 different ways to increase your defense. I can't remember like what the cap is on Barbarian, but Barbarian can get that freaking defense so high, hardly nothing in the game can even touch him.
You could always run Stone at Secret Armor.
So the Ubers probably have like an innate % chance to hit you above your defense because of the level penalty. So you would have to be level 99 along with the defense bonus. and you probably wouldn't get hit. It's because you're not close enough to her level that there's the innate penalty of her being able to hit you. She's, what is she, level 110, I think? I think it's 110. I had to look it up. I know the Ubers are 110. All the Ubers are 110. I don't remember about Lilith. Let me pull up Lilith. Lilith is also 110. Yes, so she's also 110. So for you to bypass most of that penalty, you'd have to be as close to her level as possible. So you'd have to be like level 99 or at least close to level 99, so that she's not so far away from you that you're getting penalized for like a I don't know exactly what the penalty is, but I know it's pretty rough. Because good lord, it's so hard to hit the Ubers with a melee character. That's why everybody uses smiters. If you ever go in there and actually try and hit her with just like a regular melee attack, or any of the Ubers with regular melee attacks that require attack rating, it's really difficult to hit them. You're going to see a lot of X's. Is Mavina's belt the only one with faster run walk? I believe it is, because that's the one I used on Sanic to Hooch Hag when I made my faster run walk character.
I have an idea for a weapon I want to use on a Fury Druid. I want to make Last Wish and a Thunder Maul. Just for the fun.
That's a big bada boom.
Very big. I thought about it earlier, and I'm like, you know, at this rate, do I care about repairing? No.
Is that for a Fury Druid?
Yeah. Do you have like another recommendation for a different character that could maybe like use a better?
Well, I was just thinking about with Fury Druid. I think the biggest bada boom is Decapitator Axe, right?
Let me check.
Everybody's been talking about Decapitator Axe with the appropriate equipment. Decapitator Axe hits the highest average damage and damage output in general, because it's like the highest damage weapon with the lowest speed or something for the druid, and then you have to make up the speed to hit faster. But it's like a... I just remember a couple people going over it, and they were going into detail, and I think Decapitator ended up being the biggest one.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was gonna say
Decapitator.
Can't make Last Wish in a Decapitator?
No,
No,
it only
they
rolls
did.
5 open.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. Or else I would. That would be absolutely I mean, you can roll it in.
Well, if not a
glorious
Decapitator,
axe, or a champion axe.
If not a Decapitator, then what about an Archon set?
Can't make it an Archon set either. It can only roll in axes, hammers, and swords. So I can make it in a champion axe, a glorious axe, a thunder maul, colossus blade, phase blade, ogre maul, berserker axe, and force spike.
You can make it in a glorious axe?
Yes. Let's see. The range on that is 3.
I think the glorious axe might beat out the thunder maul. I'm not sure. Let me look at him real quick on Area Summit.
Well, it does 60 to 124. The thunder maul does 33 to 180.
So glorious is an average of 92, which is One of the highest in the game underneath of the Decapitator. See how the Decapitator is an average of 93?
Yep.
So it's slightly less than the Decapitator. And if we
But
compare that to the Hammer...
The Thunder Maul. I think the Thunder Maul is the highest average, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong.
106.5.
Yeah.
But there is
normal
attack
speed
on Last
20.
Wish.
So it's a 20 base.
Yep.
And Glorious Axe is a 10 base.
And Glorious has a range of 3 with 50 durability. And the Thunder Maul has 60 with a range of 2. So, I mean, both are really great options. I don't know.
You're gonna have to run a lot of attack speed everywhere else.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But,
yeah, it's
I
going
mean,
to take a lot of attack speed to make up for the 20 on the Thunder Maul.
I'm like, I've never tried it. I mean, I guess, you know what I'll do is just play around with it on the single player. Create something, see if it works.
I would probably just look up the Decapitator builds. See if there's somebody that's run the Decapitator build, see how much IAS they need. Because you're going to need more than the Decapitator build, so you're going to have to look at that, see how much IAS they use, and you're probably going to need even more. Spicy. Yeah, get my Rowran. I don't know though, I was looking at the Glorious Axe. The Glorious Axe does have a much higher minimum.
Yeah, it does, yeah. Well, I could also roll it in a champion axe as well. But Glorious might be the way to go.
I think Champion is the faster base. It's not the big bottom boom base.
Right.
That's the one I used on my Paladin because it was a lot faster.
Yeah.
But that's because there's no way for me to get enough attack speed. I'd never be able to use a Thunder Maul, for instance. Like, it's just way too slow on the Pally.
And it requires a lot of friggin' strength.
I mean, it's not exactly a downside. The strength requirement does force you to build strength, and then that also, in turn, forces you to have a bonus, the bonus damage, because you get 1% bonus damage per point of strength. So, forcing you to build strength is not exactly a bad thing. It just means you're going to hit even harder.
Right.
It's kind of the same way I feel about weapons that have really high dex. I'm like, it's not really a bad thing that they have really high dex, because it forces you to build AR. So, it's just going to fix your AR problems. So you don't have to run so many charms, and you don't have to run so much, you know, like ridiculous AR equipment. It's not needed, JPrec. That's the problem. With Vengeance, I already hit so hard that most of the monsters die in one hit. I don't need something that kills a monster in one hit by like 4 times. And that's really the issue that I ran into with the Vengeance Paladin when I built it, because I tried some of the higher damage options, and it just didn't really work out well. Like, if I attack slower and I dish out more damage, that's good if I need the more damage. But most of the time when I was playing the Vengeance Paladin with my setup, I was literally one-tapping most monsters. So it came down to, like, why was I running such a high damage weapon when I'm one-tapping everything? And then it occurred to me, I'm like, okay, well, I don't need to run such a high damage weapon if I'm one-tapping everything. I do need to run a faster weapon so I can one-tap everything faster. And so that's where I basically ended up. It's not the same as running a physical damage character. Like, when you run physical damage, there's a lot of damage reduction. You need, like, as much damage as you can possibly get. Most of the time you can't one-shot nothing. I mean, I hate to say it, but even his, like, Lash with Wish Thundermaul, he's probably not going to be one-shotting things. It'll be close. He's got lots of Crushing Blow with it. The Might Aura will be nice, and he can stack on some other damage modifiers too, but, like, he'll be running in there and he might hit him a couple times. Vengeance is completely different. The way that Vengeance works and how I can reduce the resistance of the monster down to 100% on multiple elements, dishing out literally like 14,000 damage in 4 different elements, most of the monsters can't take it. There's absolutely no way that they can take it. They just immediately disintegrate. What's up, Drinky Crow? Thanks for the $50.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of just a fun little build. I don't expect to... I expect I'm going to be doing, obviously, huge damage, but a one-shot thing's most definitely not. That would be nice. Alright, that might be it. You know what?
Yeah. Even in P5, one of the biggest issues with running a really slow weapon, JPreg, is that you can get stuck without being able to attack. It's happened to me a couple times. So if your weapon is too slow and you get decrepified or wholly freezed, or you get stuck in like a little faster hit recovery loop or whatever's happening, and you can't attack quickly enough to actually hit the target before you get interrupted again, you can end up in a situation where basically you can't fight back. And so if your weapon is too slow, you literally will not be able to fight back. And as a paladin with no shield, very limited armor capabilities, you don't want to be ever in that situation. You never want to be in a situation where you can't fight back. And you will be in that situation if you pick a weapon that's too slow. I've been in it on tons of characters. I've played around with like barbarians, druids, paladins, all sorts of stuff. And if you can't bring your weapon up to speed quick enough, like for instance, let me give you a really obvious example, which is Duriel. Duriel has Holy Freeze. When you go fight Duriel with a really slow weapon, he can actually interrupt you in the middle of your swing before you complete your swing. and completely prevent you from being able to do any damage whatsoever to him.
Just run concentration.
Frickin' Drinky Crow's trying to get me to say a bad word. I see your bad word. The growing knees of the magical. I see the growing knees of the magical. I see them. I'm saying it backwards on purpose. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Faith Merc is terrible. I hate running Faith Mercs. I've tried it. I've tried it on multiple characters. Unless it's a ranged character that I'm running the Faith Merc on, I can't stand it. It's terrible. She never keeps up with me. The aura does not, doesn't have the appropriate range. My character is constantly changing his speed up and down. She dies, and then I'm stuck at a really slow speed. I don't like it. If I have to rely on the Faith Merc to get my IAS breakpoint, I can't stand it. I feel like most people who play around with it as melee characters and try out a Faith Merc usually come to the same conclusion I do, which is it sucks. It's great when it works, and it's terrible when it doesn't. And it doesn't a lot.
I've only ever really used it on a Wind Force.
And it works great on those because she stays with you because you're both ranged. Yeah. If you're both ranged, it works out good. But if you're a melee, it doesn't.
Lets you hit that break point a lot easier, fastest break.
He called me a cheater. What's winning, by the way? Friday night gaming, Saturday morning cartoons, sleeping in, pizza night, same thing. Friday night gaming is winning. Oh, man. I don't know, I'm a bit more pragmatic when it comes to mercenaries. Like, I like mercenaries that are alive and part of your group, and they're useful, and but at the same time, I also realize that there's a very good chance that your mercenary is not going to be able to survive certain content. Like, for instance, Ubers. So, if I'm relying on my mercenary to hit a certain IAS breakpoint, and then I go in the Ubers and my mercenary dies, then I'm now no longer able to hit my breakpoint. So I'm now stuck at the crappy breakpoint instead for some of the most important content in the game, basically. Like the content where I actually need to be at my breakpoint. Like that's the tough content that I would actually like to have my breakpoint for, and I don't have it. Or like Duriel, and Duriel like pimp slaps your merc out of existence. Now when you're a Zon, it doesn't really matter as much because as a Zon number 1, you usually have a Valkyrie. And number 2, your mercenary is usually hanging in the back with you. So, he's usually safe. Usually.
Okay. I've made this work. I'm just gonna have to do the calculation to see what breakpoint I'm in here.
Remember that skill IAS is more powerful than regular IAS. So with that build, you might actually want to have a hustle on swap.
That's literally what I'm using. I'm using a hustle.
And get the burst of speed. Because the burst of speed skill IAS is going to bring you up higher.
Oh, I was using that on my armor, actually.
Well, the armor doesn't have burst of speed.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to... I could use both.
So what you do is you put it on like a really fast weapon. Just it doesn't matter what it is. You just want it to be really fast. And that way you can just proc it and then swap back. So you just want to like use it, proc it, then swap right back to your main weapon.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna combine both hustles, the armor and the
probably
how you just said.
Probably something like a man catcher hustle would be a good idea. Because it's 20, it's a negative 20. So that way it doesn't matter like what speed you're going at. You can build your proc really quickly and then you can just swap back.
Yeah. So I ended up using High Lords, Lying of Hands, some like dually strings, but I went for Nosferatu's coil for the 10% extra increase attack. But yeah, other than that, yeah, this it works. I tested both weapons, and yeah, the T-Maul is still performing better. It's really crazy because using the hustle with that evade on top of whenever I get smacked, fade procs, and just everything is just, oh my god.
Well, the evade on the hustle only works when you're moving.
Yeah. This is just, it's satisfying though. Actually works out, that's crazy. Well, here's the answer.
You might also like Fortitude. Fortitude gives you the defense proc. Defense is massive on characters like that don't have any defense.
Right.
That's why a lot of druids would use Ribcracker, because Ribcracker has a 100% defense increase.
Who's the bear?
No.
Death boards.
Bear's fine. Countess is just being bored. Boring. Butthead. Not cool.
Not cool.
Not cool. Very unepic.
Ginger made it to Act 2? Yeah, I think I made it to Act 2. Oh, you made it to Act 2. Nice. Congratulations. Ow. Rude. Oh, that's not where the chest is? The chest was over here. He's a rude operator. Up we go. What's my gear?
Go back.
Doojanks. Doojank. Stop being rude over there. I will pop all your corpses.
I need mana.
No, I don't want your +1 curses, 39 live GC.
Are you sure?
I am sure. I don't care if it's a +1 curses, 45 live GC. I still don't want it.
Gasp.
I need mana.
You were heartbroken when you picked it up. You shouldn't have picked it up. You've now been cursed. All rest 30, superior crime. And Burgess. Slurp from the well. Die, Moon Lord. Nobody likes you.
So, earlier I found a superior man catcher. Unfortunately, non-ethereal, but 14% ED with 1 AR.
Somebody might
4
want that for a
open.
self-wheeled Infinity Zone.
That's what I'm saying. 4 open, I'm like... And then I found a 5 open man catcher to make obedience. And I found a superior matriarchal spear with 3 to jab skills, 6 open, 13% ED, increased maximum durability by 15%. Not sure if that's worth holding on to.
My eyeballs hurt. I have hearty eyeballs. I need some potions. Alright, next game.
This is madness.
Alright, I'll be back. I'll get some food.
Alright. I already ate. I had stuffed shells. And they were delicious. My stuffed shells were nutritious and delicious.
Oh hey, I got it deleted.
Someone in the kinship talked me into getting Taco Bell.
Who would that be?
I believe that was Boomstick.
What's the matter? You don't like Taco Bell?
Oh no, I did. I absolutely got some.
What's the matter? You don't like diarrhea?
You might regret it later.
No. Medical issues.
Butt pirates.
So, kind of stuck with diarrhea for life anyway.
Oh, I've already
So
had
does-
diarrhea for life, so.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So, it's like, either way, I mean, kind of doesn't affect me anymore.
Die, Pindle, your mom's a hoe. Aw, he dropped me a yellow dust shroud.
Did you want a brown one?
I wanted a gold one. I don't want brown. Nobody wants brown, nothing. It's gold.
Maybe the colors on my monitor are off.
Good
You want to find a video for my quick running barbarian? His name is Sanic the Hooge Hag. Sanic the Hooge Hag. Okay? It's really simple, alright? I don't know why you can't remember that. It's so simple, even a caveman would know it.
Gotta go fast.
Not to be confused with Sonic the Hedgehog, okay? This is Sanic the Hooge Hag. Copyright TM.
Question, Ginger. What would you recommend to socket the Bull Cathos swords with?
I mean, they're non-eth, so God runes aren't really important. I mean, I don't know. Something to enhance their damage, I would think. Maybe like an Ohm rune, or like if you're really trying to make a Bull Cathos build, like they're your weapons. So it's kind of like your main source of damage. You can get Deadly Strike elsewhere. A lot of people like to put low runes in their weapons, and I don't understand why. Because you can get Deadly Strike from high lords. You can get Crit Strike from your passive. You can get Deadly Strike from other places. But like you can't get more damage on your weapon easy. So probably like an Ohm rune would be my guess. An Ohm rune in both swords, just so you can get the damage as high as possible. Do they have any rolls on them?
No.
You could probably try and get like the best rolls if there are.
No, unfortunately, they just roll what they roll.
I mean, there's no knockback on them anymore, so at least there's that.
Right.
Let me look at him real quick. Let me feel him in my hands. Also, the other thing with dual builds, or dual weapon builds, is that anything that you put in one doesn't affect the other. Like in terms of, like, say if you did put a low rune in one of them, it doesn't affect the other one. It's better to get your Deadly Strike, your Crushing Blow, and your Open Wounds from other sources when you're using dual wielding weapons. Because otherwise you'll end up with only one of the two will actually have the source. So like the Bull Cathos set has 20% Deadly Strike on the full bonus, which does apply to both weapons. Which is nice.
They both have 20 ice, that's why I was thinking maybe shale both of them, but...
You also get 200 fire damage now. They bumped that up. A lot of damage to demons and damage to undead in there as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, you could stack on Laying of Hands, you could stack on the Chains of Honor also has a large amount of demon and undead damage. Where's the actual set? I was trying to look at the set. Go to my video. Well, Cathos children. Oh, look at my sick thumbnail. My thumbnail's sick.
Oh, I checked that out this morning. That's an older one. Still got knockback on it.
Yeah, before they remove the knockback. Well, you
Yep.
do get 35% crushing blow on one, so that's not too bad. You get all resistances as well, which is not terrible.
They both have 200 ED, so can't go wrong. Both 20 IAS.
You got plenty of life leech too, like 10% life leech on the set bonus goes to both blades.
It's got 200 attack rating too, so that's pretty solid. So that's what you still recommend, home runes in them?
Yeah, I mean, you just want more damage output as much as you can get.
Okay. I'll roll with that then.
I was thinking something else too. The lack of crushing blow and like deadly strike and open wounds on the weapons. You also might want to go with
G-face.
So I'm not sure if you've decided on what like attack ability you're gonna use.
Probably frenzy.
But so between the two, between frenzy and double swing, they're both basically the same ability. One just lets you run really fast, and the other one doesn't. Double swing has its own benefits. Mainly that double swing doesn't require any IAS really, for the most part. It actually usually hits the maximum breakpoint with relative ease, which frees up any kind of increased attack speed that you might need. Because with frenzy, it starts out slow, and then it builds up to a maximum like attack speed increase, and then you actually still need attack speed to hit the maximum breakpoint for your IAS. Double swing, for some reason or another, starts out like at the same speed that frenzy is when it's fully stacked. So without any stacks at all, double swing is usually already at the speed that frenzy is once it finishes building up full stacks. And it also costs no mana.
Right.
So one of the benefits of this, and I was thinking about it because I'm looking at it, the two weapons aren't exactly the best things in the world. But if you go with an ability like double swing as opposed to frenzy, which you can still like 1-point frenzy and utilize it for like run walk speed bonus if you want to, and like build a couple stacks or whatever. But you won't have any mana cost. You also won't have to worry about increased attack speed. So instead of running a whole bunch of increased attack speed equipment, you can focus on instead running like deadly strike equipment, your open wounds equipment, your like crushing blow equipment, so you can cap those things out. Like run a G-face, for instance, and then you could run, say, like an ED jewel in the helmet, maybe with something else nice on it instead of IAS. You should be able to hit the breakpoint, but like your max IAS breakpoint with double swing really easy. And then you stack on your crush and blow, your open wounds, and everything else from your other pieces of equipment. Like you're probably still going to want to use laying of hands also, so you're going to lose crushing blow there. So your only 3 crushing blow pieces are going to be your helmet, your armor, and your boots. And you're obviously going to lose a lot of IAS by using your armor and your helmet slot for crushing blow and open wounds, etc. So like, I don't know, attacking really fast, it would be nice to have a high amount of crushing blow, especially since the weapons themselves don't have the most damage output.
Right.
Not entirely sure.
Well, I do have a nice 35 ED 5 strength tool I found earlier. So I could slap that in a G face. That'd be nice.
I mean, another option is, well, they're kind of expensive as all get out, but 15% IAS, like ED jewels, as opposed to Ohm runes. If you're having trouble hitting the breakpoint, the IAS breakpoint, it would make it easier to hit the IAS breakpoint. I'm also not sure, like, with the way that the two weapons are two different types of weapons, and I think they're two different speeds. I'm not sure if you're going to hit the breakpoint on both weapons, or if there's going to be some sort of difficulty there. And you need lots of, you're going to need lots of attack rating too, because there's not a lot of attack rating from those weapons.
Impossible.
I might recommend Metal Grid. Angelix is a nice compromise until you can get it, but Metal Grid with a good Ravenfrost is a really solid combination for attack rating. It's like 455 AR on the amulet, and then of course you get the massive AR that comes from Ravenfrost, and then the Canopy Frozen. And then you're open on the last ring slot for whatever you want.
Yep.
Because you got life leech from the set, so you got 10% life leech on the set. If you use double swing, you don't need mana leech. So so you basically have just a free ring slot to do whatever you want with.
I was thinking maybe just like a BK or something, even like a max damage craft ring or something.
I mean, it could
Or,
be,
sorry,
it could be
min-damage.
anything. You could try and get like something that beefs up your damage output, like a min-max, yeah, like a min-max ring with like AR on it, or.
So the mythical sword has a speed of 0, and then the Colossus blade has a speed of 5.
So they're close.
Yeah. Very similar. Yeah, my plan was to run Lying of Hands as well. Ravenfrost. If I can find a rare ring with minimax damage.
I think G-Face is going to be like almost a mandatory choice for that character.
Okay.
Because you don't have any crushing blow really on the set, just a tiny bit on one sword, and you don't have any deadly strike really as well. So I mean, you get the critical strike, and I think you may or may not want to run High Lords. Not entirely sure. It depends on whether you actually need the IAS or not. Like I said, Metal Grid might be a better choice for the AR. And then you could get yourself a little Iron Golem companion too. It's actually kind of fun. The one, if you have shouts, which you probably are going to have shouts, you're going to get you'll get a pretty beefy Iron Golem that'll actually stay alive. But what does that bring you up to? Like if you're running the passive itself gives you like about 30%. You've got 20% on the blade, which they don't add up additively. But if you run G-Face, what would that get you to? That's 15, and then you're probably going to be running Gores, which is another 15. That's 30. So you get 30, 20, so that's 50, plus the 30 base. I mean, you're pretty much sitting at that point, 80-ish. Like, it's kind of hard to calculate it exactly, but you're near 80%. High Lords would put you over the top and sit you around somewhere around 100% chance of deadly strike. The 35 CB on G-Face plus the 15 on Gores. I mean, you're looking at 50% there, and then you also have the extra percent chance on the sword itself, the one sword. I mean, that's a pretty decent CB chance also. I mean, it would certainly work. I don't think it's not going to work. Hey,
Right.
one point wonder, like whirlwind too, so you can whirlwind around and be mean to stuff that way.
Yes. So double swing. So does frenzy doesn't do more damage than double swing?
It does.
Okay.
It's just slower. It's much slower when you start, and it's still slower even when it reaches its crescendo. It's weird. So play around with them and actually see. You'll probably end up liking double swing better.
Okay.
The 0 mana cost on double swing is also really neat. It doesn't cost any mana at all. And
at level 9, yeah.
And it basically just you'll never be in a situation where you're like, oh, I'm out of mana, I can't attack. You can also stack it with frenzy. So because the two are synergies for each other. Like, it doesn't matter anyway. If you build double swing, you're building the synergy for frenzy. And if you build frenzy, you're gonna have double swing. Like they basically go hand in hand.
Yeah, I think I would do maybe just 1 point for fun. But yeah, I'll probably use double swing for sure.
And you can still build frenzy stacks with double swing. You just do 1 point frenzy, and then you just build some frenzy stacks, and then you can just run around like a crackhead. You'll have enough plus the skills that even just like 1 point wonder and frenzy, it's still gonna give you bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think your main problem is just going to be attack rating. You're going to have a hard time hitting the attack rating numbers that you need to, Oh, wow. Wow, I am on fire for charms today.
Holy crap.
Look at this beautiful thing I just got. I'm going to post it in chat.
That's pretty beautiful.
Look at that beautiful thing. Yeah, see, if you build it offline real quick and like play around with it, you can see how much attack rating you have. If you're not hitting over 10k, you're gonna have issues. It does have some attack rating on it, but it's not exactly a lot for the set. I mean, that's another consideration, is instead of Ohm runes, you could put F runes for the negative target's defense, lowering your overall requirement on attack rating.
That is a very good viable option as well.
And much cheaper.
Yes. Quite cheaper.
You can always hell them out later if you want to like up the damage output. You might also consider Rimward for that build as well. Just so you have a massive amount of damage, physical damage reduction for while you're attacking. I don't know if I don't know if you have like any kind of other amp source. I mean, you could go with like a Reaper's Toll Merc or something like that. Get to level 5. Where's the chat that I posted the drop in? It's in Discord. It's a D2R ladder chat. The kinship D2R ladder chat. Just got a 39 life shapeshifter. That's pretty expensive. Not quite as valuable as the one I found earlier, but still quite valuable. such a beautiful charm. Look here, Champion Snake. I would appreciate it if you'd stop shooting me in the face with your stupid little bone spears. I always thought it was so cool that they made it look like the bone spears were coming out of the snake's tail.
Impossible. I can't.
What about?
What about what?
I was thinking like logically, what if I just bird one of the weapons? But well,
The problem with that is that you're still stuck with. Like,
yeah,
it
the
only
attack
applies to
rate.
one weapon.
Right.
So you gotta burn both weapons.
Right. Yeah, that's why I was just like, maybe not.
I mean, if you burn both weapons, then you've got a little bit of crushing blow there, and then you swap your other items out for something else.
I was just leveling up a bit in open fails, and someone asked if anyone had a spare Annie, so I gave him one, and in the next game he gave me a 1611 Griffins.
Such a kind soul.
A true friend. I wish him the best in his leveling.
The truest of friends.
Ooh, man.
Oh yes, my favorite language.
Do you still need a Hexfire, Kiko?
No, I ended up finding it. 2 hours. I was actually typing it.
You found it one?
I'm using it. I'm hitting people with it.
That's so rude.
I need a key.
I found one like an hour after you asked last night, but you were already gone.
I probably went to sleep.
A beautiful hex fire. Doo-doo-doo. I know how we can break BattleNet. Just find me a way to grab map IDs online. Cooley's coming in with the hot takes over here. He's like, look, we can do it. Alright, Cooley, since you're here, I'm going to let you in on what I've been working on, alright? So here's what I've been working on. So we know that the variables are manipulatable, right? But it's difficult to work those variables online because things change too much. So like the maps change and everything is different every single time, right? Well, because of the seed codes, right? So this kind of goes into the whole thing that you're talking about right now, which is trying to figure out what the map IDs are so that we can take advantage of stuff. Well, I'm approaching it from the other side, which is how can we take advantage of the stuff without knowing the map seed code. All right. So here's what I've come to as a conclusion for this, and there are certain things within the Diablo world which stay static. No matter what seed code you're on, no matter what game you're in, no matter what difficulty you're on, no matter how many players are in the game, there are certain things that stay the same across all seed codes. And one of them, for instance, and this is just one that I've noticed, is this body right here, this dead rogue, is always here, no matter what game you're in, no matter what seed code you're in, no matter what, right? So this particular variable stays the same no matter what seed code you're in. And so what I kind of decided is that if we could determine like a pattern that would give us something good from this particular corpse, we could potentially utilize that to essentially test online whether or not we could manipulate this corpse into dropping us what we want, because this corpse always stays the same no matter what seed code we're in. Like when you go to Lower Kurost, it doesn't work as well because Lower Kurost changes, right? So like my little infinite burr trick doesn't work in Lower Kurost because you can't do the same exact thing every single time to get the same exact result, because the super chests are always in a different place, right? So they're never in the same exact place every single time. And so you can't really have the same exact variables occur every single time you go to the super chests, because you can't control where the super chests spawn in each seed code. So my idea is basically to limit the variables as much as possible by using things that do not change. So there are certain things within the game that just do not change positions. Some of them, like we've been testing out various variables to find out like what isn't changing. These little corpses right here, like this corpse right here, is always here no matter what seed code you're in. Same thing with Kuros Bazaar. There's always a corpse here no matter what seed code you're in. In Upper Kuros, there's always a corpse here no matter what seed code you're in. And it seems to be this way throughout. Same thing with Travancore. No matter what seed code you're in. Of course, Travancore is always in the same place, and I just got my butt handed to me because I teleported in the middle of Travancore. Mighted Trav pack over here getting wrecked.
Ooh.
Oh, now I gotta get now I gotta get my body back because I was close to leveling. Exactly.
What can I do for you?
Coolly. I think that static variable will help us understand what's going on. And I need a rescue in game GGM 8. I want my EXP back. Come help me murder Trav and get my body back. Please. Please.
Which one is it again?
GGM 8.
Right.
But anyway, the thing is that since that corpse is static, and since you can always click on it in every single seed code, you could potentially run all the seed codes, figure out exactly what the corpse drops in each seed code, and you could potentially know the seed code that you're in just by simply clicking on the corpse. And I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but it would be close enough that you could probably figure it out. I was testing it earlier, and it like one thing that you can do is you can just start in Act 1 with the seed code, walk directly to Inner Cloister, click on the corpse, look and see what it drops, and you would know exactly which seed code you're in by what falls on the ground. I mean, I can come out there with you, but I don't know how much help I'm going to be. I can put some curses up. I got the negative resistances. Let me put my Fire Sunner in my cube for the moment.
Get myself powered up.
Oh, they mited. They mited. They got the might aura. I teleported right in the center of them like an idiot.
If you got Decrep or Amp, that'd be even better. Because this is the Blade Assassin.
Oh, it's the Blade Assassin? Okay.
Yes.
Let me pull out the Amp just for you.
And
I'm actually pulling them away from my corpse right now using my Fire Golem. I've got like 3 of them over here.
Oh, wrong waypoint.
Here, once I get my corpse, I'll show you what I mean.
My body. I need my body. Slurp.
Oh, he dropped me a hit.
where are you?
Yay, I got my body back.
I like my body.
Excellent.
My body's so nice. It's so pretty.
All res 20 Necro Head with nothing else good on it.
Yeah, my poor poison necro's been rather neglected because this one's much more fun to solo with.
Oh, you see my ridiculous charm I got, Cooley? You gotta check this out. My chair is very beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Look at this. Look at this freaking ridiculous charm I found yesterday. I'm super excited about this. I think this thing's worth a lot. I'm pretty sure it's worth a lot. It's like finding three 2020s, but it's pretty. It's not perfect. It's 64 AR. It could have. I think it goes up to 76, but it's pretty darn close to perfect, and I love it. I love it, and I want to kiss it, and I want to call it George. Here, let me hop off on single player real quick, and let's play around with this. So so this corpse, if you go directly to the corpse and you don't pass go and you don't collect $200, you can tell what he drops. One of the problems is, and this is one of the things that I've encountered, is that the corpse sometimes just drops nothing. Apparently, and this is actually really interesting because I was unaware of this until we started testing this, is there are certain drops that just give you nothing. So depending on the variables or depending on the seed code, when you click on the corpse, it could just be a no drop roll, which gives you nothing. And because it's a no drop roll that gives you nothing, you're kind of just SOL for that one. I mean, you could mark down like this seed code gives you a no drop roll, but then again, there could be like 1,000 different seed codes that give you no drop rolls. So in that case, with those particular seed codes, you might not be able to determine what's going on. But rather interestingly, even if you do get a no drop roll in that seed code, there is a way that you could potentially still determine the seed code by a secondary method, which is, so for instance, let's say you go to Intercloister and you click on the corpse and it's a no drop roll. Well, what you could do is you could go somewhere else first, like jail level 1, change one variable, and then go to Intercloister and then click on the corpse, and it will drop you something else. And it might not necessarily be a no drop roll. So you could potentially change it from a no drop roll to try and figure it out, and you could just make it into a rule, like, well, if it's a no drop. But then the problem with that is if you're online and you click on the corpse and it's a no drop, you don't get another chance. You don't get another chance to check it, so that wouldn't work at all, would it? No. It would not work. Unfortunately, I think we were really like going through like all the variables. There's really not a lot of static things within the game. Chaos Sanctuary changes. There's 2 different variations of Chaos Sanctuary, and that doesn't work. And most of the stuff in there changes location. I was thinking maybe there was like this thing at River of Flame sometimes, but it doesn't. It's not always here, which is an issue. So when you come to River of Flame, it's not always going to be there. What are the other options? I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to figure it out exactly what's going on. But if you spend enough time and you just harvested data from this Intercloister corpse, you could probably correlate the seed code with each individual like attempt. You know, like this particular seed code that I'm on right now is, you know, you'd go in here and you'd take a look real quick, and it is, you know, Scroll of Town Portal, Crude Serpentine Arbor. So then you know that this particular seed code gives that, and then like, so then you would exit, I don't know, you just type in a different seed code, right? So like I boot back up BattleNet. We go in here, modify the seed code. So instead of, you know, like 6.3, let's just modify it to 6.4. And then done. Open it back up and then try again. And you could literally have like a spreadsheet of like all the different seed codes and like what each seed code drops when you click on the thing. And so you would go there, that would be the first thing you would do, is you would go and click on the corpse to find out what seed code you're in, and then you'd cross-reference it on a list. It would take some time. I mean, you'd have to literally like have like a bot run every single permutation and like catalog all the different results in an Excel spreadsheet. Let's see what it is in this one. So in this one, it's a cracked staff and a cracked longsword. Okay. How many seed codes are there? I think somebody said there was like 68,000 or something. It's not actually as many as I thought. I thought it was a lot more than that, but I guess it's not. What they rely on is they actually rely on the variables being changed by you as you go through the area. So every time you change to a different zone, it changes the result. So for instance, if you go to Intercloister first and you click on the corpse, then the corpse will always drop you the cracked longstaff and the cracked broadsword. But if you go anywhere else first before you go to Intercloister, it changes the result, and that's something that we've been able to manipulate. So if you go to Catacombs first and then you go to Intercloister, it no longer drops you the cracked longsword and the cracked broadsword. Now it drops you the superior axe and the crude great maul, and you can repeat that, like figuring out the algorithm of how it does things. So like I'm gonna go to Catacombs and then go to Intercloister and see I can repeat the same thing over and over again by going to the same place each time.
Since Act 1 changes, could you increase your chances by figuring out a certain path, and then based on whatever map for Act 1 you get when you load up, you can just try that one?
I mean, you could correlate the Act 1 like direction, like exit direction, with the loot, which would probably help you refine down which one it is if there's duplicate entries. So for instance, if you go to Intercloister, you click on the rogue and it's a cracked longstaff and a cracked broadsword. Well, there might be 1,000 different seed codes that give a cracked broadsword and a cracked longsword, or like longstaff. So what you would do is you could correlate that with the direction that the Act 4 or Act 1 map is in. So like for instance, if you load in and it's bottom right and you get the cracked longstaff and the cracked broadsword, but then later on you load in and it's top left, but with the cracked longstaff and the cracked broadsword, then you know it's a different seed code than before. So for it to be the same seed code as what I'm running right now, you would like add in an additional variable and say, okay, well, I got that set of items and it's also bottom right, so it's got to be this seed code, and so forth and so on. I mean, what it really comes down to is once you start to get an understanding of the variables that don't change, you can then use the variables that don't change to figure out the variables that do change. And that's kind of exactly what we're doing with offline, is by locking the seed code, we're making the variables static. And then we're able to use those static variables to figure out what the hell's going on. Well, there's no way to do that online, or at least we didn't think there was any way to do that online. But now that we see that there actually are some things within the online version of the game that don't change, that are static across all seed codes, we can actually use that to slowly figure out which seed code you're in. I would almost think that, and I hate to say this, but map hack probably as well. I'm not really a big fan of map hack, but I would assume that the map is based on the seed code, and comparing the map directly to like some sort of like database of maps could potentially also result in knowing the seed code as well. Like you would have to have some sort of computer program do that, though. There would be no way for you to do it manually. But you would basically just have like a database of every single map's seed code, and then the computer program would just simply look at the maps and compare which ones are the same. And then as soon as it sees that you have an identical map structure as seed code 699875, it would go, okay, well, you probably have seed code 699875, and then it would automatically know that you are in that seed code. Yeah, well, map hack will get you banned too. So there's a lot of people got banned using map hack. I mean, not to say that what we're doing right now isn't ban worthy, but theoretically, it doesn't require any third-party tools. We're just building a basically a spreadsheet of known good seed codes and then like correlating things. I mean, it would take time, but eventually you'd be able to like be like, oh, I'm in seed code 699875. Well, there's a burr rune in the lower Kuros chest. If I like dance like this and touch my nose and like fart in the air as I'm moving toward the chest, and you like go over there and you get the burr rune, and your friends are like, how the hell did you do that? And why were you dancing in a circle and farting? Like, shut up. That's how you get this burr rune, all right? I know the patterns, okay? I've also been trying to see opposite. I've also been trying to see if I can just get something good to drop from this thing. I don't think it is patchable, to be perfectly honest. I'm gonna type it in. I don't think they could ever patch it. I mean, they could randomize it. They could like switch things around a little bit, and they could change the seed codes or something, and then you'd be able to figure it out again. But I don't think they would ever be able to patch it. It's too ingrained in the way that the game works.
Kind of like counting cards. It's not cheating, but they still don't like it.
Yes, we're basically counting cards. Exactly. Yeah. You and Davis Rodriguez said the same thing at the same time. See, look, no drop roll. That was, what was that? Black Marsh Stony Field, or was that Black Marsh Cold Plants? It's interesting because you can literally get a no drop roll by variables, which is pretty mean. I thought no drop rolls were actually rolls. They're not rolls. They're actually just, it's actually just a variable, like a slap in the face. See, I can get a no, well, I was bolts that time. Did I go to Stony or Cold Plains? I think it was Stony. Exactly. You still have to figure out where the good drops are in the seed code to be able to exploit the seed code. However, Cooley is going in a completely different direction, by the way. He had a completely different idea. And I think I can sort of sum up Cooley's method. So he's going with a completely different way of rolling rune words. So what he's thinking of doing is basically this. So he goes into a specific seed code, he rolls a specific rune word, like a grief or something like that, right? Or a Breath of the Dying, and tries to get like a 400% roll on a Breath of the Dying, or whatever it may be, right? He finds a seed code that literally gives him a 400% roll, which is possible. He was testing it earlier, and he basically was able to guarantee certain rolls by testing certain seed codes. If you could then guarantee that you're in that seed, like if you build a database of seed codes and you could guarantee that you're in that specific seed by doing basically what I'm doing right now, you would then be able to guarantee a perfect roll on a grief, or a perfect roll on a Breath of the Dying, or like a perfect roll on a frickin' faith bow. And that kind of power is pretty ridiculous. I mean, everybody here already knows like how much like a perfect grief is worth, or a perfect Breath of the Dying, or a perfect faith bow. They're insanely valuable. Well, if you could somehow make it so that you could get, you know, a perfect frickin' grief like every single time. I mean, not only would you devalue the grief market, but you would also at the same time have some pretty crazy power in your hands. And only you would be capable of it, because you're the only one that knows the seed code and the method to be able to spawn that particular item, so you could take advantage of it as you want. Perfect grief for a Lemrune.
Even like perfect spirit monarchs on like day 1 or 2 of a ladder start would be worth a lot.
I have the power.
That's what people do when they have 10k hours in Diablo 2. I mean, honestly, it's just really interesting to dive into. There's so much fun stuff here to play around with. I still try to get this stupid corpse to drop me anything other than garbage, though. It seems like this static corpse, I don't know if it's programmed this way or what, but the static corpse does not want to give me anything other than garbage. That thing is looking at me all kinds of ways and does not like me at all. It gives me like golden bolts and like cracked sashes, and it ain't giving me nothing good. And I've tried tons of different variables, and every single set of variables still gives me trash. Like, I'll try doing like multiple waypoints, Ariat Plateau, like going back and forth between like Frigid Highlands and doing like the loop-de-loo, and it still gives me garbage every single time. I'm really hoping eventually I can find a specific pattern that works with it, that gives me something good, but like have like a freaking low rune pop out or something. Like I totally expect like a low rune or like a burr rune or something to pop out of it at some point, but it never does. I'm not sure if it's because this particular corpse just doesn't have a pattern that drops the low rune, or if I just am not finding it. Like I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, that was a no drop roll. Poopies. Charge people to come to your seed to craft their rune words.
Hey, Drax. 10-12.
The other thing is that according to the guy that we were, talking to on that post, he kind of made it seem like if you could find the correct number of variables to add or the number to stack, that it wouldn't matter what seed code you're on. Like, it would just always reach the same number. And I don't know what that nth number is. It would take some time to figure out exactly what it is. Theoretically, if I stack the right number of variables, that corpse should technically drop the same thing every single time, no matter what seed code I'm in, because I'm reaching the same variable result number, or the nth number, or whatever. And I don't really know exactly how many it would take to reach that magical number that's the same across all seed codes, but probably more patience than I've got. Tried to find the burr rune in my last seed, and you never did. I don't know why not. It's super easy to find. I can find it for you right now. Let me change my number back. Boop, boop. This is the seed code right here. Let me do it for you on live camera, Matt. Hello, Ma. Flamin' Cheeto. Not every action. All right, Matt, you watching? This is it. I'm gonna show it to you right now. Traveling call. Lower cross. Teleport. Skeleton corpse. Click on the armor stand. We got a bonfire trophy. Click on the walk-in rack in the chest, and we did it wrong. We're too slow. I need to go a little bit faster. Ow, why you guys are so rude? Oh, and I need keys too. I got keys? Oh, I got keys. Okay, good. Alright, hold on. We're gonna do it again, and I'm gonna get it right this time. I was too slow. Hold on. Oh no, wrong one. Stop trying to eat me. I don't like it. I don't want to get eaten. I didn't get the amulet there. I must have done something wrong. Let's see if I still get the burr rune. Boop. I do not get the burr rune. I did something wrong. I don't know what I did wrong. Am I too fast? Am I too slow? Hatchet means I'm going too slow. That's what the hatchet means. The mithril point means you're going just fast enough. You can still get it with the hatchet. You just it's rough. Dang it, I'm not getting the amulet. Why am I going too slow? Do I not do a little teleport? Let me try adding in a teleport here or there. See if I can speed it up just a little bit. I seem to be missing the mark. Could also be my mercenary running around doing whatever he wants to do, being an idiot. Which is often the case. Ow, punch me right in the eye. Yeah, I'm getting an axe. That's like completely wrong. That is completely wrong. Why am I doing wrong? Let's see, what do I got? I got 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. I got 75. I'm a little fast. Let me try taking off my boots. See if that does it. Speed seems to be a factor. How quickly you load the chunks seems to be a small consideration. Look, I can't do it on camera. Look at this. It's not as easy as it seems. Okay, still got the mummified trophy. Nope, still got the axe. Ow. Speed it up a lot. We'll see if that works. Nope. Did I put the right seed code in? Maybe I put the wrong seed code in. Hold on. Let me verify my seed code. Oh, last Bulbasaur. Thank you for the membership, my friend. I was messing around with the seed code earlier, so I may have fudged it. I may have fudged it. Let me just copy the seed code from my original Doojank.
Did I hear fudge?
Fudge. Delicious. Beautiful fudge.
Like the fudge sandwiches you told us once before that you made?
Yeah, they're delicious. Peanut butter and fudge. What's wrong with that? Ain't nothing wrong with peanut butter and fudge. I'll po. Okay? I was po, and I was hungry, and I was po. Alright, have a good night, Rosie. You know, I often wondered if the variables changed by the day, like if it was based on date. I wonder if maybe it's based on date. Like, for it to just stop working. Just because, like, it's a certain time period. Because it definitely seems to be not working anymore. Unless I'm just doing something wrong. I mean, I'm getting similar results to what I normally would have gotten when I was doing the burr rune thing, which is interesting to see. So I can pretty much call out exactly what's happening up to a certain point, but then once I get to that point, things have changed a little bit too much in the direction of not the burr rune, which is interesting. I still have the freezing, the holy freeze vulture, which is, he's always there whenever you're doing the burr rune run. I also still have the what's his name? The little mighted guy. There he is, Raft the Howler. He's the freezy one, and then there's the mighted one too, which is, I can't remember his name. Where you at, mighty boy?
Starts with Doom.
I don't think it's Doomhead the Hammer, because Doomhead the Hammer usually has the conviction aura. This one's Snot Eater the Mauler. Where's dude? There's two of them in here though. That's not just Snot Eater the Mauler. There's another one. Raft the Howler. Where's the third? There's a third elite. They're always the same every single time because I keep the variables very close. Did I adjust my players count? Oh, yeah. Thank you, TGIF. That could very well be it. It might just be because my player count's wrong. It's supposed to be 7, player count 7. We found out players count has a strong effect on it as well, on what actually falls. I farted. You guys didn't hear it or anything, but I thought you would want to know. You know, it's a guy thing.
Was it warm?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Warm. Not juicy, though. Not juicy. Oh, there you go. There's the amulets. Ah! Oh, they gonna kill me so dead. They almost got my booty cheeks. Oh, he almost got my booty cheeks, too. Oh, look, there's a burr rune. Look at that. Beautiful burr rune. And I'm almost dead. Let me get the burr. And then I run.
So that's what it was. It's just your player count.
Yeah, it was player count. I forgot to change back. I was doing all my testing on P1 because I wanted to check that corpse. And obviously you can't check that corpse like with P7. That's not how it works. Where should I put this burr rune at? I should socket it somewhere. I'm going to put it in my my head striker sword. There you go. Look at that. Beautiful. I'm gonna die this time. I ain't got enough HP to survive. I need a healing potion, please. Ah.
Save me from myself.
See, I was too fast because I was trying to stay alive. Ooh, they got potions.
No, you forgot to hit the small little chest outside of the hut.
Yeah, I was teleporting. I love doing this trick because every single time there's always somebody in chat like, no way! There's no way! Wait a minute! This is you. Wait till I show them how I can manipulate the actual stats on the item to give me exactly what I want. That'll really blow their mind.
Here we go.
Here's Johnny. Oh, I got the Ella Blade and the Shamshir. That means I'm too fast. I was too fast. I was a fast boy. Let me put my boots back on. Cause I was messing around with it earlier. Cause I thought I was messing it up. I wasn't messing it up. I was just on the wrong player count. Plus the boots will help keep me alive. Cause I'll be able to run faster and the monsters won't be able to smack my booty cheeks. You no smack my booty cheek. You no do the smacky smacky. Ooh, I got a grand charm.
I can't carry anymore.
I don't got any ID scrolls or nothing. I mean, controller could be a slight issue, maybe. I want to identify this. 1 to 2 cold damage. That's terrible. I gotta get the burr rune to drop at least twice. I'm getting rusty. This is terrible. My hacking skills are being depleted by lack of use. My rusty hacking skills. I dodge those with my head. You guys see that? It's great. That's how professionals do it. Now this isn't even the coolest part. For those of you who haven't seen this before, I'm gonna go over it real quick. This isn't even the coolest part. Okay, the coolest part is this. Alright, I believe it was P3, if I remember correctly, for the charm. I think it was P3. Okay, or maybe it was P5. We'll double check. Alright, so when you open the chest, we're not even going to do the trap thing. When you open the chest, a small charm pops out. Alright, this is in P3. If you identify the small charm, what you will find out is that the small charm is the same stats every single time, depending on the number of items that you have in your inventory, like in totalis. We actually tested this. So we found out basically that like the exact stats on the item was directly proportionate to the number of items you have in your inventory. So this one in particular is a lightning resistance, 7%, 4 to 7 fire damage. Okay, so that's kind of crappy. We don't really want that one, right? So we're gonna get a different one. So how do we get a different one? Well, the answer to this question lies in changing the number of items that are in our inventory. So by changing the number of items in our inventory, we can change the stats on the item directly, and we can determine what stats the small charm will have. All right, so let's look at it again. So we're going to go down here. We're going to pick up the same charm again. It's not really a big deal. We just go down here, click on the chest. It's always going to be a small charm. And we're going to ID the small charm, and now it's a dexterity. So that's a crappy one. All right, but we're going to keep the charm because keeping the charm changes the number of items that we have in our inventory. And by changing the number of items we have in our inventory, we change the stat that the next item will roll. All right, so we're going to keep doing this until we find something good. So we're just going to go back to this chest. We're going to teleport over here. We get our small charm again. We identify it. Now it's a 1 to 22 lightning. It's okay. I mean, nothing too crazy. Let's just keep on going. Sorry, my ear was bothering me. Every time I do that, I think of that movie from a long time ago, The Last Starfighter. Remember, he kept messing with his ears. Made that weird noise. All right, so that one's 3% faster on walk. We don't want that one. We're going to keep going until we find the one we want. All right. Then once we find the one we want, I'm going to show you how to get the same exact one every single time. Do I know any seed code tricks for uniques? Yes. You just simply find a chest that drops you the base that you want. And then once you find a chest that drops the base that you want, you just farm that over and over and over again, and with magic find until it generates you the unique that you're looking for. Magic Find still works with this method, but you still have to find the base. Once you find the base, you just farm that base over and over again until it rolls unique. Oh, I didn't mean to go to trap. I messed it up. Alright, so let's go to Lower Karast. Make sure I'm doing it right. Teleport. Small charm. Now we've got 1 to 7 lightning damage. So we got a bunch of junkers so far, but that's okay. Doesn't matter if it's in the cube or if it's on your person or if it's in your stash or wherever the item is. Seems to still count the total for all items, including runes in rune words, by the way, which is really quite strange. So even the runes that are inside of a rune word count to the total. Still don't have anything good. That's okay. We're just going to keep going down the line, and we're going to keep trying to find one that's good. And then once we find one that's good, I'll show you how to dupe it. That's right, duping. I'm showing you how to dupe.
The next one he finds is a 451.
What's going on, everybody?
What's that? Babba-labba-labba-loo-ba-loo. That's not a bad one. 11% cold. It's all right.
Dude. Yeah, so I was just reading some stuff about some guy who was being a weirdo, sending you messages about your build.
Oh yeah, just really weird. He was like, oh yeah, I fixed your build for you. Here's the perfect version of your build. And, like, completely gutted my build. Just like doesn't even represent my build anymore. So that's a pretty neat one. A 5% faster hit recovery, 100 poison damage, small. We could duplicate that one, but now the guy even, like, he sent me like a max roll link, and in the max roll link, it's got items that are just impossible to find. Like, absolutely.
Oh yeah, I read some of the stuff.
Did you see some of the items that he had in there? They were like freaking 2-socketed, like 3-3-3 skill items, like absolutely bonkers. And I told him, I was like, you're putting items in there that are just absolutely 100% impossible to obtain. And he's like, well, if they're impossible to obtain, why are they in Max Roll's database? And I'm like,
because they're
like, I'm gonna fight
in the game. They just good luck.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. I tried to respond to him in a very nice and very not condescending way the first time he sent me his ridiculousness, and then he sent me another ridiculousness after the first ridiculousness, and I kind of lost all patience. Like, at that point, I was like, you know what, this is just, I'm not doing this anymore. It's like,
That's funny.
And I told him the first time, I was like, you took Mang songs off my necromancer. I'm like, you pretty much just ruined the spirit of the character. And then he's like, he does it again, and he still takes Mang songs off the character. And I'm like, you son of a, I will fong you.
It's like the whole point of the build was to use the Mang songs.
Well, not only that, but you can't beat it. Like, it's impossible. Like, he was like, but you still hit the same negative resistance number. I'm like, yeah, but you lose the negative fire, the negative cold, and the negative lightning, which are actually helpful for the mages that you're running.
That's funny. I remember me and you were talking about that.
Yes. Man, I am not finding a single good small from this chest.
What did you do with that Grand Charm?
I still have it.
You still have the Grand Charm?
Dibs.
I literally just found another.
Chunks, you got dibs on everything. I have dibs on that Grand Charm if he's not.
I called it first.
No.
You guys are fighting words.
No.
You remember that? You know what? I'll tell both of you.
The death.
Ginger, you remember
Chunks
that
gets dibs on everything that rolls like that, bro.
No, I don't want it now. I want it when it goes to non-ladder.
No, that's the same. That's the same reason I want it. So guess what?
I already called dibs.
Chulus.
Like 2 days ago.
Chulus.
I just
No,
found
we can fight right now for it.
Fight,
you should have been here.
Fighty fight.
We can fight right now for it.
Fighties.
just
Oh,
head on to
PvP in for
Kentucky.
it or PV? Man, maybe we should have a big PvP tournament for it. That sounds like fun.
Oh, I'm down. Game.
Giant PvP tournament.
Don't tell me that.
What level are we going to?
I don't know. It's just a thought.
I'll
It's
start working on the
just a
character right now.
Chunks already
I don't
has
do
his
that
level
level.
99 Zealers.
It's about to get spicy in here, Ginger.
The grand prize. I don't know. I might trade it off. I'm gonna sell it for rent money.
Remember that jaw I gave you the other day? Wink, wink. No, I'm just kidding.
Cooley came in earlier. He said it's worth like 15 burr runes.
Yeah, that thing is humongous.
He's having fun trying to figure out the seed code stuff. I gave him a tip. Now he's off making spreadsheets.
Oh, that's sick.
50 poison damage. I'm still not getting like a really good one. I was hoping for like something really special. But so far nothing like super duper really special. Diggler Dirks at dawn. Yeah, that would be a really interesting PvP. Just like have like some really crazy item that you have to include in the build no matter what. Still nothing good. I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm gonna keep doing this until I get something good.
4 years later.
4 years laytown. Boop, 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 boop. We're just gonna keep adding in the number of charms. It's not a big deal. Once we hit the right number of items in our inventory, the god small charm will drop, and once the god small charm drops, then we can just duplicate as many of them as we want. It's actually really easy once you figure out the right number, because then you can just immediately go to that number. You don't have to do what I'm doing, which is going up by 1 increments every single time to figure out like where it is. Because once you know exactly how many you need, you just have exactly how many you need, and that's it. You'll be like, oh, that one's 475. Okay. 475 gives me a 320/20. All right. I also found a +1 shapeshifter with 39 life earlier too. That was pretty sick. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was not bad, but that max damage charm is crazy.
You know where it is right now? On my paladin.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
Getting very good use. It's getting extremely good use.
Good day.
It was actually a really good find for my paladin because it's exactly what he likes. He like it at max damage. That's his favorite thing.
He like a do the cha cha.
He like a do the cha cha. Dude, I almost died for that charm. A lot. There was a lot of almost dying for that charm.
That's funny.
I think it's really funny because like I was talking with, I can't remember who was online at that particular moment, but I was talking with them and they were, I was like it's an amp fanaticized pack, and they were like, I would have logged off immediately. If they were fighting.
Yeah, I was just like watching some videos, your stuff, because I haven't watched any of your stuff in a little while. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I saw your paladin bonk and stuff, and I'm like, wait, what was that charm?
A beautiful charm.
Wait a minute.
What
is that charm?
Beautiful charm. So beautiful that it needs its own zip code.
That thing is schmatchy.
It's only a couple points of AR off. Perfect.
Yeah, 76 is the top.
It's still
10, 76, 45.
It's still enough that it's better than 320s. Like, if you have 32020s, it's still more AR than 32020s.
Yeah, but the life can't be as much.
But you still get more damage.
Oh, I know.
So it's a nice trade-off. You get more AR, more damage, and you get less life. But it's also,
But the
if you
life
really
can matter a lot.
But
on
if you
most
really think
characters,
about
'cause
it,
they're gonna
though,
BO too, so that life turns into a huge difference.
but if you really think about it, though, it's still three. It's basically three 32020s. So like in value, it's not just like 11045. 11045 is basically the equivalent of 32020s. Eh. I seem to be circling back around.
Ariox? Oh, it's not ethereal. Whatever.
Ariox needle.
You have to have some pretty big veins to use that as a needle.
Does Ariok have a needle, or is Ariok a needle?
I guess I can go do some Shank and Eldritch.
Oh, is Frigid on TZ?
I think it's Frigid, right? Or no, it's Bloody Foothills, right?
For 11
Frigid.
more minutes, yeah.
Both.
That's fine with me.
Man, they don't want to give me nothing good.
How does Safali Flami?
Toads fell flom.
Yeah, however you say it.
Butt cheek flom? What?
Put it back on the ground, Flum.
It's a lesser enchant weapon. If you find it early on like a barbarian, it's a decent little enchant stick. It's not better than Demon Limb, though, so. Poison Res 4, yucky.
Getting more uniques off of Shank and Eldritch than I did off of Andy. None of them are good, but
I didn't get anything good off of Andy, really. %, man,
When was
that's
Andy?
kind of a crappy one. It was a little while ago. Andy
1 or
TZ
2
was a little
hours
while
ago.
ago.
I'm just doing Shank Eldritch and then Seal Popping Chaos.
Seal popping chaos. Boom, boom, boom.
Soul Rune.
Boop, 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 boop. So many chammies.
All I've found so far is Drax. And
You got an AR charm, 6 max damage, 43 AR large charm. I believe AR large charms are actually valuable, depending on if they roll max or not. I can't remember what the max for AR large charms is, though.
I never remember.
I think the max on damage is 6.
He said he got a 6, 43, 7 to 12 fire, which... I mean, the fire is not exactly the best stat in the world, but 7 to 12 is decent. I don't think it has any value, to be honest. I mean, maybe a couple P gems. 7%er. Didn't mean to do that. Dag nabbit. It's cow level on offline right now, so it keeps mooing at me every single time.
did you say 46 AR?
Yeah, it's 6 max damage, 43 AR.
Like an AR. Well, I don't know with max.
I was
just a
literally
second.
looking it up yesterday when I found the charm, and like trying to figure out what the numbers were, and people were comparing the various charms, the large, the small, and the grand, versus each other, and apparently each one had one particular category they were better in than the others. Like the max damage was always higher on the grands, the life was always higher on the smalls, and I think it might have been the AR that was higher on the larges. I can't
I think they go
remember.
to like 70 something on large.
Got some more keys.
If
Worth
it's
about
just
a-
AR live.
It's worth about a pull. Maybe you might get an element out of it, but without a good second mod.
I mean, the
28
second mod is
chances.
7 to 12 fire damage. I mean, it's a decent mod. It's not really what melee characters usually want. Might be better for like some sort of character that's doing melee / fire. I don't know, like an exploding arrow strider paladin or something. I'm not really sure. It mixes two purposes. Maybe a vengeance paladin. Actually, a vengeance paladin would probably be a good choice because he could take advantage of the fire damage. Ba-bum, 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 bum, bum, ba-bum, bum. When am I ever gonna get anything good? I don't know. Got the same fire resistance charm twice.
Well, that's a Geats.
Yeah, I got a Geeds earlier too. It's not a really good one. I'm gonna drop it in a swapping. It's not better than mine, at least.
I've got a 30. Only one I got.
Is it more than 25 MF?
I don't know. I have to check it.
This one's a slight upgrade. 32.
This is a lightning resist 11. I mean, none of these have any second mods on them. It's kind of poopy. Got a couple that were second 2 mods, but I'm noticing a trend like with the charms is that a lot of the slots for charms are filled with garbage stats that nobody wants. Like if I go over all the charms that I've gotten playing around with this variable thing, like there is a lot of +2 strengthers in there. There is a lot of like just garbage stats that nobody wants. Like small amounts of poison resistance, +1 strengthers, +2 strengthers, like faster run walk, 5% faster hit recoveries, like little crappy AR charms, like or one dexterity. Like it seems like a lot of the positions for small charms are filled with just absolute garbage. And then there's the occasional like double roll. Like you end up with like 1 or 2 double rolls. Out of all of these, there's actually only been like a couple double rolls, which is kind of interesting. I guess that explains why most of the time when we pick up small charms, they're always junk. It's like, oh yay, look, there's another +1 strength small charm. I'm so excited. No, it doesn't. It doesn't roll TF Viper. It doesn't roll. That's what I'm trying to show you right now. I'm controlling the drop. I'm changing the drop 1 variable at a time is what I'm doing. So every single time I change the variable by 1, I'm deliberately changing what falls. So if I want the same thing twice in a row or 3 times or 4 times in a row, I can do that. But why do I want a 3% MF small charm? I'm not going to duplicate a 3% MF small charm. So I'm trying to find the charm that I actually would want more than one of. and then from that point, I can then take that charm that I want more than one of and I can actually duplicate it. but I don't want like a whole bunch of 3% MF small charms. That's not how you get, you know, rich.
You want a shimmering small charm of Vita.
Yeah, a shimmering small charm of Vita. Exactly. You've got a 10 max 70 AR 24 lifer. That is a very nice one. A level requirement of only level 23. Probably has some good low-level dueler connotations.
I figured it would be 21 though.
Well, the one that I have, the 45, I'm pretty sure is what? It's a lot higher level than that, right?
It should be the 82.
Yeah. So that 24 lifer is only at level 23 requirement, is low enough to be underneath of some of the brackets for low-level dueling.
Yeah, the life is the most important thing at that level. Unfortunately, so the 2015s are just going to be better.
Yes.
Because you sacrifice on everything else for the life.
What about the barbarians and stuff that don't necessarily need the life? Shouties.
Your stat points are so limited that even the barb wants all the life.
Is how I waste my time? Yes. This is how I waste my time. I don't consider it a waste.
I didn't know figuring out the game was a waste of time. Tristram? Alright, who's down for some Tristram
My
runs?
advanced brain knowledge here. This is how you get the big brain. Ooh, a 30 attack rating steel small charm. I could duplicate that and get myself some AR smalls. You might be asking, how the hell do I duplicate it? Well, let me show you. So, if I want to duplicate the AR-30 AR small charm, I have to have the correct number of items in my inventory. So to do that, I need to get rid of an item. And I don't know if selling it to the NPC actually works, but let's test it. If it doesn't, we can just reload the game. And this one should be also so that's not right. Alright, so selling it to the NPC doesn't work. Okay, so let's leave. Come back. Oh, that's how I waste my time, by duping 3% MF small charms. This is the way we waste our time. Waste our time. Really duping, and you dupe the worst item possible. So as you can see here, I've now successfully duped a steel 30 attack rating small charm. Not exactly the best dupe in the world, but it's a pretty decent one if you just need attack rating for your character. I mean, that's what 30, 60, 90, so that's 90 AR with the smalls. Of course, you could probably get better than that with what is it? You can go up to like 140 on like the steels, the grands.
114.
No, the grand ones. I've seen them go higher than that. I got like a 120 sitting in my stash.
I know it's 14 for the max is the top.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about max. I was just talking about the AR. Just the AR. Like if you wanted to get like a steel. I think it's steel.
Still Grand Charm Vita.
Yeah, like so you'd have like what, like 140 AR and like 45 life. 3% fast run.
That's sad. I rolled a ruby jewel, but it's a burning.
Ruby jewel of burning.
40 ED, 1832 fire damage.
I mean, it's still better than a regular ruby jewel. And people do actually use regular ruby jewels in certain things. I used to stack them for my Blade Fury Assassin before they added the freaking synergy bonuses. Worked out pretty well. Man, this is an interesting. I know it seems like I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, but this is actually really interesting to come to the conclusion of, like, look how many charms I've farmed and how many variables I've changed, and I'm basically still getting garbage. I mean, so far, I think I've farmed probably close to 50 or 60 charms, and every single charm
Shaco.
terrible. Like, they're
Is it the right
all
color?
terrible.
Yep.
He got you a
Just the right color.
Hurricane quest.
A Hurricane crest.
The crestiest
And
of
it is
Hurricanes.
not ethereal.
Do we use the word we had the other night?
Shakalaka ding dong? What?
No, Harlem Crest.
Harlem crest. Oh god, don't start that again. Alright, so how many have I farmed? These don't count because these were already here. Alright, so I've farmed 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10 times 3 minus 1. So 30, 60, 90, so 89. I farmed 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 101. I've also farmed 101 charms so far. And pretty much all of them have been garbage. Like a couple like halfway decent ones that you would hang on to for your character, like 11% cold res, small. There was a 5% faster hit recovery, 100 poison damage, small. But like for the most part, everything in here so far has been garbage up to that point, which is kind of interesting that there's so many bad rolls in the small charms. I mean, I think most people who've played the game for a while would probably come to the same conclusion of, like, yeah, most of the rolls for small charms are garbage. Like, that's just the way it works.
Most of the rolls for anything are garbage, right? Really.
Yes, each added charm changes the charm to the next charm on the list. However, if I throw the charm away and don't pick that charm up, then I am essentially going back to the previous charm. So that's how you end up duplicating it. So in this particular case, I just duplicated the snake's small charm of strength, which was a stupid one that I didn't want anyway. I got that one before. The Harlem quest. That's right.
The second he hits a 320-20, it's just going to be a wrap.
Yeah, and then I just duplicate the 320 forever.
Yeah, you duplicate it 40 times. Get your inventory, and then you're like, cool, whenever I want to make a melee character, I'm a god.
Set. What? Just run around punching things? Ha ha ha. I shall punch them all.
Man, I like running.
And that's when you
Stuff
start.
in Act 1.
That's when
I
you
love
start
going to
singing the
Charlie.
song, Bob. You start singing the song. Punch, 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 punchy, punch, punch, punchy.
Oh, that
punchy,
wasn't the
punch.
start of it. I mean, if you want me to get somebody mad, I can. Oh, there it is. Chunk, I will never, ever, ever sing your anthem ever again. You got to give up the charm.
I'll just give you my scepter.
Huh?
I'll just give you my scepter.
Ooh. It's more important.
They're
than the
fighting
charm.
over a charm that I haven't even promised to anybody. Like, I haven't even, that hasn't been promised to nobody. I could sell it for 15 bourbons.
Before you sell it, you let me know. I'll just give you what I have on ladder. It's fine.
Ooh, that's a nice one. Find small charm of dexterity. 2 max, 17 AR, 1 dex. Alright, so how do I duplicate this charm? It's really easy. I take this small charm of Vita, I drop it on the ground. Alright, I now change the variable back 1, I dial it back 1, and as soon as I dial it back 1, I can now duplicate the find small charm of dexterity. And it works like that every single time. I can fill up my entire inventory with them. So let's do this real quick. So we go to lower crest. I go back down here, click on the chest, and you'll see that it's the same exact charm. Same exact charm every single time. Now, if I want to duplicate this again, I need to throw away another charm to dial it back again to the previous number of charms. Doesn't matter which one I drop. There's no correlation to what stats are on the item. The size of the item doesn't matter. The type of item doesn't matter. The rarity of the item doesn't matter. It's just the number of items.
Nothing matters.
The total number of items. That's all. All right. So there you go. See, now I have 3 plus 2 max damage, 17 AR plus 1 dexterity charm. All right, but no, I'm not satisfied with that. Maybe I want something different.
I mean, I got a burr you can borrow.
Yeah, burr. The burr. I already got like 52 burrs.
He has 100. Yeah, 52 burrs.
I already got 53, I think, or actually a lot more than that. I threw some away. They were clogging up my.
They were stuff left and right.
They were clogging up my inventory. Okay.
Well, if you threw them away, you technically don't have them anymore.
I mean, I put one in my Oculus. Does that count?
Blasphemer.
I put a burr rune in my Oculus. Look at that beautiful burr rune in there.
Nothing wrong with
Best choice ever.
And no, it's crushing blow in my Oculus.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's exactly what you want in an Oculus. It's exactly
for real, bro.
What you want. Oh, what did I do to change the drop on that one? That was interesting. It dropped me a Dirk, a Hydra Edge, and a Cedar Bow, and a whole bunch of gold. What did I do to change that? I don't remember changing anything.
I put burr runes and up the Herald of Zactor shields back in the day.
Yeah, but that makes sense.
Didn't even. Well, why wouldn't a Shaco? It's already got damage reduced on it, but it's only got 10%, so you're not going to hit that max breakpoint. Herald of Zacrum doesn't have any in it.
No, I'm putting the burr in the Oculus.
No, you just make a Burbarian and you just put burrs in everything. 6 burr.
We could have done that with ladder.
6 burr rune phase blade.
2 6 burr rune phase blades.
Yes. 4 burr rune J-mod armor.
Remember, it has to have light radius on it. Don't forget. Most important part.
We go cap out. We capped it out the light radius. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be so bright.
Yeah, everybody has to be able to see this character.
I want to make a negative light radius character. Just get like all negative light radius equipment.
All you see is darkness. Yes, darkness.
Is there a cap on light radius?
There is actually. We looked it up. It's pretty easy to hit too because the torch gives you like all the light radius that you need apparently. So like once you have a torch, it like caps out your light radius.
Well, that makes sense. It's a torch.
But you also start with a little bit of light radius apparently. Like you're not immediately in the negatives. You actually start with a positive number. Wah 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 wah. I always thought it was crazy that you would end up with like duplicate rolls. Where like you would find 2 items that have the exact same stats or whatever. But now it makes sense because I think it's just pulling from some sort of table. Like there's got to be some sort of table that it's pulling from that just decides the stats of the item, though depending on the variable. So, which makes sense why eventually you come across items that have exactly the same stats.
Think it's a kitchen table or a dining table?
More like an Excel table. Oh no, I'm out of ID scrolls.
Oh, I'm glad you said something. So am I.
You haven't played Diablo 2 in 18 years? That's terrible so far. What have you been doing for 18? What have you been doing for 18 years?
I mean, I didn't play for 10, but I've been back for a few now.
I can't say that. The game always roped me back in. Different points in time.
I might take a little break for a little while.
I played offline a lot. I got bored of playing online because online was so filled with bots and everything. So most of the time I would just play offline.
Yeah, I could still go work on my hardcore grail if I want to at any point.
Diablo 2 was in a really bad place. Oh, that's a really decent one. 5% faster hit recovery, 10% cold res, small. This guy here keeps dropping a Grand Charm too. Oh, well that's amazing.
The community back then was a little toxic.
Alright, so that particular leaper drops this charm, right? This sharp Grand Charm of Dexterity that drops, which is actually freaking sick. It's an 8 max, 68 AR, 6 Dexterity, small charm, Grand Charm. I think it's beautiful. So how do we get this particular charm to drop again, besides this one, right? So we have to drop 2 charms. So we've got to drop 2, alright? And then we come back out here and we should be able to duplicate the charm. Now, it's important, however, though, that we click on the chest before my Merc kills the little leaper. Because if my Merc kills the leaper before I click on the chest, then the charm will be something else. So let me make sure I do this right. Alright, and then we gotta kill the leaper. Come here, leaper. Not sure which one drops the Grand Charm. Looks like I didn't get it this time. Let's see if I got the other charm correct, though. So the other charm should be 5% faster recovery, 10. Okay.
Yes.
Alright, so let's try this again. Wah, 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 wah. I'm killing it. Which one is the one that drops the Grand Charm, you little turd? See, now he doesn't want to drop me the Grand Charm. He's being rude. I don't like his rude face. He's got a rude face. Yes, I'm just increasing the number, which is the variable, until I find X. And then once I find X, I keep the variable the same, which allows me to continue finding X.
Using the solve for Y.
I don't know which one drops the Grand Charm. It seems to be depending on which order he kills them in, which is quite interesting. I'm not repeating the same question over and over again. Like, I'm not really sure what you're trying to achieve by this. The answer to that question has already been answered like so many times. Me and Cooley were literally talking about it earlier in stream as to how you could potentially do it online in ladder. Like, there was actually a whole conversation between me and Cooley going over how you could potentially limit the variables enough to be able to determine exactly that.
Hmm.
But that's just weird. That game, dude. Not really. He's got to prove it at this point.
Well, I mean, the thing is what we're doing is we're trying to determine, like, the rules. You can't figure out the rules unless you can somehow control the variables. And without controlling the variables, you can't ever know the online part. Like, this part has to precede the first. Like, you can't put the cart before the horse, so to speak. You've got to do it in the correct order, because if you don't do it in the correct order, you're never going to come to the right result. What's up, Tomaloo? I mean, some of these charms are worth duping. Actually, I think I'm digging down deep enough that eventually I'm starting to find ones that are actually worth something. That 5% faster recovery, 10% cold one is actually kind of nice. Seems like I'm slowly getting to the point where I'm finding something good.
I need a key.
I kind of wish that there was multiplayer and single player so I could figure out the rules of having multiple people in the group. I'm kind of interested to see whether or not having multiple people in the group changes the result, or if it depends on like who kills the monster. Like, is it like Magic Find, where it immediately takes a snapshot of the number of people or the number of items that are in that person's inventory? Or is it taking a poll of everybody's inventory that's currently in the game? Like, you know how, I'm trying to think here. You know how, like, when an item falls in a player 8 game, and somebody calls out, you know, like, oh, I had the most magic finds, so, you know, that was my, you know, I was the one that was responsible for getting that item to drop, right? Well, what if it actually turns out that it's a combined equation of all of the inventories of all of the characters within the game, you know, and some other interesting doojang? So that's a really nice one. 3% faster on walk, 35 AR. But what if it's a combined thing of like all the characters in the game equal X result? And so in that case, it's not even just who has the most magic find. It's literally like, it literally is a combined effort of everyone in the game that made the item fall. Which is really interesting when you think about it. That there could be things that wouldn't exist otherwise, you know, unless you had everybody there.
I mean, could you do that on Open BattleNet and D2? That's still running?
Not sure if you can control the seed code that way. Ooh, a 7% MF small. Heh. We can dupe that one. You guys ready? Here we go. We drop this +2 strength. We'll dupe our 7% magic find small. And we can fill our whole inventory with 7% magic find smalls.
Is the original D2 even still running?
Yeah, I think so. They're not going to shut it down anytime soon.
That open BNet server, yeah, that's still up. It's D2A, or sorry, D2GA.net, yeah.
I don't like logging into to Open BattleNet though. Open BattleNet's nasty. You can like brick your character by logging into Open BattleNet. It's really
you could use Open BattleNet on your own network if you had multiple copies.
I had a couple characters that like I logged into Open BattleNet and joined a game, just a random game, and it was like some sort of modded game, and it immediately like changed my character into a completely different character, like for that modded like game style. And I did not like it, Sam. I am. I do not like it. Green eggs and ham.
I mean, if your ham's green, it probably went bad. I wouldn't eat it.
Maybe it's just dyed green.
What are the odds, though?
Exactly.
I don't know. Give it a sniff.
That's a hard pass.
In doubt, give it a sniff. That's what Cody does all the time. He sniffs everything. He's like, look at that. It's disgusting. Here, let me sniff it. He's not content with just sniffing things. He has to lick it, too. I don't even understand what the hell's going on half the time with him. He'd be licking everything.
He's curious.
Let me lick this. Let me lick that. You know, let me pick up a couple items here. I want to advance the table a little bit, just faster than normal. Viridian Small Charm of Thunder. That's kind of a cool name. There's so many two strengthers in there. Which, it's funny because it follows right along with what I've experienced with small charms. I found so many +2 strength small charms. Like, dear Lord Jesus, if I kept them all and put them in a bank and I got a penny for every one of them, I'd be a millionaire by now. I feel like almost every single table must be littered with frickin' 2 strength small charms. So many 2 strength small charms. And it's also equally interesting to see that, like, on the table are very few, like, what I would consider to be, like, GG level charms. So when you do find one of those GG level charms, it's not just like a random chance that you got a good charm. You happen to like have just the right number of items in your inventory when the item fell, and you just happen to get like that perfect table drop from the table list, so that you didn't get some junk charm like a +2 strength or a 3% MF charm, or something stupid like a 1 to 18 lightning damage charm. I disagree, TF Piper. Oh, no, I can't identify it. Also ran out of keys.
Good to see.
1 to 2 fire damage.
Yes.
Oh, Trav is the next TZ.
That'll make somebody happy.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. I may run on my sin for a little bit.
Just be careful, they hurt.
Oh, I know, man. I ain't doing it without the BO barb.
Put all your
Lag.
put all the thunders on if you want to challenge.
Nah. I might even put Change of Honor on just to be safe. Cause that amp ain't no joke.
Amp will get you killed. Actually, Amp will give you wings straight to heaven. Or
Yeah?
hell. Depending on which way you're going.
Yeah, it's mean whenever you're trying to fight Lilith amped. She gets just a little bit hard.
Why is it bugged?
Hello, everybody. Good evening.
Welcome, kind sir.
I just threw the tornado Earth Spirit. Is that a good one? It's literally the only other thing on it.
Is it white or is it blue or what?
It was white, superior.
I think it'd be worth something. I don't know what it'd be worth though. Was it superior or anything?
Yeah, just enhanced durability.
I'm not sure I'm seeing anywhere from Yes the Jaw. That's the minute what else is up there.
Really? I'll go back and pick that thing up, man.
And I'm saying like pull.
Ugh. Okay, I've had enough of this small charm farming. My brain's going numb.
It's kind of all over the place. I'm not sure what it's worth.
Well, the other interesting thing and the connotation of what I'm doing is that if the charm stays the same depending on what you have in your inventory, you could potentially farm the cows, right? And if you farm the... also what's on the ground counts too, though, so it's kind of impossible. We found out that what was on the ground actually counts as well to the total number of items. So if you go to a place like the cows and you start killing a whole bunch of cows, well, it doesn't really work because the cows start dropping tons of items, which also count toward the total. So it messes up the total number of items. There's no way, as far as I understand, to delete items from the total, so that wouldn't really work. It would be very difficult to control the number of items. You'd have to have...
Can you sell it to the gamble screen?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if selling to the NPC works. I guess what you could possibly do is you could hand...
Specifically the gamble screen, though, because that doesn't...
Well, having someone pick up the items and then leave the game could potentially keep the number of items the same. Like, okay, so let me use an example for exactly what I'm talking about and how you could potentially manipulate this even online. So let's say that the table is the same. Maybe for everything. For every charm that drops, right? So let's say the table's the same. But the number of items is constantly changing, right? So let's say the day that I found that charm, that absolutely amazing Sharp Grand Charm of Vita, right? What if I wanted to duplicate it? Okay, so I would have to freeze in time the number of items that are currently on the ground in my inventory, total. I would have to backtrack, and I would have to count basically everything that's in my inventory and everything that's on the ground, and I would have to count it all. Then I would have to reproduce that by keeping the number of items the same. So I would have to have somebody come into my game, pick one of the items up, because the Sharp Grand Charm of Vita is basically the additional item that changes the next item that drops, right? So then I would kill each monster one by one, and if they dropped an item that wasn't a Grand Charm, I would then have to have somebody come pick up that item and remove it from the game, and then continue to kill things until a Grand Charm finally does drop. Once the Grand Charm drops, if the Grand Charm is determined by the number of items in the game, and I kept the number of items in the game the same, the Grand Charm actually probably would drop as another sharp Grand Charm of Ida, which means that you could literally duplicate the charm. But it would take some pretty serious effort and probably a bunch of extra hands to pop in and grab extra items as they appear to keep the count exactly the same. Unless selling it to the gamble window works.
Yeah, because that, like, poofs the item, right?
In which case, you could just simply, every time something drops, it's not a Grand Charm or a Small Charm or whatever it is, you would just go to the gamble window, sell it, go back.
Yeah, but
and you
that would
have
make
to,
a new variable, right?
For what? Oh, well,
Having to go to
so the chunk loading doesn't change the item stats that drop, only what drops. So as long as you keep the number of items the same and you just continue to kill monsters, yes, you won't be able to guarantee a Grand Charm will fall, but you will be able to technically guarantee that if a Grand Charm drops again, by keeping the number of items the same, you can guarantee what stats the Grand Charm will drop with. And so you basically will just continue to kill monsters like you normally do, hoping that a Grand Charm falls, and maintaining the same number of items the entire time, so that in the event that one does fall, it falls with the same stats.
Yeah.
It would be a gamble. It would be, like you might not even get another Grand Charm to fall. You might clear the entire game and another one might not fall. But, I mean, there's also a possibility you could get 2 or 3 and potentially duplicate it 2 or 3 times.
Hey Ginger, I got a question about that. If you, to test that, do you think that we could, individuals could use Open BattleNet from the original, from the existing original D2 to?
I don't know if you can lock seed codes in Open BattleNet. I don't know. I mean, it still is technically online, so I'm not sure. But one thing that I can test right now is whether the gamble window works. I can at least test that. Let me go test and see if the gamble window removes something from the game or not. Because if it does remove something from the game, and it does keep things at the correct variables, then now we have a way that a single person can remove a item from the game, keeping the variable the same.
Yeah, that's the only way I can see it happening is through the gamble screen.
Well, either that, or like I said, you'd need a second party to come in and actually physically remove the item from the game. Like pick it up, take it out of the game. And then they themselves would have to leave the game, because anything inside their inventory probably also counts also. I've got to check Tradery, see if they responded to me at all. Alright, let's try the gamble window real quick. I can at least, I can determine that pretty quickly. Making a golem from it will not delete the item from the game, because technically the golem wears the item. So we actually tested minions to see if the minions would affect the total, like wolves and other creatures. It seems like they are actually wearing equipment, because they actually do count as a specific number of items, which is rather weird. Alright, so let's walk up here to Alcor real quick. And then let's walk back down. Just so that we have the same variable going on. And let's go back down here to Lorcrust.
So the Summon Mancer can never do this.
Okay, so if selling the item to the NPC works, or the gamble window works, we should see the same exact charm fall. So we currently have a... Was it 6 poison damage over 3 seconds? Okay, first let's just try selling it to Ormus. Let's see if selling it to Ormus works. So if that worked, we should see another 6 poison damage small drop. If it doesn't work, we're going to see something else drop. It's a 50 poison damage this time, so something else dropped. So let's exit the game. And let's try it again. And when we exit the game, that small charm should disappear from existence. Just poofs, right? So it's gone now. So we should be back to the... I'm trying to remember. The poison, the foul? It should be the foul again, right? Or is it back to the 6? No, now we're at the 3% faster run walk. Okay, so it just advanced. Let's double check this. So we go back. We should get the foul after this. And then we'll sell the foul to Ormus, and we'll see if that that changes the result as well. 6, man, what the hell? What the hell did I change? 12 mana, 6% extra gold for monsters. We're gonna get that again? Is that just gonna be the same result every single time? Like, we know for a fact that the Valkyrie wears equipment, so the Valkyrie changes things drastically. Okay, so we're at 12 mana, 6% extra gold. Okay, so we got the same result over and over again. So let's go ahead and sell that to Ormus. And, we're not Ormus, we're going to do because Ormus didn't work. So we're going to try the gamble window, see if the gamble window actually deletes it from existence or not. It'd be interesting to find out that the gamble window doesn't. Like, maybe it's just sitting there in like a non-existent.
Yeah, it's just
like,
in limbo,
like pocket,
hanging out.
like pocket universe, just sitting there.
Yeah, it's definitely funny if it's in limbo, bro. Not gonna lie.
Okay, so it did change to +1 strength, so it must be in a pocket limbo universe.
Ah, interesting.
I mean, I could try this again if we... If we keep this charm... Yeah, if we keep this charm, it should still be +1 strength. I believe. Ow. Cody hooking me. Oh, we're back to the 3% faster run walk. Okay. Having trouble keeping track of everything between all these different like sellings and then sellings to the vendor and then like that brings us back. Yeah, that brings us back to the Snake Small Charm Creed. That's weird. Why does it seems like selling it to the NPC might have actually done something different than just simply counting as 1. So if every single charm in your inventory counts as 1, selling it to the NPC seems to have done something different other than having it count as 1. Almost like it counts as like -2 or like +2 or something. Like it changes it into a slightly different variable.
That's even more interesting.
Or an X.
So, like, right now, I have a charm in my inventory. I sold that one to the NPC first. I picked up this one, and it was a 50 poison damage small. So, if I take this 50 poison damage small and I drop this on the ground, then I'm 1 minus technically. So I shouldn't get the foul small charm again. If I keep it, it should be the same as it was when I sold it to the NPC if the one that I sold to the NPC is only worth 1. So I should get another foul small charm, technically, or at least I'm thinking in my brain that I would get another foul small charm by simply just not changing anything. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to end up being something else.
I need a key.
Oh, I'm out of keys. Dang it. That invalidates the test. Well, that's what I'm trying to determine right now is whether selling to the vendor works. It doesn't seem like selling to the gamble vendor deletes the item from existence. We're trying to figure out whether it deletes the item from existence or not, basically. That's what we're trying to determine.
I am overburdened.
Well, I done messed it up because now it's a rune bow. Oh, what the hell am I doing wrong now? I did something wrong, and now I don't know, cause now I'm getting results that I do not like. Butthole stinks. Mama's a
We
hoe.
put too many variables in there.
Now we're back to the
Ouch.
16. See, and that shouldn't be the case. All right, let's try this. Let's sell the foul small charm to the NPC, and let's see if that gives us another foul small charm.
Good day.
All right, so we sell the foul small charm to the NPC. Do we get another foul small charm in its place? We got a small charm of storms. It seems like selling stuff to the NPC has a very interesting effect too. That's quite intriguing. That selling stuff to the NPC would change the result in such an odd way. It seems to be some sort of like modifier on the variable or something. Like a negative or a positive. I'm not really sure exactly how much, but it seems to be small. Because the foul was a little bit earlier in the chain. It wasn't that far back, but it was far enough back that it wasn't 1 or 2 back. It was like 3 or 4 back. So selling something to the NPC seems to change that directly by a certain amount. Same thing with the gamble window. It's interesting, though, that the items on the NPC don't seem to have any effect. So, like, whatever spawns on the NPC doesn't seem to change the variable, but because I counted it, like, a couple times, checking to see, like, how many items the NPC had, and it changed, like, every single time. It didn't seem to make much of a difference. Well, at least we determined the one thing I was trying to determine, which is, does the gamble window remove it from the game? And the answer to that question is no, it does not. It doth not.
What if you leave town after you sell something to them? Does that remove it from the game?
I mean, that's an interesting thought, because when you leave town after you leave the game, or, yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Stop throwing logical things at me. You're making me go back to check it.
But I'm being useful.
Dang you. Dang you to hell. Okay, we'll check it. Oops, I went to Spider Forest first.
I mean, I know I spit out nonsense most of the time, but even a broken clock's right twice a day.
No, it makes sense to see whether or not leaving town removes it from the game. It's, because you're right, the NPCs do reset as long as everyone leaves the game, or leaves the zone, the town, basically. Alright, so we got a 12 mana, 6% extra gold for monsters. If we sell that to the NPC and leave the town, we should get another 12 mana, 6% extra gold for monsters. So it should be the same charm, if that works. So we'll sell that to the NPC. I'm going to leave town and then come back. But I think leaving town and coming back will probably change what drops out of the chest, unfortunately. Which might not help the results. Oh no, it still dropped a small charm. Nope, this time it's at 13 life. So leaving town and coming back to clear the thing doesn't work. Which suggests that the charm still exists somewhere. In limbo. No, your gold amount doesn't change anything. We tested that a couple times. We had been picking up gold like every single time we were doing the tests. It was a pretty obvious one.
Maybe they designed the NPCs as containers.
The executioner sword. What was that, a patriarch? The hell did I just find?
Yeah, that's a patriarch, pretty sure.
Oh, that's sword guard. I always wanted to make a character with sword guard.
All I know is that if you crack this Avenger, then Elon should like hire you to be the head of the space this is space stuff to put people on the moon. Or Mars, whatever. Because I think that would be easier than figuring this out.
Well, I hate to say it, but the guy who programmed it, who programmed all the variables, he already has all the answers. Like if you had his little book, he's probably got like a little book somewhere of all the answers that he programmed in. Like if you had his book, you would already have all the answers.
I need to find this man.
I'm not sure who it was that actually programmed the pseudo random number generator. According to the college professor who said he's been working on this stuff for years, he said he has a sneaking suspicion that they just like bought a stock pseudo random number generator and plugged in the variables and didn't really change anything. So it must have been around like 1998 or maybe a little bit sooner than that when they were working on the Diablo 2 version of the game. It could even be the same pseudo random number generator from Diablo 1 for all we know. But it basically is like a generic random number generator from that time period.
Years later, you still got me looking for an SOJ.
I've already found one of those.
You know, honestly, I don't think I'd want to find this. I'd probably quit after that.
Got a terror out of Andy, season 5.
Don't worry. If I'm any experience for it, even if you do find one, it it won't be anytime soon. 20 years later.
We finally found us home.
I've only found one.
A cutlass, a cold eye steel. Gold steel eye? I said it backwards. That's the 50% deadly strike sword. The college professor had a more interesting idea on how to figure everything out. Like, he basically acknowledged that what we were doing was figuring out the variables, but he said that we could we could do it a different way, which is basically to use Cheat Engine. If you guys ever played around with Cheat Engine, it reads the memory of the game basically. So it reads like what's going on in active memory as the game plays. And you're talking about like changing the active variables and then looking in Hero Editor to see what the actual entries are, like inside the memory at that particular moment, and then kind of like recording down what the entries were. Which is a whole nother way of approaching it.
Alright, you said Travical was next.
Rav.
Sure, that is correct.
Now the question is whether to go there or keep farming keys.
Keys, keys, wonderful keys. Look at all my beautiful keys. This is the guy right here. Let me show you what he had to say.
Woo! That's what I like to see right there, baby.
What'd you get?
That's what I've been saying for the last hour.
What'd you get?
Travical popped.
Oh, Trav.
So much fun.
Crystalline's after this one.
Yeah, but it has so many fire immunes down there.
He said what? Cody. Do you? Do you have to go? Peppadoodus. Do you have to go, Peppadoodus? Do you? Do you gotta go, Pappish? Peppadoo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Peppadoodus. Got the Peppadoodus. The Doodas Peppers.
Greetings.
Oh Lord, 800 trillion gold. I'm gonna take him out to go to the bathroom real quick. It's been like 6 hours since I started streaming. I think he was sleeping and he woke up and now he's gotta go to the bathroom. He's like, I gotta go poop. He woke up to the poopitis.
yellow Corona. That's so terrible. Couldn't that have been unique? That would have been fantastic. Love finding me some Crown of Ages.
Yay.
Okay, dog has been pepiced. Pepas duras, dog. Everybody in the world is muted up in here.
I'm not muted.
Except for Bob.
Don't get me wrong. There's been times where I just disappear muted.
Some of us are we're deep in concentration, trying to avoid being killed.
Deep in concentration.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to avoid having Ginger with a not safe for work moment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of hard sometimes.
Bleeping, bleeping, bleep, bleepity, bleep, bleep. Bleep. I'm gonna get a bleeper.
I don't want to be that guy.
If I die right now.
I'll be messing with that so much. Alright, get one, just don't give me access to using it. So I'll just start bleeping everything for no reason. Make it sound like you're
kind of automatic.
You're going off.
Kind of automatic. Oh, that's a really nice Hyperion. 2-socket, 14% enhanced Hyperion. Isn't there like specific builds that utilize the Rhyme Hyperion like as the best in slot? That's a pretty decent defense Hyperion too.
The only character I really know that like best in slot uses Hyperion on some builds is the Zeal Sorceress. They use the Hyperion for their Dream Shield.
I've seen a couple of Goldfind Barbs use the Rhyme Shield. Or they cannot be frozen because they don't want the cold damage from Raven, and they don't want to give up the any other slot for the cannot be frozen. So they get the cannot be frozen from the rhyme shield.
Makes sense.
Can I pick this charm up? I can. It's you. That's what it is. It's ugly. Ugh. Mad I picked it up.
Pick it up,
Well, there's friendly fire.
pick it up, throw it back down.
Put it back on the ground. I can't believe you touched it.
Curse it, curse it, curse it. You have taken the cursed curse.
Go around.
Must have been a 75.
Nice.
Cody. You're being mighty aggressive.
Wait, my mercenary died? What?
Both the chinchillas are literally playing with Cody. It's hilarious. They're running at the bars. They're jumping at him. They're trying to bite his nose, and then he gets mad because he can't get them, and then they run away.
It's Tramp, work style all the time.
Cody, don't bark in the Chinchi's faces. That's rude.
That's the first time my Merc has died in like 500 runs.
I'm trying to make sure they're playtime. I like it when they play together, but Cody's a big dog, and I'm making sure he's not being mean to them. I still think it's hilarious that one of them bit his nose. I don't know what he was doing. He put his nose in there, they bit it. And then he looked at me like I was supposed to do something about it, like they were mean to him. And I'm like, Cody, they can't bite your nose unless you stick it in there. Oh, yeah. All I got was a yellow ogre ball.
That ain't my fault.
Gotta get your variables worked out.
I'm working it, okay? I'm getting chopped up by all these stupid zealots.
I just go in there, right? And then I get dizzy. And then I cork some stuff and see what falls over. That's it.
Just working up a froth, huh?
I just go in and kick stuff. Then work it.
You don't work stuff after you kick it. That's a lie.
The chinchillas
You don't
know how to
bet.
tease him so good. They tease him like literally so bad. He's like frothing at the mouth.
Having 2 accounts in the same game is cheating, sir.
No, it's not.
Cheating, cheating.
That is cheating, sir.
Cheating.
No, it's not.
Cheating.
It is.
Only cheating if you control both characters with one mouse input.
Exactly.
According to Blizzard.
Cheating.
So as long as there ain't no terms of service broken, it's legal.
Apparently I'm a cheater now because I got 53 burr runes offline.
Yeah, that's not cheating. That's offline. I don't care. Do whatever you want. Have fun with Hero Editor. Do everything you want to do in this game. That's fine. I have no qualms
No hero.
about single-player Hero Editor
No
or
hero editor.
taking advantage of like the mechanics of the game. I have no issues with that on single player. Do you, boo boo? But online, that's a different thing.
My Skull and Bones rating from 1 to 10. I mean, it was pretty fun. I'd like to go back to it eventually, but good luck with that. I mean, I got so many new games coming out soon. I'd give it like an 8. It was pretty fun. I'll give it an 8. There were some things that could definitely use improving on that game, but and I didn't really get to play it all the way through either, so take that as it will. There were definitely some really difficult stuff in there that I never really got to conquer, which I really would have liked to have conquered. That ghost ship ripped me to shreds. I got this mission. It was like, go check out this place. There's a ghost ship that's been floating around. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go kick this ghost ship's butt. No. The ghost ship, ghost ship ripped me to shreds. I tried to fight it. No. I just, no. It just didn't, no. It's very bad.
Did it fight back?
It was
Did more than fight.
It kicked my booty cheeks out my face. I tried to fight it. I tried to like kite fight it. I tried a bunch of different things. Ain't nothing worked. That thing had more HP than God. It was very scary.
Yes. Well, technically it's dead, so I guess you couldn't kill it with normal firepower.
All-res 5 jewel. What is with these little crappy all-res jewels I keep finding this season? So far I found an all-res 9 with 6 strength. I found an all-res 8 with 4 minimum damage. An all-res 6 with 7 minimum damage. I got so many little crappy all-res jewels. Ain't none of them good. 'Cause I ain't got no... Oh, you still alive in there with your little fanaticism, or? Let me show you what that means to me. Nothing.
Let me show you what that means to me. N-O-T-H-I-N-G. Suck it to me, 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 suck it to me.
You know, when you hit the council members in the face with a big giant axe, they don't like it. They're very... They do not enjoy.
No, they love it.
They do not enjoy it.
They love it so much they stay in the same place every game just so I can do it more.
But you don't got a big axe though. I got
two big axes.
Oh, you got the little axes. I got the big axe. You got the little hatchets.
Big old axes. Now if I can hit G mode, then I got two little tiny axes.
Little hatchets, little tiny hatchets.
It's so weird, bro.
Ow! So many Hydra.
I should start fighting Trav and G mode just all the time.
Chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, choppy, chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, choppy, chop. Give my little crappy charm.
I know, it's so bad.
A bat wax. Oh, what's up, Torque Ice Fist? You missed the party, my friend. Oh, you dropped me some bull crap.
Ice Torque Fist. Am I full on gold almost?
I still always laugh at the fact that they basically, like, they all have powers except one of them. One of them basically has no powers. He just has a poo hand. It's like, it's Torque Ice Fist, right? And it's Galeb Flame Finger, and you know, it's like they all have like special powers and like lightning and fire and ice and stuff. And then there's just like, then there's the guy. He's like I got a poo hand. That's what I got. He's just got the poo hand. He just wipes his butt with his hand and he never washes it. He's like, I'm gonna touch you with my poo hand. Come here.
Ismail Vile Hand?
Yeah, his name is Vile Hand. Yeah. Ishmael Pooh Hand. Like, what's your power? I have the power of ice in my fist. What's your power? I have the power of flame in my finger. What's your power? Well, I haven't wiped my hand in like 20 years. It's really nasty, and if I touch you with it, you pretty much just die. Okay, well
I don't
that's
recall his
gross.
poison being that strong.
What?
I don't recall his poison being that strong.
You thought that was poison?
It
was poo.
It was poo.
Oh, I can't believe you thought he was Aura enchanted.
Well, there isn't really a poo element in the game.
I'll stop healing that council member. Stop healing council members. I don't care. I got a big axe. I don't care what you do.
I mean, you haven't seen the 8
Ouch.
pool patch.
Ow. Crit poison. Ow.
Walk it off.
Sounds like somebody got touched by the vile hand.
Yeah.
How's that?
Skelly with spectral hit, bad guy. It's crit poison me.
Uh-huh. Vilest of hands. A hand so vile.
It can touch you at a distance.
Wah, 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 wah. Checking all the blues, checking all the blues.
Minding my own business, just trying to find a waypoint.
The player character can't crit poison, right?
I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that question. It's a good question. Should ask somebody who's probably, really knowledgeable about Diablo 2. What if before every battle, Vile Hand just sticks his hand up his own butt and rubs around before he goes into the fight? He's like, all right, I gotta re-up, guys. Hold on, I gotta recast my enchant, my poison enchant.
That would be disgusting.
Look, it's not poison enchant. All right, we know it's not poison enchant. We know you're just sticking your hand up your butt. All right, we're not dumb. All right, we can smell. We smell it. Okay, it's gross. Put your poison enchant away. Could you just learn some magic?
Isn't he the one that's always off by himself too?
He's been shunned. He's been shunned by the group.
The one that's always isolated? Yeah, that's him.
Ishmael Pooh Hand.
If anybody wants to join my game real fast and pick up 800k gold, you can. I can't go gamble yet. I have to stay in trap.
What's up, Torque Ice Fist? Torque Ice Fist was hiding in the corner, probably because he didn't want to smell the poo.
Usually Torque's the one that hides from me. Galib is the one that always runs out.
That's kind of nice. Corpse Thirst Small Crescent, 132 to 209. It's level 45. It has 2 sockets on it. It's 249% enhanced, 86 attack rating, 6% life leech. It's actually a pretty solid little axe. Got a cool name too.
Ooh, an Alibaba?
Corpse Thirst.
An ethereal Alibaba? Oh no, it's not ethereal. I was
Small Crescent is
excited.
That's the highest, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That's kind of a neat little 45 item.
Terrible.
Ruby jewels are
Terrible.
or 2 shale runes.
Alibaba.
Or like 2 shale runes in it or something. It's kind of neat. Boop, boop, Choppy, 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 chop, chop, choppy, chop, 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 choppy, 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 chop. Loose away up.
Thanks to the Eth room, guys.
You didn't want an Eth rune? I thought that's what you ordered.
I'll take it. It wasn't when I was expecting anything better, so. One of a random Pindle dude. Ow, that hurt.
Oh, what? Torque Ice Fist only dropped me one item. I thought Super Inks were supposed to guarantee to it. I thought that was the whole thing with Super Inks. How dare Torque Ice Fist only give me one item? That is blasphemy.
There are some dead spaces around the Trav area that they can drop 0.
He wasn't even in the Trav area though. He was outside the Trav area.
I don't know then.
He chased me. Rudely. It was a rude chase. I didn't like it. I did not consent.
And Pindle dropped nothing. No.
Why you farming Pindle? Gotta be farming trash.
Because I'm doing the playthrough.
Oh.
I've just rescued Anya. I've got the Frozen Tundra waypoint.
Yeah, playthroughs get put on hold for Trav. Me.
Well, my Necro's even further behind than this one, so he can't access Terror Zones either.
Can poison damage inflict open wounds? No. Poison damage is its own form of damage, separate from open wounds. Open wounds and poison damage stack. I know that. Open wounds is interesting. It's one of the more powerful abilities in the game. Some people sleep on it and they don't really understand how it works. It's physical damage, but it bypasses physical resistance entirely. It's really quite weird. It also works on physically immune monsters, provided that the monster has been damaged in some way, shape, or form. As long as the monster has 1 HP missing, that's it. Just 1 HP missing. Open wounds can be applied. So if you just have like a 1 to 2 cold damage charm in your inventory, and you have open wounds, and you hit a monster that is immune to physical, and you damage them by 1 to 2 HP, you will immediately apply open wounds because the monster has a wound that can be taken advantage of and will start ticking from the open wounds, even if they're immune to physical. It's a very effective way to kill immune to physical monsters, is to have basically just an elemental damage charm with something like Malice, which gives like 100% open wounds chance, and then you basically just bleed them to death. And since the monster can't regenerate while he's under open wounds, you just slowly kill them.
Okay, guys, I'm going to bed now, so I'll see you around. I'll try and grab a. I will try and grab some help with the last part of the playthrough, so I can finally access the Terror Zones tomorrow. Cheers, guys.
Blue antlers. Countess is a buttface. I don't like Countess. She's mean to me, and I don't like her. Also, she always asks me if I want to take a bloodbath, but she never has one ready. It's really mean.
It's pretty rude.
It is rude. It is. I mean, she said, here for a bloodbath. And then I look around and there's no bloodbath. And I'm like, I was actually here for a bloodbath. Like,
Looks like I gotta use your blood.
Didn't have one on tap. Who wants to bathe in the blood of 1,000 virgins? Rejuvenating virgins. So did you hear that, like, that's actually a thing? So not the bathing in the blood, but like the rejuvenating blood of like young people. Apparently it's a thing now, is that like older people who are on, you know, like dying or whatever, or just they're just really old and they're rich and they have more money than they know what to do with, will actually pay to have a younger person with the same blood type, you know, like in their 20s or like even younger if they can get it, and they basically take blood out of themselves and then get blood from the younger person and get blood transfusions, basically replacing their old blood with young blood.
Nothing surprises me anymore.
I mean, and it really actually kind of works though, because you're basically taking, you know, like a young person's very well, I don't know what the term is, virile, or I don't really know what the term is for that actually. Like, vibrant, young,
rejuvenating.
I mean, if you think about it, it's for a young person, they probably have pretty good immune system. You know, their immune cells are probably very well stocked. They have high immune count. You know, like they probably have good, like iron, calcium, all sorts of things. I mean, you're basically just taking the old crap out and putting in the new stuff. I'm sure that there's probably a large number of health benefits to it. And it's probably expensive as all get out.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ain't covered by insurance.
Ain't covered by insurance. Need to get my daily blood infusions.
Why is it passive in Magic? Come on, man.
I don't know. I've thought about it a couple times. Like, you know how you can give blood, or even just go to a place and like a blood bank and sell your blood or whatever. So, I've read some stories about people who were drunk who gave blood when they were drunk, and then they put the blood into, you know, the person who needs it, and the person who needs it ends up being drunk because the blood alcohol level is in the blood, so you're literally transferring the drunkenness to the other person. And when I get gout, I'm sure that the purines and stuff like that that cause my gout are in my blood. So if I gave blood, it would take some of the purines away, and it might cure my gout. And then whoever gets my blood would have a gout attack. Like, why do I have a gout attack? I've never had gout my entire life.
Like people who get all these people who get organ transplants, and they can catch someone's cancer from it.
Yeah, organ transplants from what?
You can get someone else's cancer if their organ is cancerous and detect it.
Well, yeah, it only takes one cancer cell, right? That would be very bad.
I remember reading something. This lady got an organ transplant, and she'd never had McDonald's in her life. And after the transplant, she just like craved McDonald's all the time.
Delicious.
Set of trap runs was worth it. I'll take my own run.
I ain't found nothing good yet.
I found a passive in Magic GC with 34 life, but it's passive in Magic.
Passive magic is nice. I think it's
Those are
better.
in high demand.
I think it's better than people realize. I mean, that's a strong defensive charm there, basically. Not only does it give you a decent life, but it also gives you dodge, void, evade, Valkyrie, more attack rating, more pierce, more deadly strike. I mean, it's certainly not a terrible charm.
Yeah, but it doesn't trade for nothing. And you know me, I likes my trade.
Chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, choppy, chop, chop, chop. Thankfully, the council members can't out-heal my chopping. They have a hard time out-healing the chops. They do not do well with the chopping. Ooh, a rare thresher. That's kind of nice. Please be ethereal, amp damage, and tools mod, life leech.
All of the mods.
Plus two sockets.
2 sockets for sure. For sure. IAS.
It's ethereal. It's ethereal.
Oh, it started off right.
It's 30% IAS, and it's also 6% life leech. It did not roll any damage, though, unfortunately. Close, but no cigar.
I have found a shackle if anyone needs.
So close.
Is it the right color?
You want to know who needs it?
It's green.
It even rolled with
The next
14
swappy
minimum
game needs it.
damage.
It what?
So close.
I found 3 Shakos in the last 2 days.
Sweet.
You are a Le Hacker.
So rude.
Also known as Le Hack.
Lick.
Yeah, my hacks went away, bro. I don't know what happened.
So if anyone needs a Shako, just let me know.
Hack.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me know too.
I'm only using 1 Shaco this season, and it's ethereal.
Oh, what's the highest defense? I could use a higher defense one.
Jeez.
Well, I'm gonna put a Cham rune in it, but mine's like, not high defense.
I have a 101 and a 110.
Yeah, the one I got is a 111.
I'm wearing a 132.
Mine is like the same as all the ones you guys have. It's like right in that same area.
McDonald's is cheap because they use waste meat, if you guys are unaware. I mean, it's not bad meat, but it is considered waste meat. I don't really know how to explain it. When a company cuts up meat for consumption, it's usually done by a machine, and there's usually meat left on the skin when they finish cutting the meat off. The meat that is on the skin is considered to be waste meat. It's usually very little, and they don't bother removing it. McDonald's patented a method to remove the waste meat from the skin, and it's not bad meat by any means. It's just it's a meat that nobody was using, and the reason why nobody was using it was because it was very difficult to get off and actually utilize, and they basically patented a method to do so. So the meat that they serve at McDonald's is like the leftover meat that's stuck to the skin that doesn't come off very easily, and it's perfectly fine meat. It's just it's weird, and that's why they were able to do it so cheaply, a lot cheaper than other companies, because they're using something that the other companies can't use. You can look it up. There's like whole articles on it. I'm always teaching you guys weird facts. That's why you guys love me, right?
Yeah, their hamburgers are the worst.
They're alright. They're not exactly amazing. I think it's mainly just how they cook them. They don't really seem very well seasoned either. I like my burgers seasoned. Lowry seasoned salt. I love some Lowry seasoned salt on my burgers.
Amen to that. That's one thing we can agree on.
Lowry's is good. I still remember when I got to this house, ain't nobody used Lowry's. They didn't even know what Lowry's was.
I have no idea what
I'm
that
like,
is.
I remember the first time I cooked hamburgers. I'm like, where's the Lowry seasoned salt? They're like, what's that? They're like, we don't use salt around here. And I'm like, it's Lowry's seasoning salt. It's not salt. It's got salt in it, but that's not what it is. It's like, if you look at the ingredients, it's like everything. It's got like garlic powder, it's got pepper, it's got a little bit of paprika, it's got all sorts of stuff in all the right proportions. It's basically just all the seasonings, like in the right proportions, so that it tastes delicious.
I like the Weber's hamburgers season. It's not so overpowering.
So anyway, I brought some home and I started using it, and now they use it because it's freaking delicious. Like, it doesn't take a genius. Lowry's is good. Lowry's, if you're listening, I will straight up like promote your Lowry seasoned salt on my stream. Give me a Lowry seasoned salt shirt and a bottle and a hat. A Lowry seasoned salt. I will wear all of it and hold up a bottle and be like, delicious.
Hey Ginger, you looking for some sponsorship?
Sure, why not? Let's go.
Okay.
As long as I believe in the product. You know, it's crazy. I used to like think that I would eventually get some sponsorships or whatever, but I'm starting to realize that the only products that are worth sponsoring don't need sponsorships. Like, it seems like almost like a catch-22, is that like the stuff that you would want to advertise usually needs to be advertised because nobody wants it. And the stuff that doesn't need to be advertised, literally you're not going to get a sponsorship for because they don't need to advertise it because it's delicious and everybody buys it. So it's like it's like I don't know where the middle ground is on that. Like, something that I guess just people don't know about that's absolutely delicious, but then once they do know about it, then everybody wants it, and then the sponsorship isn't needed at that point anyway.
Generally, if you need advertising, your product is bad, or nobody knows about your product.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, and that's what it turns out to. Like, when people try and contact me for sponsorship for stuff, it's either they have a really bad product that nobody wants, and I'm like, I'm not advertising that, or they just don't need my advertising in the first place.
Yeah, I didn't know about White Castle until like in my early 20s. So now that I've tried them, I'm like, oh yeah.
There's a couple things that I learned about as I got older. Like, I always liked pickles, I mean, kinda, but I had never tried Clausen pickles. And I'm not talking about like the kind that you see on like the dry food shelf, but like the what are they called? Never boiled. They're refrigerated pickles. Let's call them refrigerated pickles. Man, the refrigerated Clausen pickles. Oh my god, dude! I could sit there and eat like a whole jar of those things. If you've never had the refrigerated Clausen pickles, not the stupid ones that are on the shelf, because those are okay at best, but the refrigerated ones are just. I'll sit there and crunch on them for a while. Like the Spears the best. I think the Spears have the right like meatiness to
texture,
not meatiness ratio. It's like they're not too thick to the point where I feel like I'm chowing on a wiener. And they're not so thin that like you don't have the good meaty crunch to it. Like, it's just the right amount of crunch with the right amount of like thickness. The halves are okay too, but I think the Spears are better.
Got the nice girth.
Yeah, Shoeman said those are dope. See, he knows. Shoeman knows. You guys may not know, but Shoeman knows.
Shoeman remembers.
Just like Beverly Charms.
You guys know in places where they make pickles on a regular basis, when it snows, you know what they do? They just sprinkle the brine on the road. Instead of salt, they just use the brine.
Ginger, you like pepperoncinis?
Pepperoncinis. Why is the image of it not entering my head? Oh, little kind of look like jalapenos, but they're not jalapenos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not really. I like jalapenos better, I think.
Fair.
Oh, pickle juice is delicious.
I agree.
I like pickle juice, but my girlfriend likes pickle juice more than me. I have to yell at her sometimes because she makes me upset because she'll go in there and she'll just drink all the pickle juice out of the pickle jar while there's still pickles in it. And I'm like, that is just against the rules. It's like you can't just remove all the pickle juice from the pickle jar before the pickles are gone. Like, you can drink all the pickle juice, that's perfectly fine, but you don't do it before the pickles leave the jar. Like, I like to dip my pickles in the juice. I mean, who doesn't dip their pickles in the juice? I mean, that's just standard procedure.
Yeah, because if you drink all the pickle juice, then they go dry.
Yeah, that's wrong. I still remember
I'm
the first
not adult
time.
enough for this conversation.
It's upsetting. I went in there to eat some pickles, and I usually like to pour myself like a little cup of juice to go with my pickles and just kind of like dip the pickles in the juice. But no, there was no juice. There was no juice, and the pickles were all dry. It was awful. It was like a holocaust. It was like a pickle holocaust.
What if you don't eat pickles?
What if you don't eat pickles? You still wait till the pickles are eaten before you eat the juice. Don't take that long. Then she comes home with a frickin', like, it looks like a milk carton, and it literally just says pickle juice on it.
Jesus.
And I'm like, okay.
And you're like, you are the one for me.
Okay, pickle juice. Okay. Well, at least she's not drinking my pickle juice out of my pickle jars no more. Before the pickles are eaten. God, I had so many gems. Choppy, 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 chop, chop, choppy, chop, 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 chop. Come on, give me something good, my boys. I just wanna chop you. I just wanna chop you a little. So have you guys been keeping up with the Delicious Dungeon anime?
First I've heard of it.
Oh, it's really good.
Be an ethereal mesh armor, please.
If you haven't
Oh
seen
my
it,
god, it's ethereal.
it's got a really cool premise for an anime.
Nice. My bird
Delicious
finally gets an
Dungeon?
upgrade.
Yeah, it's called Delicious in Dungeon or something like that. Basically, the premise is this: they go down into this dungeon, and apparently Like at first, I thought it was almost like a video game where people weren't dying, and that you could be resurrected and stuff like that, and like, but actually, you find out that the reason why they can resurrect in the dungeon or whatever, and why it kind of seems like a video game, is because apparently there's some sort of spell cast over the dungeon that makes it so that your soul can't leave your body. So when you die, your soul's just stuck to your body, and so they cast healing spells on you and stuff and bring you back to life. So you're basically just, like, as long as you're inside the dungeon when you die, you literally can't die. You're just stuck to your body. Well, the whole anime is kind of about them trying to rescue one of their party members, but they're broke and they have no food. And so they're like, well, what if we eat the monsters in the dungeon? And that's literally the whole start of the anime, is like them trying to figure out which monsters in the dungeon are edible and which ones aren't, and how they can cook them, and what they would taste like. Like, there was one monster that was like a big giant mushroom, and they're like, I wonder if it tastes like shiitake mushrooms. And they're trying to figure out how to cook the mushroom monster. It's actually really funny. The whole thing is funny. Like, it's just them. It's them trying to figure out how to eat monsters the entire time.
And do you guys have a good F4OS base for my merc?
I think I got a thresher that needs to be rolled. You want to come snag it and roll it?
Armor. Sorry, I should have specified.
Oh. Vile hand, do not touch me with your poo. I don't like it. Sam, I am. I do not like it. Green eggs and ham.
Well, what would you be cooking up in Diablo 2 then?
What are we cooking up in Diablo 2? I don't know.
If you want
Most of the stuff in Diablo 2 are demons. I guess it would have to be the beasts, right? I don't know. Maybe the beetles will taste good.
You got the beetles, you got the yetis, you got the leapers.
I feel like the yetis would probably be stringy. A lot of meat. They got a lot of muscle, right? There'd be a lot of gristle.
Well, actually, we have the cow level.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
We can eat the cows. A lot of hamburgers.
Some mighty hamburgers. Let's go.
Hey, we're eating good.
Good day.
We even got a king to dine on. We can get some king burgers.
You could always eat the druid's bear too. A lot of people eat bear.
Whoa. We can't just sacrifice the druid's bear without permission. Okay. If the bear happens to die while in combat, it's fair game.
Nah, then you gotta worry about all the
Fair
poison
game.
and, you know, that kind of stuff.
Well, here's the fun part about that. The druid can just resummon his bear, right? So...
I mean, how do we know it's not the same bear, though? Like, what if we eat the bear, and then he resummons the bear, and then, like, and he's angry at us because we ate him, and then...
But it's unlimited food at that point, so he'd be doing y'all a favor, right? I mean...
I don't think he'd be very happy about us crunching on him.
But would he even know? Like, we kill him, eat him, and then resummon him.
I don't know. What if you resummon him and it's just a skeleton? Like, oops.
He just looks at you like, what the hell?
He's just dead. He's just dead now. Like, great. I can't even summon my bear anymore. Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
All because you guys were hungry and selfish.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. That was very nice of you. So appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're up to episode 10, Miles? Good. Alright, catch up so we can watch it together. Ow, oh god, that is too much. That is I'm running away. Oh god. That is blah, blah, blah. That is everything. I don't know. It's everything. That is a lot of everything. Come over here so I can punch you guys. Chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, choppy, chop, chop, chop. I love how my damage output is so high that I don't have to worry about any healers nearby with this character. Like, I completely out-damage the healers. To the point where literally sometimes the monsters just get one shot and the healers can't
Ginger.
do anything.
Ginger, take a look in the chat.
Stormmar.
Do you want to try and use that as a big old honking hammer?
Wow, that's 553 and it's not even an elite base.
I know.
That's crazy. It's not even an elite base. What the hell would that even go to as an elite base?
The
Thunderball?
Yeah, the Thunderball.
Let's run the numbers real quick. So Thunderball is 100.
I mean, I'm keeping it, bro. I'm definitely not dropping that back on the ground, bro. Somebody can use this thing.
So it's 180 base plus 274%. So that would be a 673. Wait, no. 673 would be the non-ethereal, right? It's a 50% bonus for ethereal, so it's 180 plus 50% first, then plus a 274. So it would be a 1009. That would be the top end, 1009.
Someone find any e-crawls?
I think Ginger found a big old honking hammer.
1009 is a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. It's also got 12 men on it, which is kind of crazy. I got 5 more minutes of chopping. Chop.
You gotta try it out, Ginger, for sure. You got it.
It's gotta be up.
I got a Zod rune for it already too,
Yeah,
so I'm gonna drop it for you and a Zod rune. So
I wonder if well, you know, because Chunks is doing his big bleepy barb. I wonder if Chucks would like to bonk somebody on the head with that thing. He's Mace Mastery too.
he's trying to take the charm from me. So.
Sounds like
there it is.
Sounds like you have bait for him. Be like, hey, Chunks.
It is a pretty fat weapon. As soon as I saw it drop, I was like, "Oh, it's a hammer. Let me pick that up." And I saw it was ethereal. I was like, "If this has like 2 of the things, it's really good." Just because the hammers do so much damage, just so much.
Wow, that is pretty crazy.
Crazy feeling.
Oh, you talk about the hammer?
Yeah, I just looked in that. Wow.
It's crazy. What's crazy about it is it's only level 48.
Yes. I know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when you
that
put the
on a level
Zod
49 dueler.
when you put the Zod rune in it, though, it's gonna go to like level 70 something. But
Yeah. That's fine. Definitely gonna up this thing anyway.
Do you have everything to up it?
No, probably not.
Hullum. It's just a pull. Oh wait, no, it's rare. I'm sorry. Rare is probably like foul or something like that.
Yeah, foul, I think, with a perfect sapphire.
Type in exclamation point rare weapon upgrade 2.
I got it right here. Yeah, foul perfect sapphire.
I was right. See? Haha. I meant my brain worked for once. I'm proud of my brain.
Yeah, I made an e-bonnet in the Thunder Mall. I rolled 383. Doing pretty big boy damage.
Little burnt one. What you got for me, burnt wand? Nothing. Dropped your first low road in the Plains of Despair on Nightmare difficulty? Nice, Brandon. Congrats.
Was it terrorized?
I
It
would
had to have been terrorized, right?
Well, low is... I mean, I know for like the jaw or the burr or whatever, like it has to be terrorized, but... I don't know for the low room. Okay, they got fanaticism and might. Oh dear. I don't like it. It's spicy. The hell?
I can't carry it.
I just killed like 4 council members and every single one of them dropped me mana potions. That's a lot of mana potions.
Preparing you.
Well, they dropped me an F amp sword. It's meh at best. It's got 50% enhanced, 11 min damage, attack rating. It's not really all that great. It could be an interesting option for a barb merc. Just to give you amp, but I feel like there'd be better ones than that.
Crystalline or frozen, that's just running those. It's time.
A smell charm. 1 defense. See, now that's a troll. Troll, trolly, troll, trolly, troll. Trolly, troll. Such a beautiful charm. I gotta stop and look at it every now and then. It is beautiful.
Beautiful like you, Ginger.
I'm not beautiful. I's ugly. I's proud to be ugly.
Jesus.
Because when you're ugly and someone loves you, then you know they truly love you. Alright, come on. What movie is that from?
Guessing the wrong guy. I got brain fog.
South Park. I mean, it wasn't one I was thinking of. It might be from South Park.
That sounds like a Cartman thing to say.
There's only like 10 trillion episodes that I haven't seen, so... No, but I was thinking of a different movie. A unique ring popped out of that tank? Ooh, a wisp projector. A 13% magic find, 19% absorption. Ah, beautiful,
Awesome.
beautiful.
That's a fat roll.
What are the rolls on wisp? Yeah, look at it real quick.
MF and
2020.
2020? Oh yeah, it is 2020. Oh, so I got a 19 on the lightning absorb. That's a pretty good roll. The magic find is a little low. It's at 13.
way better Sorb on than mine. Mine's got an
19%
11.
absorption. Chomp,
Guys better watch out. I'm over here finding Thull runes.
The thullest of runes?
Don't grab it with your eyes anymore.
Where's our random guy that says all the rune names weird? It feels like every season there's always some guy who's always saying all the rune names weird. Like instead of Amrune, it's like an Omrune. Or instead of like Soul Rune, it's like the Soul Rune.
Ammon.
It's not Thul Rune, it's Thule. The Thule Rune.
I mean, and is a little bit hard to...
It's not a Cham Rune, it's a Chom Rune. I'm just messing with people. We've been playing for six seasons. Trust me, we've had a couple really weird pronunciation of some of the runes. Oh god, fanaticized Deathlords. Run! Oh god, they're gonna kill me. Oh god, run! Oh god, they almost got my booty cheeks. That was bad. My booty cheeks. I managed to save and exit, like, barely in time. Fanaticized Deathlords, extra fast. Oh god.
I thought you were against saving and exiting. I thought you were against saving and exiting.
In hardcore, yeah.
You must die like a real man.
My take on it is that when you save and exit, you are admitting that you would have died. That's my take on it. I am totally admitting that I would have died there. If I had not saved and exited, I would have died. But dying in softcore is not permanent. Dying in hardcore is. So when you save and exit in hardcore, you're admitting that you would have died.
Oh, okay.
And if you die in hardcore, well, then you're dead forever. So if you admit that you died, then it doesn't matter that you saved yourself from death because you're still dead. Now, me, on the hand, I'm still dead. I would have died. 100% I would have died. But I could always just picked up my body and moved on. Need to repair my armor. It is currently at 3. I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna get revenge. That's what's gonna happen. I'm getting revenge. Revenge of the ginger. I need my Merc with me. Let's go, Merc. Let's go get revenge.
And a Thorns Necro would have just looked at that and smiled.
Oh, I'm Thorns too. I'm gonna convert one or two of them, and I'm gonna use them to kill each other.
It's the difference between Necro and some of the other classes. Look at extra fast, fanaticism, might, cursed. Oh, this will go real fast.
That's how I feel when I run a Reaper Soul Fury Druid.
So I have never seen
Sean
Death
said
Lords kill themselves.
if you can still play the character, then it's fine. Save and exit crew for life. I'm on the side that it's an exploit. Like that's my personal opinion. And I think it's backed up pretty well by most video games. If you ever played any MMO, there's usually a 2 to 3 second, sometimes even much longer, depending on the game and how cruel they want to be. Sometimes up to like 10 to 20 seconds of time that your character is forced to stay logged in if you try to like crash the game or something like that. It's specifically supposed to prevent you from being able to crash the game and save your life by causing you to have to stay logged in for a certain period of time after the crash happens. It's actually the exact opposite of a crash protect system. It's an anti-exploit system. My personal thinking on the matter is that Diablo was just too old to incorporate an anti-crash mechanic like most MMOs do to prevent you from being able to exploit that mechanic. So the only reason why you can do it in this game is because the developers were basically ahead of their game, where literally they didn't have that built into the game yet because it wasn't a technology or something that they had thought of at the time. But I can guarantee you that if this game were made today, it probably would include some sort of protection for save and exit exploit.
But it was made not that long ago, Kappa.
What?
I'm being a troll.
I just didn't hear you because I was getting like wrecked by Death Lords.
Yeah, I said it was made not that long ago.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, they didn't remake Diablo 2 though.
That's true. They just remastered it.
No, it's just they didn't even do anything. It's still the same game. They just put a little like mask on top to make it look like it's a brand new game.
You right.
They're honestly, I think they're deathly afraid of actually messing with the game mechanics because they know they'll break it. Sean is like, it's not that easy on console, okay? It's escape, save and exit is actually start button R1 3 times down button once, save and exit, okay? Honestly, if it takes you that many button pushes on console, then it's fine. What is that, Langer Breezer? Langer Breezer? I'm pretty sure this is a bottom roll. Yeah, it's a bottom roll. Poopies. I don't know. I've just played so many games over the years that that punish you for trying to disconnect. Final Fantasy XI. It literally had a logout system which required you to type in /logout, and your character would go into a kind of like a sitting or kneeling pose, and it took like 30 seconds of time to log out from Final Fantasy XI, like correctly, so that your character would technically be out of the game, so that when you actually logged out, you were logged out at that exact moment. But if you force close the game or you crashed or whatever, like you were stuck in the game for like 30 seconds after your client crashed. So most of the time when you log back in, you were dead. 30 seconds is usually more than enough time for most monsters to kill you.
I loved watching people do that in Hardcore Classic. For World of Warcraft, they should specify.
What? Force close and then get stuck there?
Yeah, you just spawn back in, and then the mobs will just surround you and kill you. It's pretty great.
I mean, I could think of like 5 or 6 examples right off the top of my head of games like that that have the like the whole, like if you force close the game, you get to die anyway. Like, they weren't playing no games like Lord of the Rings Online, freaking Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 14, World of Warcraft. I mean, there's tons of them. Like, they didn't want anyone exploiting those mechanics.
Question about Demon Limb. If I were to put a 5/5 fire facet on that, will that increase my enchant damage?
The fire skill damage will, yes.
Okay.
It's not going to be very much, but it'll be something.
Hmm.
It'll go up by 5% of the total fire damage, which, if you look up the level of enchant, let's see, enchant, what is it? 23, okay.
Yep.
So enchant at level 23 is, well, that's not helpful. I swear the only website that actually lists all the levels up to level 100 is Amazon based. Okay, so level 23 is maximum fire damage 111. So 5% increase on that would get you like an additional 6 damage. Probably not worth it, but
yeah.
I mean, it's definitely not nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you were a sorceress and you were running all the like synergies and you were using Demon Limb, the synergies actually do apply to Demon Limb, so the facet would actually do more in that case.
Okay.
But I think you'd probably be better off with 1 point. Like if you did have all the synergies for enchant, you'd probably be better off just 1 point Wandering Enchant instead of just casting it yourself.
Right. Okay. Noted.
Murder everything. I don't know. I think hardcore is one of those things that I think would be more accepted if there was some sort of like peer review system. And I think a peer review system would be pretty easy to set up as well. Well, we talked about this before a couple times, but basically what it would involve is kind of like a Counter-Strike Overwatch sort of a system, which is where if your hardcore character dies and you feel that your hardcore character's death was not legitimate for whatever reason, you could put it through a peer review system of other players who would check it, and you'd maybe have like 5 people would have to okay it, and then your character would be brought back to life. But, you know, if they also, on the same token, decided that it was a legitimate death, then your character would stay dead and would not be revivable. So, I mean, I think in that case, people would be more willing to play hardcore, especially under situations like where they got like a DC or something stupid like that. I mean, like, it would be really obvious, in my opinion. Like, they get like a little video clip of your death, and you're just standing there, not moving, and your character just dies. Like, from like 15 seconds of being wailed on by like a fallen. Like, it would be really obvious that it was a DC, because obviously nobody would just stand there and let themselves get killed by a fallen. Or your death might be you teleporting into a Deathlord pack, and then they would, you know, immediately be like, nope, that was legitimate. You teleported directly into a Deathlord pack, you're an idiot. Nah, the peer review system would be random. It wouldn't be your friends. It would be people, like in Counter-Strike, people who have a certain number of hours in the game. It would be randomly assigned. That boy just one-shot me? Of course, I did have amp up. Probably should have cleared off my amp before I ran into the charge pack.
And we won't revive Ginger's pally for that.
Evening.
Yeah, that was a legitimate death. 100% legitimate. I was an idiot, did something stupid. The peer review would uphold that.
I am overburdened.
I'm like, you a big dummy.
Why you gotta tell everybody though?
You a big dummy. Why you gotta be such a big fat dummy? Big fat ugly dummy. So big and so fat and so ugly too. I don't know why you look like you. Oh, there I be. Over there. Look at my poor little dead corpse. That's right. Shoot him. Shoot him, boy girl. Shoot him. Get them people, tell them who boss. Don't let them talk to my corpse any kind of way. Look, he's stepping on my foot. Don't let him step on my foot. Don't let the guy stepping on my arm. Don't let him step on my arm. Don't let that guy step on my arm neither. That's right. Kill them all.
I just dropped a 4-socket F thresher.
Kill them all. Let God sort them out.
Might be worth something.
Yep, those are nice.
I'm gonna roll it.
Those are nice for stuff. I thought you said it was 4-socket.
Yeah, I thought you said it was 4-socket.
I mean, like, I'm gonna roll the insight. Like, I'm gonna roll the insights in it. See what happens.
Oh.
That's what I meant.
Punks. Chomp, chomp, chomp. I know. I remember when the rollbacks were happening and stuff like that when the game was first launching, and then people were getting kicked from games, and there was a bunch of weirdo stuff happening at that particular time. I remember quite a few hardcore characters died during those crashes. I know there was some really pissed off people. I mean, they didn't have no control over their deaths. They're just, as far as they knew, they were just fighting along, and all of a sudden the server kicks them out. Boots them right to the curb. Can't do much about it when the game boots you to the curb. Dang it, I got the hiccup.
Rope 17. Beautiful.
What'd you get on the crit?
5 on the crit, 230 ED.
Ooh, the crit's the most important thing.
How does that work? What is +5 to crit strike? What does that mean? I guess
It's the Amazon's crit strike.
Oh.
It's literally her crit strike skill, so it literally gives them like a massive amount of double damage. So if you roll 1, it's terrible. Like it's only like 10% crit. Like it's awful.
Yeah, so that's a boy is huge.
Critical strike 5 is 42%, which is much better than like 1, which is only 16. It's very nice, and also since it's an O skill, plus the skills affects it, so you can get it a little bit higher depending on if he has any plus the skills. So if you get it with 6, it's 46, 7 is 49, 8 is 51, 9 is 54, 10 is 56, etc.
Yeah.
So he hits a
Big.
lot harder when he has a high crit. Like if I rolled 17 meditation and I rolled like 1 crit, I would re-roll it. It's not worth it. It's you lose out on way too much damage. I can't remember, what does it go up to 6? I think it goes up to 6.
Yeah, 1 to 6. So I'll take 17.5.
17.5 is nice. Oh, ghosties. I like the ghosties. The ghosties are mean, but I like the ghosties. They're not my friends, but I like them. They gave me the runes. I like the runes. Chop, chop. You got a 17.6 FCV. Nice. Nice. Yeah, double damage is huge for the mercs because it just gives them so much more damage output than they would normally have. Just one shot those champion ghosts. That was beautiful. Immune to what? What were you immune to again? Poor pathetic ghosties. You need to work on your resistances. Poor unfortunate ghosties. So sad. So sad. Lancers. Dark Lancers are evil. I've died a lot to Dark Lancers. No. Ow. Super ow. Holy burr, frickin' brr. I almost said burr rune. Frickin' sucking up juvies like they're going out of style over here. That was a lot of snakes, and they were not nice. That was a lot of not nice snakes. Dark Lancers have died a lot to me. Yes, they have. But they're also mean and they kill me a lot, so I don't like them. I don't know what it is about Dark Lancers. I think it's their speed. I think they're just so freaking fast and they hit so hard. So if you get an extra fast pack, they're like little crackheads chasing you around trying to murder you.
The little lance, so the damage range is like lightning. It's very...
Yeah, so it hits really hard. You just leave my... I'm just killing my mercenary. She costs money to revive. She costs dollars. I swear, I think sometimes they kill my mercenary just out of spite. It's like it's a spite thing. I think it's spite. I'm pretty sure it's spite.
Afternoon.
Windshield Vipers! What if vampires only need to drink blood because they can't recycle iron? I remember reading in the science class, they were talking about how the body literally doesn't have enough iron to produce the blood cells for the body. That the only way that it produces blood cells for the body is by recycling the old blood cells as they die. And basically using the iron from the old blood cells to create the new blood cells, so it's like a constant recycling. What if that's why vampires need to drink blood all the time? Is because they can't recycle the iron from their own blood. So when the blood cells die, they're not recycling it, and they need tons and tons of iron, or new blood, they need new iron to make new blood cells, so they just drink the blood and they get the iron that way. Just gotta
So we can just give them some iron pills.
Yeah, you just gotta give them iron pills. That'd be fine. It'd be alright. Little iron pills. I think I remember the same article saying something along the lines of, like, if your body didn't recycle iron from blood to make blood cells, you would need to eat like an entire like cast iron pan like a day or something. Impossible. I can't remember the exact amount. It was a lot. An entire cast iron pan sounds like a lot. It'd be hard to eat that much iron. So they might need a couple iron pills. Like the whole bottle maybe.
Well, we used to cook in cast iron pans, and they just some iron in the food. Not the entire pan, though.
I wonder if I can just find the quote here real quick. Let's see. Just for lulz. No. It's not what I meant to do. No. Stop it. body makes approximately 2 million blood cells every second, so it only takes a number of weeks to build up stores of them. Your body stores iron in the form of two proteins, ferritin and hemosiderin. Proteins are found in the liver, bone marrow, spleen, and muscles. If too much iron is taken out of storage and not replaced through dietary sources, iron stores become depleted and the hemoglobin levels fall. After donation, most people's hemoglobin levels are back to normal after 6 to 12 weeks. This is why we ask donors to wait for a minimum of 12 weeks between donations. Yeah, well, it's not really the same exact quote, but it says approximately 90% of iron needs for blood cells are met by internal iron recycling from aged red blood cells. The task is accomplished by macrophages, predominantly Kupffer cells, in the liver and red pulp macrophages in the spleen. Iron recycling. This is a really long article on iron recycling. I ain't even joking. Look at this thing. You guys ready? Look at this. It's still going. There's so much. Of course, that's all the sources, but that's a lot of sources. Iron recycling.
I think everybody got quiet.
So quiet.
All the talk about frying pans made me go rewatch an old video on YouTube from Viva La Dirt League about the Pan Man in PUBG.
The Pan Man. Somebody actually tested that to see if pans could actually block a bullet. They could not. He tested like not just one pan, but he tested like 10, 20, like trying to see how many cast iron pans it would take before it would stop a bullet. It was not promising results.
No, cast iron's very brittle. I don't even think it would stop anything.
That was pretty much the result. Is that the cast iron basically shatters almost like glass. Like it basically just pushes a hole through the cast iron and it breaks through, because cast iron just isn't it isn't refined enough. Maybe if it was a steel pan with the same exact like dimensions and thickness, but
a cast iron steel pan may bear a little bit better than a. I meant carbon steel pan, not cast iron.
Ductile cast would be better. I mean, yeah, there's probably better like forms that could do better, but the one in PUBG is literally just a cast iron pan, so. They tried all different calibers and stuff too. I mean, that's also a thing. There's so many of those stupid videos out there, and I watch them, and I don't know why I watch them. It's like, how many band-aids does it take to stop a bullet? And they like line up like a trillion band-aids. How many panes of glass does it take to stop a bullet? And then they like line up panes of glass until eventually it stops a bullet.
I kind of want to shoot a cast iron pan with my crossbow now, but I don't want to lose an arrow.
Yeah, I've done it before. It'll break the shaft of the arrow. Did a hard drive too one time. I wanted to see if I could shoot a crossbow bolt through a hard drive. Did not work.
What FPS was your crossbow?
It's an 80-pound pull crossbow.
Probably like low 400s, high 300s.
I don't know. It's cheap. It's a cheap one. But I remember it has like a stirrup. You've got to actually put your foot in the stirrup to pull back the bolt. It's not a compound crossbow, so it's like a traditional style crossbow. I could probably find a picture of it online. Boom, 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 boom. You know, maybe it was more than 80 pounds. It might have been 120, actually, now that I think about it. It definitely was not self-cocking. As a stirrup. Wah, 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 Yeah, looks something like... Is this it? That's it right there. That's it. This is it. I'm 100% sure. This is exactly what mine looks like. It's even got the same writing on it. Apparently it's a 150-pound pole, my bad. It's got a big old metal stirrup in the front. You gotta like put your foot in the stirrup and then you gotta crank it back until it clicks and then you can fire off your bow. It's not a compound crossbow, it's just like a standard style. Had a beast of a time getting the frickin' string on there. That's why you love my stream, for the random facts that I pop up with? What? I just like learning, that's all. I've always been a learner. I like learning. I like learning things. I'm a learner. The pursuit of knowledge has always been one of my favorite things. There's always more to learn.
I live in a geezer-friendly province, so you can actually hunt with a crossbow in bow season.
I don't really go hunting with it. I just shot things in the backyard with it. I had an arrow trap, but it didn't work for that thing. It was too powerful.
A lot of a lot of the bag targets you can buy that say crossbow friendly are not crossbow friendly.
I mean, it's not like I was using broadheads or anything. They were always training arrows, but I mean, even training arrows like go right through the dang thing. Training arrow tips are very bland tips. They got like a slight point on them. That's about it. Rounded. They have no like hook or catch to them or like deployment system or anything like that. Not like broadheads do.
I imagine they still hurt if you get hit by one.
Oh, I'm sure it'll still hurt, but not as much as a broadhead would. There's some broadheads that are just absolutely nasty. Like, they ain't going nowhere. There's like spring-loaded broadheads. Let me show you what they look like. When do they got a GIF? Let's see if they got a GIF. Jiffy. Hey, GV. Here's a particularly nasty one right here. This is a spring-loaded broadhead. So basically how it works is these are blades right here, right? And so when you shoot, you know, whatever it is you're shooting with this, these are spring-loaded, so they go in and collapse, and they cut as they're going in as well, obviously. And then once it's actually in, they spring back outward. And if somebody tries to pull them out, they have obviously the hook shape here. So if you try to pull them back out, they latch in basically after it goes in. It's almost like a grappling hook, but like for inside of the flesh. Some of them that literally do look like grappling hooks. Like they look like grappling hooks, but they're not grappling hooks. They're pretty nasty. Your regular training arrowhead is pretty bland by comparison. This is your regular training arrowhead. It looks like this. Like, the difference between something like this hitting you and a broadhead hitting you is pretty massive. If somebody shot you with a broadhead, not only are you not getting it out, but it's going to do a lot of damage while it's inside of you as well. Something like this, you could probably just pull straight out with relative ease. I mean, yeah, if they hit something important, it's probably going to hurt. Like if they shot you in the heart or something like that, it wouldn't matter if that it's a training head. It would still damage you pretty well. But I mean, these little training heads are innocuous by comparison to some of the arrowheads that you can have on the end of an arrow. That's probably why, you know, like the comic books and stuff like that, you got like the Arrow, and he's got all those freaking cool arrows, or Hawkeye from, you know, like the Avengers movies. His arrows are probably ridiculous. I mean, can you imagine like the tech of like Batman and Superman added into freaking arrows? You could put bombs on the end. You could have like kryptonite arrows, like all sorts of freaking crazy stuff on the end of them freaking arrowheads.
Hey Ginger, you got anything you can commit a war crime with?
Commit a war crime?
Napalm?
The napalm headed arrow. Here you go.
A mini nuclear bomb arrow? Well.
I mean, like the arrow tips that Rambo has in the movie, the explosive tips.
Those things, others are nuts, man. The forgot what you call them things. Those are real, but I can't remember the name of them.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know much about that.
I'm sure there would be poisoned arrowheads too. I mean, that's easy. I'm sure that's like one of the most basic things.
I mean, I just can't imagine like I don't know, maybe I could, but like you got all these weapons it's not illegal. They're authorized to use in war.
Oh, Pietro, thank you for the sub, man. I really appreciate the support. I do indeed. I live this job.
Oh, for a poison arrowhead, you just gotta find the right frog to rub it on.
Some Karari.
I mean, I just wonder if like there's like a list of like melee weapons that are illegal to use in warfare.
Melee weapons that are illegal to use?
Or arrows, yeah, or it's like, you know, arrows or melee weapons.
Probably not, because they wouldn't be used.
There probably are some that are banned, I would assume.
How may I be of help?
Arrows were actually better, or bow and arrow was actually better than guns for a long time. They were faster, easier to fire, more accurate. It took quite some time for guns to catch up. It wasn't until like I think it was like the 6-shooters, when the 6-shooters started to become like better and more accurate. That was when they started to sort of work their way past the bows. Bows also had the unfortunate side effect of being useless in the rain because they were made with sinew, and sinew would stretch when it was wet. and it was not a good thing, obviously. But nowadays, bows are not made with sinew anymore. They're made with usually some type of synthetic, which means they no longer have that issue in the rain. But like your average like warrior could fire off like 5 or 6 arrows in the time it would take a soldier to shoot like 1 or 2 shots. And 5 or 6 arrows could mean 5 or 6 dead soldiers in the same time period. So they were pretty effective.
It's not what works.
And when I say pretty effective, I mean like there's actual documented battles where they got just absolutely destroyed. One of them is a famous one, the what was it called? The Battle of was it Little Bighorn with Colonel Custard or whatever the hell his name was? Custard's Last Stand. Am I completely butchering this guy's name? Where he got frickin' demolished by the Indians or the Native Americans.
Yes.
He got wrecked. That was around the same time as the muskets and like the single fire rifles and stuff like that, so they were transitioning around that time period.
Well, not that you could trust movies, but you that time period portrayal, you see them shoot a gun and then basically throw it away because it's too much to reload, just pull their sword.
Yeah, reloading them was a pain in the butt too. There was also a really big issue with revolvers back then. Revolvers were very bad. A lot of the times you would accidentally shoot off your own hand with the revolver because all of the bullets would fire at once. It was a known issue. They kept trying to make revolver rifles, and they kept failing because occasionally all of the bullets in the revolver would shoot at one time, which for a pistol isn't such a big deal because it's in one hand. But when you're using a rifle, think about it. You always have your second hand holding the front of the rifle. So if the revolver fires off all its shots at one time, what's going to happen to your hand? Like mincemeat. And that was basically what was happening, was they kept trying to make revolver rifles and they kept failing horribly and usually maiming and like horribly destroying the person's hand in the process. And that's why you don't see revolver rifles. Revolver rifles, like, just they don't exist. Or the ones that do exist are very poorly made or fail a lot. That's why nowadays when you look at a normal rifle, it's usually it's a completely different loading mechanism. And then one of the most famous rifles of that time period that could fire multiple shots didn't use the revolver technology. It used a completely different technology, the Colt 45, or the Colt 45. The dang it, I can't remember the name of it all of a sudden. The Winchester? It's the Winchester. Used a completely different cartridge system. There's some pictures of some of like the crazy ones from back in those days where they were trying to make revolver rifles, and they're really weird. I actually did a lot of research in Lewis and Clark. Did you guys ever do research into Lewis and Clark? The ones that rode all the way up and down the Mississippi for the Louisiana Purchase, surveying all the land and whatnot.
I'll pass 4th graders.
So it was actually rumored and eventually proven that that Lewis and Clark had a really interesting weapon. It was an air rifle. And see if I can find if they got a picture of it. It was called the Girodani air rifle, and apparently they used it to hunt and everything. And it had this big giant cylinder on the back for compressed air, and you would basically compress all the air in the cylinder to make the air rifle work. It kind of works similar to the way that like air rifles do now, but apparently it was a detachable air reservoir that was capable of around 30 shots. It took nearly 1,500 strokes of the hand pump to fill the reservoir, and apparently it fired 45 caliber rounds. I think it was 46 caliber rounds, and it had like a little kit and everything that you like brought with you to sit there and pump the cylinder up, and then you attach the cylinder, and you could fire 30 rounds from the cylinder before it would finish its thing. And I remember reading about this, and I was like just very interested in this thing. It apparently was made in Germany, and it was called like the Wind Rifle. They apparently used it to hunt successfully during the expedition, and I kind of want one.
That makes sense from a practical standpoint. I mean, you don't have to transport gunpowder and have to worry about being wet and stuff.
All you need is ammunition at that point, right?
Yeah.
You just need the lead rounds and a little bit of, time to pump up the cylinder. I would assume that maybe even he had multiple cylinders, so like it would be like changing out a magazine, right? You just once the cylinder's empty, you would put in another cylinder. Maybe you had 2 or 3 cylinders. There's actually a report too that apparently there was some spring that broke, like when they were about to leave on their expedition, and apparently they stopped at a blacksmith, and the blacksmith made them a new spring for the rifle before they left. It's in like the papers. I didn't even think air rifles existed at that time. Like I legit didn't even think they existed.
Think about where it was designed at, Germany, Prussia.
Oh yeah, it's a German dude jank. That's for sure.
Yeah. They were Germans at the time were the top of the army's army tech at the time.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, something like that is definitely going to be useful on a long voyage. You wouldn't have to worry about your gunpowder getting wet or your cartridges getting wet. Most of the time, I think back then their cartridges were made out of paper. So if they did like fall into the river or something along those lines, oh, that was rough. If they fell into the river or something along those lines, they would just, it's done, right? And they gotta let all their stuff dry out. And
yes.
Was that black powder days or gunpowder days? Because black powder is also very unstable.
Yeah, it could have been. I don't know. Let me look it up again real quick. Well, I think Lewis and Clark was 1700s, but I think it was late 1700s. It says the rifle was made in 1779.
Early.
Lewis and Clark expedition was
During Thomas Jefferson's
1804. So it was a relatively new invention at 1779. I mean, that's only like 20 years later. So it really hadn't had that long to be out. It was a kind of a new invention. Man, I got amped and I got demolished. That was rough. I walked into a pack of succubuses, and the pack of succubus was that was a big meaty boy pack of succubuses. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm kind of scared.
Well, modern gunpowder was invented in 1884.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't have been modern gunpowder. It would have been black powder, right?
And as I recall, it's pretty unstable, dangerous to transport.
calling it night. I'm out.
There's so many elites here. I got a random helmet on my head. Spice balls. Yeah, I didn't realize they had that tech that long ago either. That's one of the things that surprised me when I was reading about the Lois and Clark expeditions. I was like, wait a minute, they had air rifles back in frickin', like, when was this? Eons and eons ago. I bet you that was a pain in the butt to pump up. But then again, I know that they had from the expedition they had I don't know if I would call them slaves, but servants. They had servants with them, and like wasn't that also where I'm gonna murder this name. Isn't that Sacagawea comes from? She was also with them on the expedition. She had her baby with her, I think, during that time period, led them up and down the Mississippi. I don't know who else was with them on the expedition. Can't remember.
Yeah, it's like a caravan, basically.
So, you know, he probably didn't have to pump that thing himself. He's like, alright, I'm out. Get to pumping.
Another interesting fact, the first electric car was built in 1832.
Yeah, I found it interesting that there were actually electric heavy trucks in the early 1920s and 30s and 20s that would had huge batteries, you know, on the bottom of them, battery packs. There.
Yeah, it was a lot of people. It says that it was likely composed of 45 members. It says that they left in 3 boats. Apparently something called a keel boat and 2 pirogues.
I love pierogies.
There's a picture of a pierogi. A pierogi is a boat apparently that has, you know, that like where it's got like the sticks sticking out the side, and then there's like a little like ballast that it's like another buoyant little thing that's like connected to the sticks to keep the canoe from like tipping over. Apparently that's what that looks like. I don't know what a keel boat is though. I'm assuming it's small because they're going up the river, but small-ish. According to these pictures, it doesn't look like too small. Apparently this is a picture of a keel boat right here. Not exactly tiny. It's kind of like a little miniature, like, pirate ship. Like, not really super big, but it does have one big sail sticking up the top. It definitely has a little room and an underdeck. Oh, apparently they were unable to continue with the keelboat, though, because it was too large. Interesting. The keelboat was sent back to St. Louis in the spring of 1805 because it was deemed too large to go further up the Mississippi, or the Missouri. This was Captain's original intent. The larger vessel would return from the Corps, winter's quarters with a temporary party returning to collect materials. So apparently they started out with the keelboat, but then the keelboat got sent back because it couldn't make it up the river any further. Interesting. It's kind of a weird looking boat. Apparently the whole mission was in secret as well, which I didn't know. I didn't know it was in secret. They were kept it secret from the French and the Spanish and the English. Well, not the English, because I guess the English were still... wait a minute. Was that shortly after the Revolution? 1771 was the Revolution, right? So that would have been shortly after the Revolution. But anyway, they were keeping the whole mission a secret. Keep it secret, keep it secret. I bet if you needed more bullets for the air rifle, you could probably just pour them yourself. Probably brought like a little, lead mold. Oh, you know, mold for the lead. Just like melt some lead down and just pour it into the mold.
Or do like Mel Gibson, whatever that movie was called, and melt your dead son's toys.
Yeah, melt your dead son's toys.
The Patriot?
Those are made out of pewter. I hope a dead son's toys weren't made out of lead. Here, son, have some lead soldiers. Make sure to lick them real good.
Daddy, I don't feel so good.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. I was watching a bunch of movies recently, and I realized Kevin Costner's been in a lot of apocalypse movies. Freaking Waterworld, The Postman. The Postman was good. That was a good apocalypse movie. I like that.
I like that one.
That was a good one. tired of you succubuses being rude to me. I don't deserve it. It's not even this TZ anymore, is it? It's the pit now. I'm over here killing stuff for no reason.
Okay. So I found a superior stag both. 5 open, 3 to crossbows. 15 ED, 3 AR. Wow.
Stag bow. That's
yeah,
Nightmare? Is that Nightmare?
No, I think that's base. Not even exceptional.
Yeah, it's just normal. Level 14, 5 sockets.
Yep.
Honestly, those are kind of fun to hang on to for like chippy bows, like early game chippy bows.
Yeah, I guess I can hold on to it.
Like if you ever do like we do a new character day, you can just like throw it out and chippy bow it, or actually you put perfects in there, or what? It's like level 14, right? So you could put flawlesses are 15, I think. Yeah, flawlesses are 15. So you could put a bunch of flawlesses in it, and it would literally be a pretty OP level 15 bow. You could do if you did a fire or yeah, fire is on. You could use exploding arrow, and you put all fire gems in there, like fire flawless rubies, and you'd have a pretty killer exploding arrow at level 15.
That would be pretty freaking OP.
5 sockets is max too. It doesn't go any higher than that for those. Oh, found some Trangs gloves. I got no offers on Tradery today. Nothing. Trader's been so quiet today. $14 ist runes for a burr rune. Is that really how much burr runes are going for us? 14 ists?
I got one 3 days ago for 14 ists.
Well, that's neat. Alright, well, I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. I think I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Alright.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Have a good
Jimmy.
night.
Alright, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been like 8.5 hours. Didn't find anything too super cool amazing. I mean, I did find that +1 shapeshifter with 38 life. That was pretty nice. But anyway, as always, thanks for watching, guys and gals. And if you enjoy the streams, be sure to hit the like button and the subscribe button. And as always, keep watching.